say the color black without walking on eggshells.
That wasn't on purpose, but whatever. We're fun. What's up, fools? Today is 1/20/2025. It is 9:26 a.m. Eastern Time. We're getting ready to watch the inauguration. So I will. What's up, Naomi? How's it going, guys? So yeah, so we're gonna watch the inauguration and play some games. So just gonna, flip through different coverages of it, and there's a long time until the actual inauguration happens. So I think we got about 2.5 hours until the actual inauguration happens. But there's a bunch of other things that happen in the meantime. So I know that Daily Wire is doing their coverage over here. So maybe we'll start with them. Then we've got AP right here. So well, let's go ahead and just, can we, no? Okay. Are we able to open a new window? A new tab.
Earth, these abortion factories, and it's hard to say it's a factory makes something. All the abortion mills do is destroy things. These wonderful.
That's an important distinction. Yeah, if you talk about an abortion factory, factories make things. Abortions destroy things, guys. We can't even call it an abortion factory because it's not even making something. What's up, Fluffy Nugs? So I saw that you were watching some of the videos. Fluffy, were you the one who was asking me for the map videos the other day in the shorts chat? Because yeah, I saw you watch a lot of tomfoolery over the last couple of days. For those of you who didn't make it, we had movie night on the last time that I streamed, and we were there for a long time, dude. We were there for a very long time. We started watching around 12:30 p.m. or sorry, 12:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We started watching what was it? We started watching Dune. We watched the first Dune movie. Then we watched the second Dune movie. And by the time we finished the first Dune movie, I was like, guys, we are so far behind. This is the time we were supposed to finish the second Dune movie. So I don't know if anybody actually wants to watch the second Dune movie now, because we were supposed to finish it right now, and we're starting it right now. We're pretty far behind. And everybody was like, no, we still want to watch it. Let's go. We're here for it. Let's get it. It's like, okay, it's like 5 a.m. at that point. So I was like, all right, let's get it then with 5 a.m. starting the second movie. It's when we're supposed to finish the second movie, but all right, let's go. So we started the second movie. And then, yeah, the second movie was over. And then everybody's like, that was really good. Let's go watch the original Dune movie. And I was like, are you guys sure? It's really late. They're like, yeah, let's watch the original one. And everyone's like, yeah, I'm in. Yeah, let's watch it. I want to see it. All right, here we go. So then we went and found the one from 1980 and watched that one as well. And so, yeah, it was a very, very long night. But we watched a lot of stuff. We had a lot of fun. So yeah, if you missed movie night, make sure you don't miss the next one. Join Discord. Link is in the description. And you will not regret it. They are always a lot of fun. But yeah, we got the first two Dune movies finished, and then watched the original one as well. It was a lot of fun.
People show up there, and they're rotting in federal prison right now because of Joe Biden and the Democrats. So I know a lot of people are going to be asking, all right, is President Trump going to give them pardons?
They're talking about January 6th, aren't they? Are they really?
Blowers, all these different things that are going to come. We're going to hear more about them. We're going to hear more investigations. And I think, frankly, it's long overdue. And a lot of people have been hoping that we would hear this. So I'm glad that we got this exclusive because we've definitely covered a lot of these issues. And I was told that Daily Wire got to report this because we've gotten to cover a lot of these issues in the past. And we've done a great job.
Well, also, you know, as we're talking about these pro-lifers, I'm glad there's a real focus on them because a lot of people are going to be asking, when do the pardons come? Okay, that's great. We're going to get all of the EOs right away. Right. But there are a lot of pro-lifers who are in prison right now, including elderly women, people who all they've ever done, their greatest crime, is to go pray and try to stop women from murdering their children. You know, really, they're going to some of the darkest places on earth, these abortion factories. And it's hard to say it's a factory makes something. All the abortion mills do is destroy things. These wonderful people show up there, and they're rotting in federal prison right now because of Joe Biden and the Democrats. So I know.
Okay, so yeah, I guess he's talking about people who went and protested abortions, not January 6th.
A lot of people are going to be asking, all right, is President Trump going to give them pardons, the pro-lifers? Is he going to pardon the January 6thers? And even in this EO focusing on the weaponization of the government, I think even of my own churches. You know, the Catholic churches, especially the ones that Joe Biden's FBI called extremist, radical, traditional churches. You know, the ones that, like, I don't know, they pray in Latin a little bit. they have too much incense or something. They were spied on by the FBI. The FBI and the DOJ then lied about that. We found out this was actually pretty widespread around the country. So I don't know. And that's just what was reported. You know, it seems like that just scratches the surface of the weaponization of government.
Absolutely. I mean, if this is what we heard about, this very one specific case involving some Latin Mass churches and the investigation.
Carousel horse, Naomi, carousel horse, tip $10, show us your money. Hashtag shite baby girl, hashtag tug life.
Let's fucking go. All right. Getting started off with $10. Thank you, Naomi, for the $10 tip. If anybody wants to send donos, you can send them through YouTube, through Super Chats or stickers. But the easiest way to send money is through tips, because I get a much larger percentage of tips than I do of Super Chats. Super Chats, the big tech takes a big chunk out of that donation. So whenever we do, you know, $25 tip goals or something like that, if all of them come in through Super Chats, I don't actually get $25. I get like $12. so yeah, just make sure if you do dono, try to send it through tips instead of Super Chats. But we're getting started off with $10 from Naomi. Let's fucking go. Thank you, Naomi.
Of traditional Latin Mass Catholics, we know there is so much more. That's just scratching the surface. And of course, when it comes to these mothers too that were speaking out at school board meetings, and we find out that.
All right, let's see, what else do we have from AP?
We're going to find out.
Yeah, you'll find out.
We'll see now images of the motorcade arriving at the White House. Not a very long drive, but especially not, I guess, when you're president-elect. A lot of streets do get shut down for you. But now we see the Vice President Kamala Harris and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff standing there to receive official guests on their last day, also as part of the outgoing Biden and Harris administration. So let's listen in for a moment.
Damn, Joe isn't there. Joe's not there. Normally it's gonna be the president and like his wife who meet you there to greet you, but now it's president-elect and vice president-elect, and the president is not there to greet them. Sheesh. Oh no, this is oh no, this is vice president. Okay, I thought Trump would be with them. Maybe not. Okay, so is it the vice president greeting the vice president? Yeah. Okay, yeah, I guess that's what it is. Vice president greets vice president. Interesting, okay. Those are interesting doors. Hmm. What up, Zach? How's it going, buddy? Super exciting. Let's go back to Daily Wire, see what they're talking about.
Snoop with 2 O's and Dog with 2 G's. That apparently came out of his mother. She said, "You shot with."
He's talking about rap again. Let's fucking go, dude. The rap expert.
Like, really, it's everybody's here to have a good time. Everybody's very excited about what the next 4 years are going to bring. Yeah, I think that, you know, all the best hopes. Let's pray that they are all materialized in reality.
Let's hope we're not at peak hope right now. Yeah. Let's hope it only goes up from here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, Michael, it's good to see you, or at least mediocre. And we'll see you again a little bit later, because our coverage is pretty much all day long.
I'm going to go warm up, maybe with a Mayflower.
Well, yeah, enjoy yourself. Well, folks, today...
It is freezing here. It is freezing here. And I don't mean that like... I mean that literally. It is freezing here. It is 15 degrees outside. It is so cold. Tom's sweater looks so cozy. Whoever is dating him should steal it. Hit me up on Discord. Send it to me. I want one. So comfy. No shot. No shot. I've had too many girlfriends steal too many pairs of my clothes to wear. Every time they're like, "I'm cold. Can I wear one of your No. Fuck you. Stay cold, bitch. Buy your own."
History will be made. Again. We're live from Washington, D.C. as we prepare for Donald Trump to take the oath of office. Watch it all live at Daily Wire Plus. Celebrate the 47th president with 47% off your membership. Go to dailywire.com/subscribe. So, of course, we are here live overlooking the Capitol building. As you can see, it's a beautiful view, and you're not going to see anything happen behind us because, obviously, everything got shifted indoors because it is very, very cold outside, and only we were stupid enough to continue broadcasting outside.
Ariana tipped $5. Trump is MAGA's Lisa Al Gabe.
Wait, Trump is what? I didn't understand that. Oh, listen, Al Gaib. Yes. Listen, Al Gaib. For those of you who didn't watch Dune with us, that is a reference. So now, if you missed it, you're going to be out on all the inside jokes that the rest of us are going to be making all the time because you weren't there. There's a lot of hope going around. Too bad it's hope. It's not as bad as we think it will be. Yeah, it's just hope. Not confidence. When do you think Trump will call for the Democratic executions? Who knows, dude? Who knows? You know, he said he'll have hundreds of executive orders on day one, so it's probably just going to be 100 people, 100 Democrats that are going to get put up on the firing squad.
Despite the fact that it is absolutely frigid. It's actually not that bad.
Thank you, Arian, for the $5. We're up at 15 already, making it quick to make sure we get that second 3 hours.
Probably could have done it outside, but yeah, there's some disappointed people who are walking around, but they're all part of the celebration, and it is a giant celebration. Washington, D.C. is now MAGA town. This is MAGA country in a polar vortex. Last night, the parties were going on, and as you may have heard me tell Michael Moles a moment ago, even I was dragged into the festivities. Here, for example, is a picture of me with MMA champion Conor McGregor. That is a thing that actually happened last night. You know, you meet some interesting people here during inauguration weekend. Yeah, there I am with Conor. I have to say, I could take him. I can't take him. And then there was me with one of my favorite classical music artists, a person named Kid Rock. It's also a thing that happened. I will say that when my parents bought me violin lessons from the age of 5 to the age of about 17, probably what they were thinking was that my musical career would be me with Tom McDonald as well as me hanging out with Kid Rock. And then, of course, some of my closest friends. You got Glenn Beck and Marissa Streit. Glenn, of course, the host, who's kind of the grandfather of many of us in this particular movement. And yes, that is a rip on Glenn's age, as well as Marissa Streit, who is the leader of...
Is Ben Shapiro trying to be MAGA? Yes, he has gone full MAGA over the last 6 months. He has been backing tariffs, which for somebody who's libertarian, that is like the last thing you should ever be backing. Like, you know, somebody who's libertarian should always be against tariffs because it's all about free market, you know, and in this case, for some reason, he is in favor of tariffs. So RIP Ben's credibility. Yeah. Yep, that is that has been something that for a long time I have continued to say. You know, Ben is one of the few people on the right that I still believe and that I still think has like a real I think he truly like believes the things that he says, and you know, he has real conviction behind the statements that he makes. And nope, that there goes that. He has completely fallen off, and that's that. Later, Ben Shapiro's credibility. Adios, amigos.
Prager University. Saw a lot of other friends. Megyn Kelly was there last night. Charlie Kirk, of course, was his party at TP USA last night. It's been a lot of fun. You can sense these sort of feelings of optimism that are pervading the town, pervading the country, and a sort of interesting unity experience is happening here in Washington, D.C., and I think across the country. The sort of insane lunacy of the left, the protest lunacy of the left, is not here during the second term of Trump. During Trump term 1, there was an enormous amount of resistance from pretty much the very first day, and you're not seeing any of that here. You're even seeing some of the people who were most opposed to Trump in 2017 starting to come around. For example, the person named Snoop Dogg, as I say, his parents decided that they would name him Snoop with 2 O's and Dog with 2 G's. That apparently he came out of his mother and she said, "You shall be named Snoop." In any case, Snoop back in 2017 had this to say about President Trump.
So ain't nobody gonna perform for Donald Trump, huh? Which one of you?
Yeah, I was talking about this the other day, that a bunch of people had been asked to perform for Donald Trump, and everybody said no, and they all turned him down, and so they had to keep asking more and more people, and I suppose Snoop is the one who's gonna do it.
Ain't nobody gonna perform for Donald Trump, huh? Which one of you gonna be the first one to do it? I'm waiting. I'm gonna roast the out one of you, Uncle Tom, for doing it. Which one of you gonna do it first?
Oh, I thought he was gonna do it.
I was the one that performs for himself.
At about noon, just thought that I had to be in Compton soon.
So that's a little bit awkward, but it is sort of the mood of the country. I think people are optimistic. Even people who are on the left who didn't vote for Trump. You know,
Oh, did he
when
do
they
it?
are asked
Oh, he
about
did it.
themselves, I think many of them will say that they hope for the success of President Trump, which, of course, is something we should always hope for our president of the United States. I hoped that Joe Biden would be a good president. As it turned out, he was an absolutely horrifyingly bad president. So what exactly is the schedule of the day? The inauguration ceremony is supposed to begin around 11:30 a.m. Eastern. It's going to be happening apparently inside the Capitol building. There were some rumors last night it was all going to be shifted to the local arena and it could all be done in front of a big crowd. But apparently that's not going to happen. President Trump will be sworn in. That's where he will give the inaugural address as well. And then later he'll show up at the arena. Unclear how long the inaugural address is going to be. President Trump is going to give a very optimistic speech, according to the Wall Street Journal. He's given some excerpts of his inaugural address to the Journal. Apparently, he's going to call for, quote, a revolution of common sense, which is very Trump. Right? President Trump is not an ideological conservative. He's not an ideological liberal. He's a pragmatic utilitarian, and common sense seems to be his hallmark. All he cares about is racking up wins, which, for a president of the United States, is a pretty good place to be. He's expected to say, according to remarks shared with the Wall Street Journal, quote, I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. My message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. That is extraordinary language from President Trump. I hope the rest of the inaugural mirrors that language. That is a very optimistic message from President Trump. And again, vitality, courage, a willingness to say that America is a great place and that we will be a great place again is awesome. And President Trump, of course, is having a lot of fun. Yesterday, he was dancing with the Village People on stage. I'm old enough to remember when the Village People were saying he couldn't even use their tunes at his rallies. And now he's dancing on stage with the Village People. That is a thing that happened yesterday. He is also slated immediately after the inauguration to immediately go back to the White House and start signing executive orders. That will either happen at the White House, it could happen at the Capitol. There was some talk that he might even do it at the arena in front of a crowd. Just bring the executive orders right in and sign them. It could be up to 200 executive orders signed by the President of the United States. Now listen, as a constitutionalist, I gotta tell you, I am not a huge fan of executive orders. I will say that we are now a government, unfortunately, run by executive order. Joe Biden ran the government by executive order. Donald Trump is going to have to reverse many of the worst actions of the Biden administration that were taken via the executive branch, ending around the legislative branch. This is a trend that really started under Barack Obama when he lost Congress and decided that he was going to use his pen and his phone in order to rule the country. So Trump, his first day in office in 2017, signed, I believe, one executive order. Today, he is slated to sign some 200 executive orders. And those executive orders are going to range from energy to DEI in the government. He released one of the executive orders yesterday to the Free Press, to my friend Barry Weiss's Free Press, setting out a government-wide standard on the biological reality of two sexes, clearly defining male and female, which, of course, that's such a dunk. It's such a dunk because the reality is that this is the single most polarizing and stupid issue that Democrats decided to choose during the last several election cycles. The idea that boys can become girls and that minor boys should be allowed to transition into minor girls. They should be given hormones and they should be given surgery. Like, all of that was such a bad sell for the Democrats that it all fell apart for them electorally. President Trump on day one is saying we are done with all of this. According to the Free Press, the executive order is to say that all radical gender ideology guidance, communication policies, and forms are removed from the federal government. Agencies will cease pretending that men can be women and women can be men when enforcing laws that protect against sex discrimination. I mean, that is very, very strong language there, the kind of language that is true and of which I strongly approve. I've been using precisely that language probably for a decade at this point, longer than.
Yeah, thank goodness they're finally going to make it to where there's only two genders. Damn. It's about time that there will only be two genders. We've suffered long enough with 62 genders to where we're finally going to get it to where we're getting rid of the 60 that are in the law and on all of the government papers, and we will only have the two from now on. Thank God. This is a huge issue.
In a decade, actually. Woman means adult human female. The executive order directs the government identification, like passports and personnel records, will reflect biological reality and not self-assessed gender identity. They will be ending the practice of housing men in women's prisons and taxpayer-funded transition for male prisoners as well. The administration explained this really was a defining issue of the campaign. The president is going to be fulfilling the promises he made on the campaign trail. And it does not stop there. Day one, he's expected to include an order declaring an emergency at the U.S.-Mexico border. He's expected to issue pardons for some of the January 6th prisoners, some of the convicted. Those would presumably be, as J.D. Vance, Vice President-elect, said, all of those who are participating in nonviolent activity, people who sort of trespass.
First off, all of the people who engaged in nonviolent activity have already been let out. So, like, the people who had nonviolent activity, either most of them were never even arrested in the first place. Most of the people who engaged in nonviolent activities were never even arrested in the first place. By far the majority. And when I say by far the majority, I mean like 90+%. Like, I'm not talking about like 60, 65, you know, something like, no. 95, 90%, somewhere in there, never even got arrested in the first place. So it's kind of retarded. Yeah, most of these people got like 3 months or something like that if they like went inside the Capitol but didn't actually do anything you know, super violent. Then yeah, they only got a couple months or maybe even like a little while on probation. And then there's people who removed barricades to like help everybody get in. But if you removed barricades, most of the time you were removing them while fighting against police who were trying to hold the barricades there. So yeah, I think at that point we would even consider that action violent, and even those people are all, you know, back to being normal citizens again. So
in the Capitol building, he's also supposed to issue executive orders to increase fossil fuel development, which of course would be absolutely necessary. Now, all of these are directed at unleashing the economy. All of these are directed at rewriting the idiotic bargain that Joe Biden tried to foist on the United States. According to the Associated Press, President Trump has pledged to go further and move faster in enacting his agenda than during his first term. Democrats who once formed a resistance are now divided over whether to work with Trump or to defy him. So we're going to see a bevy of these rolled out. He's going to be labeling the drug cartels terrorist organizations. We'll get to more of what President Trump plans at the very beginning of his administration in just one moment. First, even if you think AI is a little bit overhyped, AI is suddenly everywhere, from self-driving cars to molecular medicine to business efficiency. If it's not in your industry yet, it is indeed coming, and fast. But AI needs a lot of speed and computing power. So how do you compete without costs spiraling out of control? Time to upgrade to the next generation of the cloud, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, or OCI. OCI is a blazing fast and secure platform for your infrastructure, database, application development, plus all your AI and machine learning workloads. OCI costs 50% less for compute, 80% less for networking, so you're saving a pile of money. Thousands of businesses have already upgraded to OCI, including Vodafone, Thomson Reuters, and Suno AI. Right now, Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to OCI. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, offer ends March 31st. See if your company qualifies for this special offer at oracle.com/president. That's oracle.com/president. Again, your company is going to need this, whether you know it or not. So go check them out right now for a special offer at oracle.com/president. Also, this country was founded on freedom from a country that forced us to buy overpriced tea. We dumped their tea into the ocean, and then they tried blockading it. Well, you know, how did that work out for them? Well, now it's time to overthrow your overpriced big wireless contract. You don't need to pay $100 a month just to
never mind.
Get a free phone. Pure Talk, my cell phone company, same towers, same coverage. For years, the coverage is great. It's good enough for my very, very important business phone calls. Making good on his signature issue of immigration. He's unlikely to fulfill some of the biggest and most aggressive day one promises, like large-scale deportation. We'll get to that in a moment. There will indeed be deportation efforts made this week. He is also expected to forge ahead with directing agencies to begin the process of restoring Remain in Mexico. That, of course, was one of the most important policies that was enacted during the Trump administration. That says that if you show up at our border and you want to get in, you have to remain in Mexico while we process your application. Why is that important? Well, because the way that it had been working under Joe Biden, you came, you said the magic words, I'm claiming asylum from my home country because I am in fear for my life. They would immediately take you, process you, give you a date to come back to court, and release you into the country where you would just disappear. Remain in Mexico means you wait on the other side of the border while we process your application.
How did Ben get an Oracle sponsor? I don't know. Wasn't Oracle the company that was supposed to buy TikTok the first time that it was going down? What's up, Short Stack? How's it going, homie? I feel like Oracle was the one when Donald Trump was banning TikTok the first time. That was the company that was buying TikTok, and then the deal fell through for some reason, and then Joe Biden came in and got rid of the ban. And then now it's been like a bipartisan thing to ban it again. And I don't know if you guys know this, but there is like a very, very like staunch conspiracy going around right now that Meta already bought TikTok, or that it's in the works, that like it's happening right now. I've seen tons and tons of videos about it. Supposedly, like a Facebook just created a TikTok account. That's part of it. Is that supposedly they just created a TikTok account. Now, I went and checked the TikTok account. It doesn't, I can't tell if they just created it or not, actually. I didn't see a creation date on it, but they don't have any videos. And it is Facebook. It has a check mark on it. So it does look like it's actually Facebook. And then there were a bunch of other things like TikTok just recently added a new feature to where if you click on your own profile picture, you can just put your thoughts there. So if anybody ever clicks on your profile, it'll have your profile picture with a thought bubble that comes out of it. And you can just type your thoughts into it. So the other day, when I uploaded a video where I kept calling Joe Rogan Dana White, Joe Rogan, then I put in my thought bubble, I don't think Joe Rogan and Dana White are the same person. It's a joke. So that anybody who watched that video, if they went and clicked on my profile, they would see the thought bubble popping up out of my profile picture. Facebook just added that same exact feature. And so now everybody's like, oh shit, like they probably own this feature now because they bought TikTok. And a bunch of people were showing that every time they click on some feature of TikTok, it immediately pops up with their entire friend group on Facebook Messenger, and that even when they click on it, it pops up with their whole friend group from Facebook Messenger. That all of a sudden this has been integrated. That now at the very top on Messenger, it has an ad to join TikTok. So this is something that, like, I think people are a little bit too staunch in their beliefs that TikTok definitely is being bought. But I will admit, in this case, there is a lot of stuff that is that's making me suspicious. I will admit that there's a lot of stuff that's making me suspicious about this. So I'm trying to, I think I have like a bunch of videos saved on my end. Yeah, here we go. Like, there's a lot of them. All right, so here we go. This is... So yeah, it says, why did they ban China from owning TikTok, but not from US farmland? I was planning on... I was planning on making a whole video about this because I was kind of getting annoyed with all of the people who were complaining about TikTok getting banned, but not one of them argues against the reasoning for why it's getting banned. None of them. None of them said a word about it. So while they're all complaining, freaking out about the fact that it's getting banned, not one of them is like, here's why they're wrong in the reasoning that they're using for banning it. Not one of them. Nobody. So it's getting really frustrating just watching the same people over and over, just like, I can't believe they're not going to listen to the American people. I thought this was a democracy. How is this a democracy if you're not going to do what it is we tell you to do? Like, they all just think that, like, yeah, you have to just, democracy means just do exactly what the people tell you to do. If the people say we want to be able to murder each other, then that's it. You have to just make it to where we can murder each other. That's a done deal. Like, that's kind of what they think. So it's kind of obnoxious. But this is one of the conspiracy theories here.
Being banned does not radicalize you as an American citizen. You are intentionally missing the point, because it's not about TikTok. It's the fact that Republicans and Democrats across all legislative branches can expeditiously and unanimously pull together like never before, and probably never again, to streamline legislation banning a social media app while completely ignoring everything important to us. They can't pull together to make sure my kids don't get shot while they go to school, to fix the economy, to mandate livable wages, to kick hedge funds out of single-family homes so I can afford my fucking mortgage again. They're doing fuck all about homeowners insurance, stealing billions of dollars from Americans, and then leaving them for dead while their homes wash away in a flood or burn to the fucking ground in a fire. They, like every other country, can't pull together to outlaw the poisonous substances that are put into our food, creating
Literally none of this is true. She's just wrong on like 100% of the things that she's saying, that they're doing nothing about these things. That's all untrue. They're doing tons of crap about all of those things. And lots of them aren't even about like federal government. Federal government's not able to make decisions on a lot of that stuff. It's going to be the local government that's going to make those decisions. But even the federal government themselves does have a lot of legislation on that stuff. So let's try another one.
So if you haven't deleted Facebook, I want you to go to your profile.
There is a big movement for everybody to delete Facebook right now, because they think that Meta is buying TikTok, so they're all deleting it and moving over to, I think they called it Red Note, which is it's the other version of TikTok that's used in China, and tons of people are saying that they're learning Mandarin in order to move over to Red Note. So they're all hardcore ready to just learn a completely different language just to use another social media app. This is part of the conspiracy theory as well. So as I said, they make it to where your profile picture now has thought bubbles on it, just like TikTok came out with about a week ago. But also that senators all over the place have been buying Meta shares, that they have been buying stock in Meta, and that they're all buying stock in Meta because they know that there is a deal going through with Facebook. I looked it up. I can't find any evidence that they're actually buying stock in Meta, and that they keep saying this over and over. There's tons of content creators saying they all bought stock in Meta. They all know that the deal is going through. Blah blah blah. And that the only reason that they were ever trying to ban it in the first place was so that Meta could buy it. So the other day when Infallible Fowl came on, he said he thinks this is just a play to help big tech bros. And I never got an argument for that, but this is the argument, and this is what it is. And so I realized that, yes, when you're scrolling through TikTok, you start to find the arguments for why they all think that it's just a play for big tech bros and why it's there just to help them. And that all of the senators, all of the, Republican and Democrat senators are all now buying lots of stock in Meta because that was the whole point in the first place. They just wanted to try to ban the platform to force them to sell to Meta so that they could all buy shares in Meta so that they could all make a lot of money off of it.
Okay, so we all agree on the 19th, right before they take away TikTok from us, we all show whole.
This was another one that actually I'm totally in favor of. A lot of women were saying that if the platform is going to get banned, right before it gets banned, they are going to go and put the camera right up to their buttholes and just post videos of their buttholes, which I am totally in favor of. I think that is the best way to deal with this.
Meta has
not
even kidding.
I think that I think that that's definitely the way to deal with it, for sure.
So we all agree on the 19th, right before they take away TikTok from us, we all show whole. Just straight whole, all at the same time, all of us. It'll be awesome. Okay, so we all agree on...
Oh.
Okay.
Hey, yo. What if they always knew the app was on borrowed time? That's why they named it TikTok.
The actual reason TikTok is being banned that no one is talking about. Recently, a book on TikTok surfaced called The Forgotten Apothecary. The book contains stolen information from another
Fuck a new app. Enough with where are we going after TikTok closes down, because I think y'all are missing the point. Loud reminder here that over 10 years, we have never seen a more politically divided system than we have today. Left versus right. But there's one thing over the past 10 years, one thing that both sides of the aisle have unanimously and quickly agreed upon: the banning of TikTok. They say it's because of national security, but we have many, many politicians on this app using it right now. They specifically said in their hearing on Friday that they were worried about young people growing up and then ending up in positions of power in the government with TikTok having their data. The last two presidents of the United States are on TikTok. They've been on this app for years campaigning. This is what it's really about. And they said this verbatim on Friday. Their main concern is that this app will cause America...
That doesn't mean anything that the presidents were on the app, because they probably were not using their own phones. They probably went and just bought some random cheap phone, or they probably went and got some like some other like air-gapped computer to then like upload videos to, and then they were going to upload videos from the computer that didn't have any information on it. So that way, yes, if they were afraid of TikTok stealing their data, this way there was no data for them to steal. There's nothing on these computers. There's nothing on these phones. This is it doesn't mean anything to just say, oh, they had campaign videos on the app. That doesn't mean anything. It's like all of these videos are so dumb.
Americans to rise up against leaders in our government. Let me say that again so it sinks in. They are scared that this app may finally cause the American people to begin to oppose their political...
That is not what they're afraid of. Nobody thinks that that's happening on fucking TikTok. While there are a bunch of far lefties and crazy people who are spreading conspiracy theories nonstop, like whenever Luigi goes out and shoots somebody, they all run around saying that this is the start of a revolution, but it's not. The revolution didn't happen. They don't actually think you guys are going to do anything because you guys are a very small percentage of the fucking population. Even if when you go and watch the videos from all of these conspiracy theorists, you go through the comment section and they're getting roasted the entire time from tons of people who are like, you guys are fucking idiots. Like, that's why they're getting a lot of traction, is because they're rage baiting everybody, not because they're actually getting a lot of people on their side to finally take down the fucking government. Like, that's not what's happening. But I think that that's what they think. They see a lot of videos that are popping up pretty heavily in the algorithm, and they start to think, oh, it's happening. It's finally happening.
Leaders and take control of their own government. They're already seeing it happen and they need it to stop, okay? Not a coincidence that the ban goes into effect on January 19th, literally the day before power shifts in the White House. Not a coincidence that they packaged the TikTok ban with a bill that provided over $10 billion of foreign humanitarian aid to further incentivize members of Congress to vote for the banning of TikTok. Not a coincidence at all that they don't give a shit about Temu, an app that
I have no idea what that means.
Has over 70 million American users that collects way more data than TikTok does. It has way less safeguards currently in place from the Chinese government.
It doesn't collect more data. It collects more of one specific type of data, but it does not collect more different types of data. So like Temu will collect things about like what you're buying, your credit card information, stuff like that, right? That's one thing. But TikTok collects all of that as well through their app store, through their through the TikTok store, where they sell tons of different types of things. And then on top of that, they will also collect, every single type of interest that you have, everything that holds your attention, possibly even your locations, because lots of times when you upload a video, it'll ask you, where did you upload or where did you record this video from? Do you want to tag where you were when you recorded this video? So they can even get, and it'll recommend to you already where you recorded it from. So it already knows where you recorded it. And then it'll also recommend to you where you are right then and there. So it already has this information. Who's Temu? Temu is like it's like a new version of like Wish. So if you remember Wish, it's going to be like Chinese manufacturers that make a lot of things for people, they will go and make the same exact thing without the brand names on it. And then they will hand it off to a bunch of like, third-party sellers who can go and make the same exact shit. So this is what like Wish is. This is what Alibaba is, also known as AliExpress now, and then Temu as well. And so you can go and just get you can go onto these apps and they are selling very nice stuff for very cheap, and you can get amazing deals on there, but they're all third-party sellers. So that means that lots of times you can get just totally ripped off by somebody who's selling like a fake version of something. And they'll do this a lot. They will try to like trick you, and it'll say like, amazing camera that can fill up with water and still doesn't break. And so you're like, whoa, I normally have to buy like another piece for my cameras to take it underwater. But now if this one can literally fill up with water and it doesn't even break, that would be amazing. So then you go and buy the fucking camera, and then it gets to you, and it turns out that it's a camera, like it's shaped like a camera, but every time you press the picture button, it just squirts water out of it because you're supposed to fill it up with water. It's a fucking squirt gun. That's all it was. It was just a squirt gun. And so now you're sitting there like, what the fuck? I cannot believe I just bought this. I cannot believe I just paid fucking, $15 for shipping on a $5 camera that I thought was going to be like a $200 camera that I was just spending $5 on. Like, and I know that you might think, who the fuck would think that they're ever getting a $200 camera for $5? That's actually not that uncommon on these apps. Like, that is a real thing that actually happens. So you're kind of playing Russian roulette with this shit a lot of times, because you can actually get super expensive stuff, really, really nice stuff for super, super cheap all the time. I have gotten numerous different types of things off these apps for insanely cheap prices. Like, I have, what are the little like action cameras called that are like this big? Like, they're really, really tiny, but normally you put them on the front of your car, you put them on the front of your bike, you use them while you're skateboarding. What is the brand name of this called? I'm blanking on it. It's GoPro. Yes, GoPros. Yes, I actually have one here. So this is not an actual GoPro. I got this off Wish like 10 years ago. And it literally, it does actually record in 4K. I've done tons of different types of recordings on this camera in 4K, and it comes with all of the attachments. So like, I have the underwater attachment that I can just put it in this, and then I can take it with me wherever I go. I have the head strap for it, so I can put it on my head and then it'll just stay there. And I can put it on the head strap in the underwater carrier so that it'll stay waterproof the whole time while I'm underwater going around. And it's like, it's actually a great fucking camera. It's not the same quality as GoPros 100% across the board, but it actually is like very, very good. And it doesn't have any sort of like name brand on it. So it just says on it, like, 4K camera, 4K mini camera or stuff like that. But it's got like, the HDMI plugs on it. It's got, an SD card inside of it. It's got all sorts of like really cool, things to add on, and it came with it. Yes, this entire bag just full of all of like these extra attachments and stuff, and extra batteries. Like, it is amazing. And I eventually lost like the part that keeps the battery in there, and everywhere that I went to look for it, it was like $20-$30 just for the battery cover. So then I went to Alibaba and I found it for 2 cents. and I paid $5 for shipping. And I got it. I got it right here. And while I was there, it said, oh, people who normally buy the battery cover also buy these batteries. And then it had batteries. It had a 5-pack of batteries for like $10. And I was like, there's no way that's real. So then I went and looked up how much they normally were. It was like $75 for a 5-pack of batteries at the cheapest, like $75 for a 5-pack of batteries. So I was like, okay, there's no way that this is real. But even if I'm wrong, I think it's worth it. So what you do is you go and look at the comments. You make sure that like all the reviews on it have stuff. You want to find pictures in the reviews so that you know that they actually got it and it's not just a bot leaving a review. There's like a bunch of ways to kind of make sure that you are more likely to get the real thing. And then yeah, I got the real thing. And now I have a bunch of the batteries that came with this. And then after I bought the batteries, then it says, hey, people who normally buy the batteries normally get the battery chargers. And the battery chargers get $2. I'm like, no fucking way, dude. These battery chargers are like $20. What the fuck? So then I bought the battery charger. And in the end, I ended up spending like $20 getting stuff that normally costs like $200. I spent like $20 and paid one shipping price and got all of it together. And that was that. And I saved, like $180 on it. So yeah, these things are great, dude. Yeah, stream from your fish tank. Well, that was one of the things that I did use it for when I first got that camera like 10 years ago, is I did like, record things inside of my fish tank and took all sorts of videos and pictures underwater in the fish tank. So yeah, it's actually kind of cool. But anyways, that's what Temu is. And currently I would use Alibaba. If you're looking for an app, I would use Alibaba. Just be very, very careful with what you buy. Be very careful. Make sure you're double checking everything.
Accessing that data. Not a coincidence that every major corporation in our entire country has been lobbying and paying off our government officials to vote for the banning of TikTok. Did we all just forget that 2 years ago Facebook paid GOP firm to malign TikTok and was boosting messages calling TikTok a threat to American children? It's no secret that Meta stands to make billions of dollars from this shutdown. And by the way, guess how many members of Congress and the House of Representatives personally own stock in Meta? Yeah, try all of them. By April of last year, Meta was one of the top 10 stocks that members of Congress and the House of Representatives were purchasing. Still think.
So, okay. So I actually went and looked this up. Are senators buying stock in Meta? All right, fact check. Did anti-TikTok congressman invest $1.1 million in Meta? Social media giant TikTok and its China-based parent company ByteDance have faced a recent setback after losing an appeal to delay the enforcement of a potential ban in the U.S. As reported by the Associated Press, the platform saw its bid rejected to hold off legislation that would require ByteDance by mid-January to divest TikTok to an approved buyer or face a ban. Attorneys for the company are expected to appeal the Supreme Court. Amid the conversation, misinformation about its congressional opponents appeared online, with one Republican congressman accused of buying more than 1 million in shares in Mark Zuckerberg's Meta as he penned a bill. I assume that's supposed to say pinned a bill banning TikTok. A post on X, formerly Twitter, by user Wall Street Apes posted on December 16th, 2024. Biden admin contacted Apple and Google and told them to remove TikTok from the App Store on January 19th. Then it has just a ton of things that are making a bunch of claims here. It says, this post is misleading for several reasons. Texas Republican Representative Michael McCow, chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, did not write the TikTok ban bill as it's understood here. It is not the same. I don't know. I read this before, but yeah, apparently, like, there isn't real information showing that people bought stocks in TikTok instead, or in Meta, that instead they had all owned stocks in TikTok like well beforehand. And so it only makes sense that this is what they're doing to make money if they had bought it like from the point that they banned TikTok, then they buy it, then they would make way more money because there's a big jump from then, from here to here. But anyways, it's
they're just banning TikTok because of China reasons. Zoom out even further. TikTok is not just a danger to our political leaders, and it's not just Meta and Instagram, guys. TikTok is threatening every major corporation in America. It's messing with all of their money. Amazon's biggest competitor is TikTok by far. Netflix, streaming services are all competing with TikTok now. They're fighting for...
Yeah, TikTok has a TikTok store that is kind of like... Temu and Wish now. They are doing the same exact things. And one of the things that has been the most popular from their store recently is earbuds that you can buy. And those earbuds are in real time translating everything that they hear. So you can just walk through the streets and put on these earbuds. And if somebody speaks to you in a specific language, like in Spanish, in Hungarian, and whatever, they will immediately translate what it is that's being said into English and then say it into your ear. And they're super cheap. I mean, normally that sort of stuff is super expensive, but they're selling it on here for like anywhere from $10 to $20. And so it is another area where things are getting spent or getting sold for super cheap prices, just like you would get on Wish or Temu.
For your entertainment hours. Every hour you spend on TikTok, you're not spending watching one of their shows. And the numbers prove that. Streaming has declined drastically over the last 5 years in the United States. Hollywood is absolutely screwed now. We've completely changed that industry.
What about the tariffs that should balance it out? No, it won't. The reason that it won't balance it out is because you're not buying it from an American company. So the tariffs are on the American companies. The American companies pay the tariff. But if instead we as the consumer are not buying from the American company, we're buying straight from the seller in China, there's not a tariff on China. So there's no tariff. Like there's no difference there. So yeah, it just doesn't, it's not going to make a difference as far as I know, unless they start putting tariffs on American consumers instead of the actual companies.
I mean, even look at how we interact with celebrities and movie stars now. We're totally disillusioned with all of it. We used to treat TV stars and movie personalities like they were figures to worship. Now, we don't let them get away with anything.
Yeah, it's really annoying, dude. Every time I put up a video, I take a long time to correct all of my subtitles. But I see all of these other people who are so lazy, they just record a video real quick, ramble for a little bit, and then put subtitles on it, and they don't correct any of them. And like every single sentence has a couple of things wrong in it. It's so obnoxious.
Hey, bud, you need to shut down those servers.
What? Why would I do that?
We're banning you.
No, we're just gonna leave it on.
Okay, but I don't want you to. You can't. You have to shut it down.
You seem really upset. Are you good?
No. You in your country have to click the off button.
Okay, this is ours though.
You have to.
This is mine. I'm not gonna just turn it off because you want me to.
You have to!
But, okay, I get it. I get you're emotional. But, what are you gonna fucking do if we don't?
Did you do it?
This video did not age well. I assume this was made a while ago because, yes, this did not age well, considering the fact that TikTok didn't even have to take their platform down. Joe Biden came out as soon, like after the Supreme Court made their ruling, TikTok came out and said, look, it looks like we have to shut down on the 18th. And so unless we get like a very direct answer from Biden that says that we do not have to shut down, we're shutting down on the 18th. And Biden came out and gave a speech and said, they don't have to shut down. We are going to extend them into the Donald Trump presidency, and we will allow Trump to deal with it. We're not going to shut them down. So they can stay up, and then whenever Donald Trump gets in, he will decide when they have to shut down or if they have to shut down at all. We're not going to do it. We're going to let them deal with it. And TikTok said, that's not a direct enough answer for us. Sorry, we're shutting down. And then they shut down. So then I believe Biden had to like directly call them and say, hey, I said, you don't have to shut down. They're like, you're sure? We're not going to get in trouble if we go back up. Like, no. As I said, you can stay up. We'll let Biden deal with it. It's like, you did say that. But are you sure we're not going to get in trouble? It's like, you're not going to get in trouble. I'm the president. I can make this decision. I promise you. I would not tell you that you can stay up if you can't stay up, okay? Just stay up. You're fine. Just chill. They're like, okay, fine. And then they went back up. So yeah, this is obviously when they didn't even have to shut down. This guy's making it sound they're like, we're going to stay up. What are you going to do about it? That's obviously not what they actually did. They actually were like, oh, they're saying we can stay up, but I don't know. That's not concrete enough for us. We're afraid we're going to get in trouble, so we're just going to go ahead and shut down.
This button here, you want me to press that button? Turn it off. No. I said turn it off. Okay, so I thought about it. I thought about pressing that button, but then my finger decided no. I'm gonna do it. Dude, are you fucking crying?
So yeah, this did not age well. I have to assume he made this video before they just took it down. Because here he's acting like they're just not going to do anything about it if they stay up. So,
hey guys, so something is really suspicious, and I'm tagging a creator below who I think has figured out what might be happening. So I don't know if you've noticed, but every time you upload a video on this app, if you have Facebook Messenger, it's just been taking you to Facebook Messenger, which doesn't make any sense. This app should not be connected to Facebook Messenger. Those two things should not have a connection to each other.
Yeah, that's what I said. Short stack. They might apply it to the consumer. I don't know. I'm unaware. I'm pretty sure that's what I said.
I've never linked them together. There is no way they should be talking to each other, except they are. And I will show you the screen that pops up when I upload a video. I'm trying to cover all my friends' names, but this is the screen that pops up. And then it says at the top, visit TikTok to discover videos. At the top of my Messenger app.
I don't think you have to link them together. I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain that there's a, what is it called? API that exists. Am I saying that right? I think it's the API that gives them access to where if you click something like share video, it automatically pops up with like Facebook Messenger, Twitter, Discord, Instagram. Like it pops up with a ton of options for you to share the video. So I would assume, yeah, so like right here you go. Send to friends. There's WhatsApp, there's Facebook, there's Telegram, Twitter, LinkedIn, Reddit, Pinterest, like email. There's already all of these things. So I don't know. I don't know that you have to give them access each time, but I know for some things you do have to give them access. I would assume that it's only once you click to like say send or something like that, that maybe then it'll ask for access to your friend group or something. I'm not sure.
Why is Facebook owned by Meta telling me to go to TikTok. You guys, something has happened. I think there might have already been a merger. I think maybe all of this is just theater because something weird is happening. These two apps should not be talking to each other.
I don't think that that's all that weird. Am I crazy? Does anybody else know? It doesn't work well, Dank, but TikTok allows you to advertise shitty products. Yeah, I don't really know how it works. So I believe that the way that like the TikTok store works is that they will put things in the store, and then if you're a content creator, you can just go and find it in the store, and then you are able to advertise that on your TikTok channel. And then if you get people to go to that app and click on that item, they will give you a percentage of the sale. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. And so tons of TikTok creators literally end up making their entire channel just a sales section for TikTok. That's their whole channel. Their whole channel is nothing but sales for TikTok. And then they'll even take their videos that are supposed to be advertisements for TikTok shop, and then they will pay for TikTok to boost that video to where more people get it because they feel like they're going to get more of a return if more people see it because they're doing well enough just by selling stuff from the store. So, and then on top of that, they also get paid for the amount of views that they get on the videos. And so there's, it's a pretty good deal. But I assume, I think that's how it works. And I think the TikTok deal is that they're exactly like Temu and everything else, just selling it through TikTok.
And as happy as I would be to keep this app, I don't want Zuck to own it. I don't want this to become Meta. Why would they sell the algorithm? I am baffled by this. I don't understand. It's gonna ruin it. All right.
So yeah, they're all very upset about the possibility of Meta buying TikTok.
Us learning Mandarin is literally our Boston Tea Party, and I love that so much for us.
So us learning Mandarin is literally our Boston Tea Party, and I love that so much for us. So this is them talking about the fact that they're all moving over to the other app because they believe that Meta is buying TikTok. And so all of them are now learning Mandarin to understand what's going on Rednote so that they can protest TikTok and Meta because they all hate Mark Zuckerberg so much. And for the most part, lots of these people hate Mark Zuckerberg for one of two reasons. And it's funny because they're all coming together on their hatred of Mark Zuckerberg. Everybody, left and right, they are all coming together on their hatred of Mark Zuckerberg. But they're for opposite reasons. One side hates Mark Zuckerberg because they believe that he has admitted to censoring Americans on his platform for the Biden administration and for political reasons. It's same with like the Hunter Biden laptop. They believe that he has admitted to trying to help Biden steal the election. Whereas the other side is mad that he is making it sound like he did that and lying and appeasing Donald Trump. So now we have two sides that are coming together on their hatred of Mark Zuckerberg, but both of them are mad for opposite reasons. Because one side thinks, well, no, you should have censored people for the Biden administration and just for America in general. You ought to have censored COVID misinformation. And now that you're lying to make it sound like a narrative that aligns with Donald Trump's narrative, now we know you're a fucking sellout and we hate your fucking guts. Whereas the other side is like, he's finally admitting that he did this for the Biden administration, which means he's a fucking piece of shit. And so yes, that is, they're both coming coming together on their hatred for Zuck. That's just completely opposite reasons here.
Like, they really thought that we were going to go move on to Meta, and we said, nope, we'd actually just rather learn Mandarin. And actually, we're going to use TikTok earbuds to do it before y'all take away our app. You know what? Hell yeah. How patriotic are we? Slay. I'm also on Red Note. My profile picture is a piece of cheese, so us learning Mandarin.
TikTok, I have one question, and you better not lie. Did you sell TikTok to Meta? Why is my Facebook asking me if I want to link my TikTok account? Quickly. TikTok, I have one question.
How to make sure Mark Zuckerberg has a really bad day. Meta makes their money from advertisers, and when they can serve you targeted ads, they're going to be more effective and they're going to give Meta more money. So the first thing you need to do is go into your settings, search Facebook, make sure this is off. The same thing for Instagram if you still have these apps. Next, we're going to get rid of all of the info they have collected about you. Go into your Facebook settings, scroll all the way down to the bottom, start with off Facebook activity. Down here with the manage future.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
What? Why did Facebook just create a TikTok? Facebook. And people are also saying that on Facebook you could link your TikTok as well. Mark Zuckerberg. Or what do people call it? Mark Zuckerberg?
What is it called? It's not API. API is your... API has to do with like intellectual property, right? Maybe what is it? What am I thinking of? Nobody's helping me here. I've asked this question like 3 or 4 times now, and absolutely nobody has responded to me. But what is it? It's when you merge like what 2 platforms can see from each other. It is API? Okay, it is API. Okay. Okay, so yeah. So like one of the things that's like really frustrating is when when Elon Musk bought Twitter, he made it to where every time you post a post from Twitter, nobody can see what the post is. They have to click the link. So when you would link it, it would not pop up with a preview of the post. It didn't do that. They took that away. That was API. That's them giving the information to Discord or to Facebook or to whatever it is, WhatsApp or your text messages, whatever it is. It's giving them the API for them to get a preview of that thing, right? So on top of that, before Elon Musk took over Twitter, we all had options for if we posted something on Twitter, it would automatically post that stuff in my Discord immediately. I had a bot that immediately posted stuff in there for everybody to see. So if you're in my Discord, you know that I have a socials section right here. And this socials section was always just auto-posting through a bot. And anytime, doesn't matter what I posted, it doesn't matter what it was. So here's Tweet Shift app, and then it just had like a profile picture of me. And it just took whatever my profile picture was on Twitter and just posted the post. And so yeah, it's like, here's a link, talking to Not So Erudite and Katie. There's the link. Here's if President Sunday is going to accuse me of sharing his info, then I might as well do it for real. His real name is Kentavious Brown. Do as you will with that information. And so yeah, it's automatically just posting my entire post, and you can go and click on it to actually see the real tweet. Whereas you can see that eventually that stopped, and I didn't realize for a long time that it stopped. So I thought this entire time all of my posts were getting posted. So here's 11/23/2023 is when I came in here and posted something from Instagram and realized that Twitter was not auto-posting anymore, and it stopped at 6/28/2023. That's the last time it shared one of my tweets. And so that's API, is that it's giving this bot access to go and post your Twitter posts. And then this is also API, where you get a preview of the actual post. So this is Discord getting the API to post it. So the bot gets access to the API, and then Discord gets access to the API. Twitter, since Elon Musk took over, made it to where you have to pay for API. That's the only way you can get it, is if you pay for the API. And so they eventually changed it to where you could get the preview. So that's a more recent update, is where now you can see the preview of the tweet. So now, like Discord and other apps get the preview. They get access to some of the API. But my bots still do not auto-post my tweets as of right now, meaning that you still have to pay for that API. So it's very annoying, because pretty much all platforms make their API free and very easily accessible and even automatic, whereas Twitter is the first one to try to make you pay for the API.
Sucker bitch. I'm sorry. And how do you have 373,000 followers? I'm confused. Facebook knows something. Facebook is probably trying to buy TikTok, like they try to buy Snapchat. And look at them. Because Instagram was on here for a while, but they haven't posted. Videos haven't posted yet. Huh. Interesting. Because, yeah. Excuse me. What is this?
Excuse you.
I just told you that Facebook just created their own TikTok account the day before it gets banned. What did you tell me?
This was the plan the entire time. That's why everybody bought stock in Meta. Because Facebook is going to fucking merge with TikTok and the stock price is going to skyrocket. And again, the American people get fucking over and over and over again by politicians in office. Like, this is insider trading right here. This was the fucking plan all along.
I just told you that Facebook just created their
Yeah, so this is how most conspiracy theories get started, is correlation equals causation. We see two things aligning in time. And so because they align in time, we're going to assume what is happening. We're going to make assumptions as to why they align in time. And it is just the majority of conspiracy theories today are just, well, if a bunch of people own Meta stock and TikTok is getting banned, and we think Meta might be the ones who are buying TikTok, we think that all of these Congress members are trying to force TikTok to sell by banning it so that they can all make more money on the sale. Wait till he finds out about Pelosi's stock portfolio. Well, that's, again, Pelosi's stock portfolio is not either. I'm pretty sure you and I talked about this the other day, that like everybody brings up Pelosi's stock portfolio as this like thing that is like always on, always correct, always making money. When you go look at it, first off, it's not Pelosi's, it's her husband's. Second, like, it's not Nancy Pelosi's, it's her husband's. And then thirdly, it is it isn't making more money than like the average. Like, it's not doing anything that's like out of the norm. So like everybody tries to use it as this like great example of insider trading, and then you go look at it and it's obviously not insider trading, because you can look at what like the average is for people making money on these accounts, and yeah, it's just not outside of the norm. It's pretty standard. So yeah, there's been tons and tons of analysis done on this, but what people who don't understand these things, they will just see the money and that there's people making money, and then they'll say, well, because they could have inside information, we're going to assume they have inside information. And again, this is the conspiracy where you just see correlation equals causation. That's all you see. And then you just jump to conclusions from there. But again, there's nothing out of the ordinary happening there. So you would have to see something that is different from what happens with other people who don't have that inside information. And when you don't see anything different, there's no reason to believe something different is happening. But people aren't going to do that. They're not actually going to double check their conspiracy to see if it actually aligns with reality. They'll never do that. They will just see that there is a correlation, and because of the correlation, that's that. It is what it is. They believe it, and now they're going to run with it. And now, yes, you guys will all run around repeating stuff about the Pelosi portfolio when it's just not anything special.
If you're the U.S. government, stop scrolling.
If you're the U.S. government, stop scrolling. Shit. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Fuck, yes. Let's go.
You can't take that from millions of people.
That's the best argument I've seen yet. That is the best argument that I've seen yet. At least we have somebody who's finally making sense. If she had just put her ass like right up in the camera at the end, that would have sealed the deal. That would have been end of argument. End of argument. Take that to the Supreme Court. So yeah, that's the majority of the stuff. I think there's let's see, I think I have a couple more that didn't make it in here. Oh yeah, here's one.
How sure are you guys of the ban? Because if TikTok's actually getting banned, I will put my butthole directly in line with the lens and upload a video and just go to bed. How sure?
This is what made me like I listened to the Supreme Court arguments. I listened to the arguments from the DOJ and from the Attorney General. I listened to the arguments from the senators. And I was leaning towards it should be banned. I was leaning in that direction. You guys saw me go over all this stuff. You heard my thoughts on this. That's the direction I was leaning. It sounds like it should be banned, but I'm not fully convinced. This convinced me it should be fully banned. This convinced me. If girls are going to put their full buttholes up on the fucking screen, I want it to be banned. I want to see those buttholes. I want the buttholes. American government, if you do not do this for us, I am jumping off supporting you guys. That will be enough for me to realize that you guys are against American interest. That will be enough for me to realize you guys are 100% not doing things that are in my best interest and not doing the things that I want. You represent me. And I want buttholes. Okay? So come on. Come on. Oh, this isn't related, but this is just fucking dope. What the fuck, bro? That was the ceiling a minute ago. That was the ceiling just a second ago, dude. What the fuck, bro? What the hell?
So, are you Chinese? No. So you are Chinese? No. No. Is that how they pronounce yes in Chinese?
No, I'm Singaporean.
Sifu, we're not asking about your sexual orientation, okay? We're asking if you are indeed Chinese. What? No, Singapore is a country. Hey, I ain't judging. Some people like countries and some people like dictaries. What we want to know is if you are in fact a member of the Chinese Communist Party. Senator, I'm trying to tell you, I'm from Singapore. It's a nation like United States. Okay, and what language do Singapingers speak?
Singapingers.
Mandarin. I knew it, the same language.
So this is the argument here is that they're trying to wrongly accuse TikTok of being Chinese when really it's based in Singapore. The problem is that yes, TikTok has one base that's in Singapore and they have one that's in Los Angeles. So I don't know why they picked Singapore and not Los Angeles, but they have one that's in Los Angeles, one that's in Singapore. But they are owned by ByteDance, which is based in China, Hong Kong, and I think it's just China and Hong Kong, actually. Yeah, I believe that they're based in China and Hong Kong. Yeah, China and Hong Kong. So yeah, to say like, well, they're strawmanning TikTok to act as though they're based in China, but really it's Singapore. They just happen to speak the same language. Well, that's not the same thing. That's Tom thought the CEO was Chinese. Wait, the CEO of what? I don't know. I didn't say anything about the CEO. What are you talking about? I didn't say the CEO was Chinese. What are you talking about? Of TikTok? I never said the CEO of TikTok was Chinese. What are you talking about? Last stream, I didn't say that. I don't know anything about the CEO. I've never looked anything up on the CEO. What are you talking about?
We're looking at TikTok. We may be banning TikTok.
Y'all forgot about this, didn't you? Yeah, Trump could save TikTok, but he also helped create this mess in the first place. That is until he realized he could be a star on the app and then was convinced that being pro-TikTok would help him sway young voters in the last election.
Yeah, the caller that I talked to about this was just you and Infallible Fowl. Those are the only two people that I talked to about this, and I didn't talk about the CEO. I don't know. I never looked up anything on the CEO, whether or not they were Chinese or not Chinese or anything else. It was just never relevant. But so we have this is like a bunch of the stuff is about like protesting Meta, protesting the government, but then we have these videos
for the
as well.
TikTok ban, companies are shutting down, and I don't know what the fuck Dude Wipes is doing. They're giving away 1, 2, 3, 4, not 5, but 6 of these for only $14, and these are typically $40 if you walk to a store.
So now you get a bunch of information on. Now you get a bunch of it, like a bunch of videos selling stuff from the TikTok shop, and so that's.
TikTok is being banned tomorrow on January 19th, and here's what we're doing. We, the users of this TikTok app, are switching to the new Chinese app, Rednote. We chose this app because of its similarities to TikTok. The only problem is that the majority of the app is spoken in Chinese, which is why I got these translating headphones. These over-the-ear headphones translate over 140 different languages in real time, so you and I will be able to understand everything going on in the new app with no problem. And with TikTok being banned, companies are basically just giving their products away, which is
So yeah, it's just a new way for people to sell stuff. They're always very good at like trying to include this crap in their sales.
4.5 years. I have posted a video on this app every single day for the past 4.5 years. It didn't matter whether I was sick, had a death in the family. I came to work every single day. And unless a miracle happens by tonight, this app's going to go dark tomorrow. It'll be my first day in 4.5 years not posting here. And if it does go dark tomorrow, hopefully it'll only last a few days and then get some things figured out and we'll be back up and running. And if not, TikTok will be a thing of the past, just a distant memory. And if it is a distant memory, or even if it does come back in a few days, I want my last message on this app to be this. And I hope it reaches the right people. Senator Tom Cotton and all the other politicians that were hell-bent on getting rid of this app. Congrats. You did it.
Yeah, see, this is part of my issue, is that I feel bad for anybody losing their jobs, for losing income. You know, they have money coming into this app. I totally get it. I understand. It sucks. 100%. Totally get it. But again, when you're making videos like this saying, look how much this sucks, not you're making the wrong decision, here's your reasoning, here's why your reasoning is incorrect. Like, that's you. If they are going to prioritize national security over your money, you either have to say, here's why you shouldn't prioritize national security over my ability to make money, or you should say, well, here's why you're wrong that this is even a national security issue in the first place, or, you know, something of the sort. You have to make some arguments against what it is they're saying, but they don't. Instead, it's purely just appeals to emotion. I have not seen one, not one, and I probably saw like 100 videos about this. I have not seen a single video arguing against the reasoning. And so I'm probably going to make a video just kind of like going over all of these and kind of explaining why none of them really make sense. How bad do you feel for them? Especially for somebody like him, I believe his entire livelihood is going through TikTok. Like, tons of people just started making funny videos, and over time were capable of supporting their entire lifestyle on the app. And so they went and quit their jobs and then just started uploading tons of videos every single day to this. And so, yeah, they're at a lot of people are at the point where they don't have anything else. They invested everything into this app. That's fucking horrible. That sucks. You're not getting like any sort of 401k. You're not getting any sort of, you're not getting any like money to retire on or anything. It's just cutting it off in a way that makes it to where, yeah, you had no way to even plan for this.
All that time, effort, and energy that you put into banning TikTok, destroying a lot of Americans.
That's why you pivot or diversify. I was going to say, for the people who are the most popular, I highly doubt that they're actually putting all of their content into one basket. I would assume that most of them have already been posting on Instagram, have already been posting on YouTube Shorts, Twitter, things like that, that they're trying to get their content out in as many places as possible, because this is what I do is, yes, I have content going out on Instagram, TikTok. I used to put it on Facebook as well, but I have too many strikes on there to even attempt to post on there anymore. Twitch, banned on Twitch, so not putting it there anymore. Kick, YouTube, you want to put it on a bunch of different platforms to try to get, to try to spread your content out as much as possible. And yeah, it's just the easiest way to make sure that you're building up as many platforms as possible, so that if you get banned on one, you still have others to lean on. And it makes it so that you're able to funnel people in one direction. So if I start building a lot of people on Twitter, well, I'm telling those people on Twitter to go follow me on YouTube and subscribe to me on YouTube. If I get a bunch of people on TikTok, I'm telling them to go follow me on YouTube. I'm telling them to watch me on YouTube. Like everywhere else, I'm using those as ways to funnel people in one direction. But all of these people were funneling all of those people to their TikToks. And so their TikToks are going to be the ones that were most beneficial for them.
Small businesses, stifling free speech. Now that you've accomplished your goals here, why don't you take that same time, effort, and energy and put it into getting rid of child porn off the internet once and for all? Fixing the opioid crisis in this country.
I don't know. This is what I'm talking about. It's like, again, like I feel bad for them, but they're telling them, why don't you guys attempt to go do things that you're already doing? Why don't you guys go and start putting money into things that you're already putting a lot of money into? Why don't you guys start voting on things that you've been voting on for the last 30, 40 years? Like, it's just a bunch of people who have no idea what the government actually does. And then when the government does something that they don't like, they don't know why the government did it. So they just know that they're mad at the government. That's it.
fixing the homeless veterans problem in this country.
I like this guy. He's hilarious. So I don't want to hate on him too much. I mean, he got 7.2 million views on this video, and he really is a really funny guy. And so yeah, I don't want to hate on him too much, like he's an idiot or anything, because yeah, I don't think he is. I think he's fucking hilarious. But I was gonna say there's a couple of videos that I think of when I see him. There's like a couple that I think of first, and there's one that I'm looking for here, where he has a ladder in the background. No. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see it. Well, never mind. Anyway, so yeah, so that's the stuff that I've got on TikTok right now. Probably gonna make a video just kind of combating a lot of the misinformation and the stuff that's being said here, and just kind of explaining it to people who don't seem to understand. Now, I know that lots of times when we make videos like this, where we're saying a lot of people are just making appeals to emotion, so they don't seem to understand. I understand that lots of people do understand, and they are just they're just making appeals to emotion because that's the thing that will get people the most riled up. That will get the most views. But I don't think that that's the majority of people. I don't think the majority of people are making a conscious decision to make illogical arguments and are saying, well, if I make an appeal to emotion instead of an appeal to logic, I'm going to get a lot more views and get a lot more people riled up about this thing. I don't think that that's the majority of people making conscious decisions to do that. So I'm not, while I understand that that is a large portion of people, I don't think that that's anywhere near the majority of folks. So I'm still gonna make the video.
I thought the same thing.
Oh,
listen, did you know that there's more trees?
Oh shit, dude. Oh my goodness. Woo!
I thought the same thing. Listen, did you know that there's more trees on Earth than there are stars in the Milky Way? Now you do.
She's giving a guy a massage. She's massaging his shoulders. It's fucking wild, dude.
This you? Holy Moses on a rocket-powered pogo stick. We thought the same thing. Listen, did you know that Bristol, Tennessee is closer?
This is a lot of his fucking videos. They're fucking hilarious. They're good. Good shit.
Tell me you white without telling me you white.
Oh, this is easy.
This is what I was looking
Can't
for.
have that. Long neck, ice cold beer never broke my heart. Like a diamond rings and football teams. That'll do it. Y'all come back now, you hear?
Tell me you white.
I don't know if most of you internet people understand this, because you guys have never met a black person before. But for those of us who have met black people before and have been inside of their houses, all of them have beeps. All black people's houses. I don't care if we're talking about wealthy, poor, super wealthy, like billionaires. Doesn't matter. Their house is beeping, and it's beeping because they haven't changed out the batteries in their smoke detectors. All of them. All of their houses have a beep. It is just a fact. He could easily do this content on Insta Reels, isn't it? Yeah, but again, we're like, whether or not you're actually going to get discovered on Instagram is a different story. So you can have really good content, but TikTok has the best algorithm for small content creators to get discovered, whereas Instagram is by far majority celebrities. It's all celebrities. It is like all fucking celebrities. It is not making it super easy for smaller content creators to get discovered. So if you're on TikTok, what you're doing is sending people over to Instagram to follow you over there as well, but like you're not normally getting discovered through Instagram. There's not a lot of people who just get found through Instagram. Unless you're either a celebrity or you're a hot babe. Those are the two things that people are looking for on Instagram. So, but all right, back to the inauguration.
Instead of no, that was because he repealed Roe v. Wade. That was I'm absolutely convinced.
You're going all the way. Okay, you're going all the way.
No, I think that was absolutely all right. Second chance. Yeah, second chance.
I mean, speaking of second chances, I will say that it is rare, and I think this is the rare moment, and this is why I think that we should approach this with a lot of excitement and encouragement, but also some trepidation, because God doesn't give countries second chances very often.
Oh, that's right.
And this is a second chance for the country. If you had told me 4 years ago that Donald Trump would re-enter office with a Republican majority in the House, in the Senate, and with sometimes 6 votes on the Supreme Court, I would have said, you're out of your mind. That's crazy what you're saying to me right now, given the sort of political situation in the United States 4 years ago. And the fact that God has given this opportunity, the American people have taken the opportunity to do this, it means that you can't blow the opportunity. Yeah. You cannot be distracted by the dumb kind of stuff that sometimes we get distracted by in political, like the meme coins or the TikToks. Like, just do the thing. Do the thing. That's the opportunity. Grab the thing. Do the thing, and the American people are going to be grateful for it. All they want is some sense of solidity in an ever more chaotic.
Donald Trump did grab the thing. He was very sure to let us know in his first campaign for president that he does grab them by the thing.
Chaotic world. Yeah. And God giving us the second chance, like, if it's not seized, I don't think God takes kindly to people who don't take their second chance.
I think also on the right we have this responsibility to keep our fringes out of the center, the Jew haters and the women haters and the black haters. I think we just got to say no. I know there's going to be moments when they get the clicks, when they get the attention. We got to just turn our backs on them, because our party has always been the party of liberty and justice for all. It should remain that way. We don't need to hate anybody. We can actually do everything we need to do without letting those people in.
And something that's very encouraging is, for every, if people spend too much time on Twitter, one will think that the country is in a rather bad place.
Yeah, good point.
But, you look at Trump himself. He does not really entertain fringes, hateful people, anything like that. Trump, as we've been saying now for 20 minutes, Trump really has grabbed the normal. Trump, he's kind of like the normie president.
I actually think this is a terrible. The ascension of Donald Trump is a terrible defeat for the sort of pseudo-fascist voices on the far right, the anti-Semitic and racist voices on the far right. They've had a lot of prominence online in the last 4 years.
Totally, yeah. So when we had the, Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, where it was all alt-righters showing up there, which alt-righters at the time were the neo-Nazis in America. The alt-right as a group, as an organization, as a following, as a movement, doesn't really exist anymore. But when it did, they all met up in Charlottesville with their tiki torches, chanting, the Jews will not replace us in blood and soil. And now, right after, Donald Trump said that there's very fine people on both sides, and said that they weren't neo-Nazis because they didn't identify as neo-Nazis. And then he had a dinner with Nick Fuentes, who is like the biggest white nationalist and neo-Nazi leader in America today. He has consistently associated him with people like Laura Loomer, who is also a avowed white nationalist and has been arguing against H-1B visas recently, saying that she doesn't want people who aren't of white European stock coming into the country because only white Europeans have built America, that anybody who's not a white European, that only white Europeans have ever done anything of note within America. And so I would say that Donald Trump is actually he is the only president to give them this much limelight since the KKK. He is the one who has given them the most limelight, and it has given them the most justifications to be leaders within our country and on the right. America is the people, not an ideology. So cool. So cool. Who is this over here? This isn't Daily Wire, is it? No, it doesn't look like it. I can't tell who that is, but that looks like what we got, like ABC over here, I guess. I'm not sure.
Told by sources at the blame he has gotten for Donald Trump's eventual return to the White House. And one thing importantly that President Biden has been absolutely consistent about is his belief that had he stayed in the race and how the presidency is a Jimmy Carter, James here on not a person who will be remembered. President Trump right now is leaving the White House.
Oh, damn, we missed him getting there. I thought that this was going to be him walking in. Shit. Yeah, we watched the vice president get there, so I was looking for the president getting there as well, but... All right.
He's getting ready to enter.
Oh, there's Zuckerberg. There's, crap, I forget his name. There's Bezos. I can't remember this guy's name. It's I believe he's the one who's married to Trump's daughter, right?
Joe Biden is guiding him out and being left behind by both President Trump and history itself. He will be quickly forgotten. Joe Biden is not a person who will be remembered kindly by history. Donald J. Trump getting in the car. It is an amazing moment. Getting ready to go over to the Capitol building to be inaugurated for the second time. Only the second non-consecutive president in the history of the United States. The consolidate around as if there were to be some sort of economic downturn.
We're seeing the arrival of vice presidents into the rotunda. Vice President Pence walking in right now. It may have been Dan Quayle.
It was Dan Quayle.
Vice President Dan Quayle walked in right before him. So Ben's prediction that this would not begin promptly. So far, there's still a chance.
A minute 37?
Yeah, we have a minute. They've only got to get a handful. I mean, Carter, they're not going to wheel out Carter anymore.
I'm playing Daily Wire's commentary with the Associated Press's video. So there's Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton.
The one and only President Clinton.
President and her husband.
Can you imagine just how terrible it is to be Hillary Rodham Clinton? Like, you're the person who ushered Donald Trump into power, and then you lost to him, and then Joe Biden, who you really don't like, won in 2020, and then he lost to him.
That's
and you
right.
this entire time have gotten to just be whiny. Like, that's been your entire career has just been whining.
By the way, do you know that
amazing.
If Joe Biden had remained on the ticket, Barack Obama would still have a lot more political power than he does.
Yeah.
He played such an enormous card only to be defeated.
I agree with Biden that he would have done better than Kamala, even after the debate, even with the dementia. I think so.
I do too.
You do?
I don't think.
No way, dude. No way.
It's hard to do
No
worse.
way, bro. There's no way.
You know, I think that it's hard for me to say that he would have done better. I think that
That's so stupid. Like by any like metric, he would not have done. Like you can go look at the data, you can go look at the polling, you can go look at the funding, you can go look at the donations, you can go look at the debate performances, you can go look at everything, and it is just obvious that he would have done way worse than Kamala Harris. Way, way, way worse. This is so stupid. Yeah, Jared Kushner. That's what I was trying to think of. Thank you.
Moment recently was at the funeral of Jimmy Carter, where he came out and slapped Obama in the stomach. I thought, I missed that guy. I'm sorry.
I mean, I have to say that Republican presidents tend to be normies.
Yes.
W was a normie.
He was a normie.
And the thing about Trump is that he's weird on social media, but we all know Donald Trump.
He's the guy at the end of the bar. Yeah.
I'm starting to think maybe the other day we spent a long time talking about who is the TTS voice on TikTok, and I'm starting to think maybe it's Ben Shapiro. It does kind of sound like him. I think that you guys are really overblowing this entire situation. It really does kind of sound like Ben Shapiro.
Like his type. Let's put it that way. But you know, when I saw Michelle wasn't going to come, I said, okay, well, it happens. She didn't go to Carter's funeral, but that was really weird to see him walk down alone.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was really weird that she wasn't at Carter's funeral.
Yes.
Yeah. Truly.
No, she signed out. She checked out.
She's had it. Yeah.
She's like, I'm done. I don't like any of these people. I'm done.
Yeah.
You know, more power to her.
Yeah. Well, she signed out, but the question is, of what has she signed out?
Yeah.
And now we're awaiting the arrival of our current president for only a few moments longer, Joe Biden.
Might take a while.
Yeah.
Oh, well, here come the Supreme Court.
Oh, the Supreme Court judge.
Okay.
Chief Justice Roberts.
Boo.
Kavanaugh.
Alito.
Yay.
Yay.
Hey, there's a Clarence Thomas.
Thomas, yep.
Yeah.
Sonia
Gorsuch.
Sotomayor, Kagan, Gorsuch, yeah.
Only a few more moments before we see Donald Trump enter the rotunda, and a few more moments means you still have time to head over to Daily Wire Plus and take advantage of our limited offer, 47% off of an annual membership if you use promo code 47 at checkout. We're thankful to all of our Daily Wire members. 65,000 people watching concurrently right now at Daily Wire Plus. It's a wonderful experience. We've just launched new technology, a new app, and it's probably the best place to catch this content now. That's never been true before, but we're really proud of this new technology that we've rolled out.
It's kind of interesting to see these tech guys, Elon Musk and Cook from Apple. You know, it's a new generation of barons. You know, it's a new generation.
Well, there's also something
I was going to say this is kind of a newer thing from them, is that they're covering things live. That's not something that Daily Wire has been capable of doing in the past. So they have taken like a big step up in the news world and doing things a bit closer to what it is that like real mainstream media organizations are capable of doing. So they are taking a step up.
He ascends to be the most powerful man on planet Earth. I think you probably kissed the ring in that circumstance.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe we overreacted just a little bit,
But I mean,
Mr. President.
you know, business is good, right? Business is good for America. These guys have built some of the most beautiful businesses in the world, and you know, it's great they're coming around.
The businesses that they've built have great power to do good.
Yeah, and what I want from them is some acknowledgement that what they are doing now is a permanent shift in the wind, and doesn't shift back 2 years from now.
Impossible all the time. That's not very
No, I think honestly, I think one of the ways that they do that is actually doing public appearances with people on the right.
No, all right.
They refuse to.
I fucked up. I messaged YouTube support a little while ago to talk to them about the problems that I've been having with the Shorts chat, and then I started on the conversation about TikTok and just totally forgot that I was in the middle of a conversation with YouTube support. And so I just now went back and saw, and they like an hour ago, like were like, so it looks like you're not here anymore. They sent me like 6 messages in a row. Are you still there? Did you leave? Are we still connected? Like, we may have been disconnected, or you may have walked away. So we're just going to go ahead and end this now. Fuck, dude. Damn it.
And you shall be delegated to Gaul. You'll now have that.
If I could get Court of St. James, I might be willing to
Well.
go. I don't know. I'm a married man.
Court of St. James.
That's the best one,
yeah.
you know?
What are you talking about?
It used to be when England was England.
That's right.
Now, I'm not sure you want to go
that
off
was
it.
like
Mega, make Europe great again.
You
or
know,
just start by making England great again.
That could really happen. This
I agree.
right-wing movement across the West is so encouraging.
Our colleague, Dr. Jordan Peterson, plans to devote much of the next 4 years to that particular fight.
Really?
Yes.
I
He
did
thinks there's a
spend-
real opportunity in Europe.
I spent some of last night. I saw.
Javier Milei was here.
Milei showed up. That's good.
My boy.
Yeah.
Love me some Milei.
He's doing great. He's doing fantastic.
It's unbelievable what he's doing. What he's doing is insane. He actually has them in the black.
Now,
crazy.
what I
There's
want to know is,
Elon
did my
Musk.
favorite Latin American strongman make it? Nayib Bukele?
There's the-
I believe he is coming.
Ivanka and
Bukele
Jared
is coming.
Kushner.
And my personal favorite Latin
There's
American
the
strongman,
Trump's
Justin Trudeau.
sons on either side of Ivanka and
Wow, we really
Kushner.
just teed it up.
Why
man.
is-
That's
why
right
is-
there out of the
That's
park.
great.
Never mind.
It's a little strange for Elon to be down here when he's getting ready to be inaugurated. He should be backstage. Yeah, it's a little odd. I don't think I've seen any of them do that before.
Across the world tend to get elected at kind of the same time.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to bode well for Europe. I mean, the right-wing movements in France, in Spain, with the Vox Party, in France with the National Rally, in Germany with both AfD and the Center Democratic Union. Like there is something happening, and it is a revolt of the people against the elitist nonsense that said you can open up your borders endlessly and hand out cash like it's candy while becoming weaker and weaker in the world.
That was Germany's third try. They finally destroyed Europe. You know that. Two shots, and they figured this one out.
It's okay. France is on the 5th by now.
My condolences on the final day of the U.S. First Republic. It's okay. France is on the 5th by now. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Okay. What is SEK? Is that $5? I don't remember. What is 50 SEK? 453. Okay. So I rounded the other one up as well, so we'll do 19 for that one. Thank you, Short Stack. Appreciate it, homie. Let's get some thumbs upsies on Short Stack's dono.
But even alternative for Deutschland, you know, the AfD party, and the lesbian libertarian leader who thinks that Hitler was a communist. She is a far-right leader, I'm Who knew?
First Lady Jill Biden walking into
Dr. Jill Biden.
Oh, man, I thought I'd seen the last of Doug Emhoff, and he's still there.
I apologize, Dr.
Jill.
Dr. Doug Emhoff. There he is.
There he is. The worst Jew in America, Doug Emhoff.
Wait,
I cannot
he's Jewish?
stand that guy. I cannot stand that guy.
I'm sorry to hear he's a Jew. I didn't realize you.
Who's the autistic comedian that always does like tons of jokes? He does like he'll do like rap battles on his podcast and crap like that. What's his name? Does anybody know who I'm talking about? He's actually pretty funny. Glassman. Yes, Glassman. Have you guys seen that I'm a doctor thing? This is it, but I want to make sure I'm getting like the full video. Shit. Yeah, I want the full thing.
The
morning to the Glassman party. My name is Karina. How may I assist you?
Karina, first, it's Dr. Glassman, and second, how are you?
I'm good, and you, Dr. Glassman?
Been in Vegas for the weekend, getting away from the wife and kids, and of course all the surgeries. Since I'm here with the boys and we're looking for like extra time, we saw Carrot Top tonight. We ordered a pizza and some soup. I was wondering if we could get a late checkout.
One moment, please. My name is Alyssa. How may I assist the Glassman party?
First, I wanted to let you know it's Dr. Glassman.
Dr. Glassman, I apologize.
No, please. I'm on break with my boys.
They always say it's Dr. Glassman, but then as soon as you like correct yourself, you're like, oh, I'm so sorry, Dr. Glassman. No, please, please. Anyways, and then yes, anytime you don't call them Dr. Glassman, they'll correct you anyways. But then then you're like, oh, I'm so sorry, and then you correct yourself. No, please, it's okay. It's like if it was okay, you wouldn't keep fucking correcting me, dude. Come on.
Getting away from the wife, the kids, cutting into people's shoulders. I'm a doctor. We got to get home tomorrow because I got an early call, knee deep inside this 13-year-old boy. Since I don't have to be home until the evening, maybe we could sleep in. Doctor needs his rest. Do you think we could check out around 5 p.m.?
Dr. Glassman, I do apologize. We cannot extend anything beyond our standard checkout time of 12 p.m.
Maybe this will change your mind. I'm putting a $20 bill on the phone.
So I was able to go ahead and secure a 12:30 p.m.
I appreciate that. Only in Vegas.
Good morning to the Glass.
So he keeps saying that he's putting money on top of the phone, and he keeps putting more and more money on top of the phone until eventually she's like, okay, hold on 1 second. And then she goes and checks with her supervisor and then comes back and says, okay, they said that you can stay 30 more minutes. He's like, all right, let's go, dude. And yeah, he does keep correcting her on the whole thing. Tom Foolery show, PF Young posted his response to the neo-Nazi debate with Destiny. Oh boy. Yeah, I thought about inviting him on to talk to him about it, but yeah, I don't know. I think I would rather talk to him about the first meeting that they had instead of this one. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we'll take a look at the video later.
You could hear maybe somebody saying a prayer or something, and be like, "Oh yeah, well that makes sense." But
I don't think so. They're all talking to each other.
Yeah, it's probably just all falling apart on me. All my plans end this way.
Baron is like Nikola Jokic.
Yeah,
he's dominating everybody.
Oh my
It's
God!
amazing.
Last night I
love
was talking to Gorka and Cal. I'm sorry.
Gorka's a giant too.
Calvin Robinson. I felt like a munchkin.
I didn't even see Calvin.
Yes, you know he shaved off that afro. I talked to him for 20 minutes. It was when he walked away. I went, oh, that's Calvin Robinson.
Our friends from the Blaze were at the parties last night. We were at the TPUSA gala last night. All five of us, I believe, and Dr. Peterson, and our buddies Glenn Beck and Tyler Carden and Gaston Mooney, who are like giants.
Yeah,
they're all giants.
I know. We need to carry around apple boxes when we're around these Nordic,
Speak for yourself, guys.
Right.
And Red Walsh.
The problem is that Matt's actually a small forward, but in our lineup, he's the center. We're a very undersized team, right?
Yeah.
That's just what it is. Like it's a Jewish basketball team, basically.
You guys do make me feel very tall. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I did get home in time to watch your team get humiliated in the what was essentially the Super Bowl, because nobody can beat either of those teams.
We were at our fancy ball last night. And I was watching the game on the phone.
Yeah,
and I was watching.
Let's fucking go. Short stack goblin with the 100 SEK this time. Let's get
pizza
it.
game today. Bribe.
That is $9.06. Let's fucking go, dude. All right, so that's 28. So we just start the whole thing over at $3. Well done. Thank you, Short Stack Goblin, finishing us up on the first round. I probably should put on here somewhere if we're on the first or second round so that people can actually see where we're at. So what did I say we're on? $4? Thank you, sir. That is right, yeah. Yes, 29. Yep. Okay, cool. Thank you, sir. Well done. Let's get some thumbs ups over there on the dono.
Matt gets sadder and sadder as the night went on.
Last moment was
it was pretty. You know, I was watching Matt and watching his heart break, and we're in the loudest room in maybe the history of humanity.
Everyone's celebrating.
And it's just Matt dying inside. Yeah. I was like, this is the closing moment of his movie, right? Like the camera just pans out and it's Matt.
Oh no, pizza game. Oh, yeah. I actually pull up the. I actually started pulling up the game because everybody kept complaining that I was reacting to chat too much and that I was talking to chat too much and that they wanted to like get through certain sections of the content faster. So I was like, okay, I'll just start playing a game that'll keep me concentrated for longer, and then we won't have to worry about it anymore. And so yeah, that's why I used to play Slither. That's why I used to play Factorio. That's why now I play the paper game. But I guess I just pulled it up, so we'll hold off on it a little bit longer then. But yeah, it does help with the concentration for sure.
Out, all sad on the inside. Family reunion in Minneapolis. Right, like that's it. Like that's everything.
At
right?
the Mall of America.
At the Mall of America. Right? Like the hats are square and boxy, right? They don't actually fit your head properly. And the ties are too wide. And all the signs are in like Times New Roman font.
It's like it's hip to be square. It's like the 80s.
Yes, that's it. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. And so somebody was saying like, why are we playing God Bless America, God Bless the USA by Lee Greenwood for the 127th time? And it's like, because you know what? Most Americans actually like this kind of stuff.
They like it.
They kind of like this kind of stuff. It turns out that the aesthetic of the 1980s, we kind of like it. It turns out that Huey Newton, Huey Lewis was not wrong.
We like remembering.
I don't know about Huey Newton. But Huey Lewis was right.
We like remembering back to a time when our nation was still powerful and ascendant and confident. And our hope is that in Trump's second term, we're able to be that kind of.
And now we can all feel like Patrick Bateman, like, hey, left, you like Huey Lewis in the news?
I will say it is bizarre and surreal to walk around D.C. and everyone, everywhere, is a conservative, shouting other fans. It's like everywhere you go.
Such a change. And I'm looking forward to it because I live, right near here, and it's going to change everything about my actual existence. I love it,
And we were greeted as liberators.
Who's this guy?
I don't know. This is a close-up on this.
And where's his tie?
Where's his tie?
Yeah, that's
You're at the inauguration of the President of the United States. This is one of the things I. Who are you?
Oh, he's singing.
He's singing. Okay.
Oh,
I was about to say, I want to hear him sing.
You have to have an open throat.
Because I was going to say, that's very Italian of him. But that checks out. That actually works.
I don't even know what this is. He's wearing tennis shoes with his suit. I mean, I used to always wear tennis shoes with my suits, but to something like this, I would have worn dress shoes. I always would have worn. I have tons of really nice dress shoes that I would have been super excited to be able to wear. So yeah. but it's clear Fauci committed crimes. So true, dude. So true. He just totally clear. Man, so obvious. How could anybody disagree?
The Honorable Jackie Barber, the Clerk of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin F. McCumber, Mr. John Bessler, Mrs. Kelly Johnson, Mrs. Iris Weinschall Schumer, and Mrs. Jennifer Scalise. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr.
Let's fucking
and
go!
Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Davy Harris.
Yay, yay! That's my fucking dog. Going down in history as one of the most efficient and effective presidencies of all time. Dark Brandon. Motherfucking let's go, Brandon. They're playing audio from both of these to where we're getting echo. This is obnoxious. Stop it. Thank you. Shit. Oh my goodness, that was annoying.
Mr. Sean Keating. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance. The Vice President-elect of the United States.
What do you mean not at all? Yeah, by any metric, by any metric, Joe Biden's presidency was one of the most efficient and effective presidencies. They were able to get more legislation passed, whether they had the majority or a minority. They were still able to get tons and tons of legislation passed. They were still able to get tons and tons of stuff done. They were able to get, so many bills and so much money through and so many different packages done that all the shit that he was promising to do was very quickly achieved. He was able to get this stuff done with bipartisan consent. It was just very, very simple, very easy. He was very clear from day one that he wanted to work with both sides and that he wasn't going to make, everything a partisan issue of Republicans or Democrats, and that Republicans were very clear that they thought he was doing a very good job at including them in their in his decisions, including them in the processes, including them in what it is that they wanted. And so we can just go look at any stats on this and go over all the legislation that he got passed, and then you go look at what other people say was an efficient and effective presidency and Donald Trump's. And then when we put Donald Trump's first presidency next to Joe Biden's presidency, Donald Trump's is a fucking blip on the map next to Joe Biden's. And then as soon as I show that to people, they're like, well, yeah, that's because nobody would let him do anything. It's yes, that's the point, is that Joe Biden, somebody who had been in politics for a very long time, somebody who knew everybody, somebody who got along with Republicans throughout his entire period in presidency, period in government, that he was able to get a lot more done because he was not so stigmatizing. He wasn't always starting fights. He wasn't always such he wasn't a figure that everybody was super split on within government, that they were always, that he was always, willing to make compromise and willing to include everybody. And so, as soon as we show Donald Trump's next to Biden's, everybody's yeah, that's because nobody let him do anything. It's yeah, that's the point. That's the point, is that yes, he sucked at his job and he wasn't capable of doing anything, while he ran on being the guy who could make deals and was going to be the best at, the art of the deal and shit like that. He couldn't make any deals. He wasn't capable of getting anything done because he was too busy just talking shit about everybody and starting fights. So yeah, he even his own cabinet came out and said how much they hated him, how much they didn't like him. His entire cabinet endorsed Kamala Harris in the last election. Give me a break, dude. That's the worst thing you could possibly have happen is that your own cabinet from your first presidency endorses Kamala Harris instead of you. You couldn't imagine something worse. Those are the people who know you the most. They worked right next to you. They know you the best, and even they didn't want you to win the presidency. That's as bad as it gets. You cannot imagine anything worse than that. But Republicans, MAGA, they don't care. They're not going to pay attention to that. They don't care what the people who are closest to Donald Trump say. They don't care what the indictments say. They don't care what the courts have said. They don't care, about all of his lawyers coming out admitting to all the crimes they committed together and all. They don't care. There's no evidence that you could use to convince them of any of this stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Tom's using his own anecdotes. Okay, if you want to hop on after this, I will happily go over all of the... I didn't mention anecdotes. I was mentioning data at first. I mentioned data at first, and so, yeah, we can go over the data. If you're unaware, you can hop on, and we'll go over it together.
Please welcome the chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy.
Yeah, even though Donald Trump said that they were still coming after him just because the judge wanted to sentence him for the charges he had already been convicted of 3 months earlier. They charge him. They actually sentenced him 3 months later after he's been convicted, and Donald Trump blamed that on Joe Biden and said that Joe Biden wasn't engaging in a peaceful transition of power.
And you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them, I counted, and of course, the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders elevated by the will of the people promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day. A further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government. 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and to preserve as much as this
that's me.
of life,
Okay, hold on.
liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Okay, there we go.
Truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same. Our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice and prosper so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering
there are a bunch of protests outside today. There's a number of them currently going on. So there's one like this one.
Remembering
including occupied Gaza and occupied West Bank and our freed prisoners who yesterday were to demand a self-determination. And what that looks like is community control of the police, because we realize that the way things are set up right now, the police kill us with impunity, and there's nothing we can do about it, because we don't have accountability over the police, because we don't have power of our people.
We are here to tell those in the White House that they will see us everywhere they try to step on our people.
And if they try to stop TikTok.
Wisdom, you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens, that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever.
All right,
and
thank
ever.
you.
Amen.
Short stack.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings.
Yeah,
He gives wisdom to the wise.
I'll be going over
and
this.
knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump, that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still, that I may reason with you before the Lord. So, Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance to the same.
And allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the presidential oath of office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
6 liberation.
Yeah, that's totally it. That's I'm just stuck thinking about January 6th as always, you know.
Mr. Stanton with 3,000 tipped $40. Love you Tom, but Papa Trump is back. Fire. Triumphant face.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stanthaman, for the $40 tip. Let's fucking go. That covers all of the donos for the day. So well done. Thank you, Mr. Stanthaman. We have covered all goals. So yes, we will at least be streaming 8 hours today. Well done. But feel free to continue donating from here on out. Yeah, we do have another topic that we're going to get to after this that seems to be pretty big. So we are gonna be covering the thing next pretty soon.
My honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
I would assume all of the people who are already here care about this. That's why they're here.
Much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we are watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country.
Why wasn't the last one?
As our victory
What
showed,
happened
the
the last
entire
time?
nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor, we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that.
They're so excited that they won the second popular vote in like 40 years. or 60 years, something like that. Like, they think that
Today
now
I
the
will
country's
sign
heading in a
series
totally
of
different direction
historic
because
executive
they got
orders.
one, finally.
With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border.
But he did this in the last presidency. This is just a way to steal money from the emergency fund so that they can't go to things like wildfires and hurricanes. This is what he keeps doing. But then when the hurricane happens, he says that Biden and Kamala were stealing all the money from the emergency funds. And it turns out they never did that. They never did that. But he does keep doing it. He said that they were sending all the money to the border. He does that.
Illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy.
Oh, brother, that's going to get overturned by the Supreme Court. I don't know. I don't know why he's going to try it again. It's going to get overturned for sure.
Release. And I will send
And catch and
troops to
release is
the
already
southern
done away
border
with.
to repel the disastrous invasion of our country.
There's no invasion. Like, all the things that he's acting like he's going to get rid of are things that never existed or were already overturned.
Be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
They're not terrorist organizations, though, because they're not doing it for political or religious reasons.
Enemies Act of 1798.
What the hell?
I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities.
What are the political and religious reasons, then? If that's not true, what are they? Why would you turn around and post American flags and tell me what they are? What the hell?
Than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level
Here we go, Thomas Seething. I'm asking a question. He made a statement. I'm asking about his statement. That's not seething. I know that logic to you guys is a horrible thing, but normal men with testosterone, only they engage in that sort of thought process. So you would think it's seething. You only think with your emotions.
The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill.
A national emergency.
America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going
so
to
true,
use
Queen.
it.
You right. Doing anti-American things makes America better.
Down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that.
Wait, I thought everybody was mad that we were exporting American energy. Everybody else was mad that we were like digging into our reserves of oil and shit. Now that's a good thing? What the hell? I thought that was a bad thing. What is going on? Only when we do it? Yeah, only when we do it. That makes sense. That's totally makes sense.
That liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great.
Elon's not going to be happy about that. Elon needs that electric deal to come back.
American auto workers.
You were the one who fucked everything up for the American auto workers. More auto worker plants went down under your presidency.
To buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have.
Like the the 25th Amendment in the Constitution, thou shalt have a right to their specific type of vehicle.
I've dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens.
Hopefully you guys will get that money from China that they owe us.
For this
they owe us
purpose,
billions.
We are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America.
Wait, does that include when you tell a bunch of social media platforms that somebody said something mean about you, so you want them to take it down now? Is that also going to be stopped, or is that still allowed? Is that still when you go and tell them that they need to take down certain things for national security because somebody said that you have small fingers? Like, is that also going to be gotten rid of, or is that another one of those it's okay when we do it sort of things?
Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents. Something I know something about.
Yes, you do know about that. Yeah, you do.
We will not allow that to
happen.
happen.
Yeah, you're the only one who's done it.
It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities.
Only the ones that you don't break.
This week,
right?
I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life.
They're not. They're taking it out. That's what the civil rights amendments are, is
we will
taking it
forge
out.
A society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that...
So colorblind, okay, so yeah, so he's saying that, like, yeah, if people do something that's racist, we're gonna make sure that we just pretend we can't even tell that it's racist, because we're colorblind. We don't know. We don't know what is race? What is that? We don't even know anything about that. Oh, we're supposed to, like, stop people from firing folks for being black? Oh, sorry. What is black? I'm colorblind. I don't know anything about that.
That there are only two genders, male and female.
That's already the case. That's already the case. That's been the case the whole time.
This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies.
Yo, y'all stop spamming flags. Why the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you guys?
Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name.
Y'all mad? Why are you guys so mad? I would say that, yeah, probably people are not happy, but I wouldn't say mad. I would say, like, mad if they, like, I don't know, ran inside of the Capitol by, like, tens of thousands and all committed, like, a bunch of terroristic acts and shit like that over and over and over. At that point, then, yeah, I would say mad. But, like, yeah, people are probably at least, like, you know, not happy. But that, you know, spending 4 years denying an entire election, I would say that's mad, right? There's a big difference between mad and not happy.
Of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs.
You timed me out for flags? So you're
President
mad.
McKinley
Oh, that makes me
made
mad.
our country very rich through
You
tariffs
breaking the
and through
rules of
talent.
spamming
He was a
and getting
natural
timed out
businessman
for it makes
and
me
gave
mad.
Teddy Roosevelt the money for
Nobody else who's saying shit about them being happy about Trump getting elected, none of them get timed out. But the one person who's spamming gets timed out for spamming, which is against the rules, and we consistently time people out for spamming. That makes me mad. That makes a lot of sense. This is why people are upset, is because you guys are the most like illogical fucks that have ever existed and have somehow been able to take power and put another illogical fuck in charge. This is why people are mad, is that you think that's logical.
many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States.
The United
States
States
spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives.
Damn, dude, he's
in
delusional.
The building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made. And
He's too
Panama's
old.
promise to us has been broken.
He's too old. He's lost his
The purpose of our
mind.
deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely
sad.
overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form. And that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal. And we didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
So exciting that we get that back. That's been a huge issue for us.
Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with
Something
courage,
we've been
vigor,
really worried about.
and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation. And right now, our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts.
Where are my $2 eggs, Mr. President?
True. He's no. That's not an issue. Renaming the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of the United States of America and freedom and the Constitution and the Constitutional Republic of the Gulf of America and the United States is going to be the name. That's the real issue that we're all really worried about. And the Panama Canal. Those are the real issues. That's what we're worried about. You know, whether or not TikTok gets banned and shit like that. Those are the real issues.
Scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken.
Wait, I thought it wasn't a comeback. I thought you won the last presidency. I thought this wasn't a comeback. Wait, what happened? What happened to that one? You won the last one. This isn't a comeback. This is
I stand before you now
the
as
same
proof
as the
that
last
you
one.
should never believe that something is impossible to do.
What do you mean?
In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America's promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We're going to win like never before.
Like never before.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
They have to cut it out for copyright reasons.
To shining sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
You know the words, help me out here. I now call our Rabbi, Ari Berman. For spacious skies, for amber. Provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation, to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. What? America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing. The like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. Or from the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here.
All right. We got another story to cover here that's a bit more pressing. So we're gonna get into this real quick, and maybe we'll come back to that a little bit later. So Pxie has posted on Twitter. On November 29th, the streamer Destiny non-consensually shared my nudes, making me a victim of revenge porn. I will be suing him in federal court. Here's my story. We have had a number of conversations about this here, and a number of conversations about whether or not it's revenge porn, whether or not what happened was consensual, about the fact that she had not spoken about it, and so we were not really going to speak about the fact that she was one of the victims and that she was in the videos. There are people who are literally sending around the videos to everybody, letting them know who was in all the videos, matching freckles in this picture to freckles in that picture, doing all sorts of things that were really trying to identify the people in all of the videos, and it was kind of gross. And then there were a ton of content creators who then turned around and used those identifying markers to talk about who was in the videos and talk about what it was that happened. And, a lot of them trying to make a big deal about the fact that they believed Destiny was engaging in revenge porn. And so, yeah, we were pretty clear that yes, we weren't going to talk about names, we weren't going to talk about who was in the pictures, and we weren't going to get into details like that because a lot of people, it was pretty clear that they didn't want it talked about. That like the more people talked about it, the more people went looking for the videos, the more people were going to find the videos, the more people were going to see who was in it and what it was, and that was something that they didn't want. So yes, we avoided it pretty heavily. I kind of vague posted about it about 2 weeks ago, talking about Fairy Queen and others who kept talking about this and wouldn't stop talking about it, and were even sometimes mentioning names of people who were in these videos, and then also continuously pushing the narrative when they had been told clearly over and over and over about this, about the fact that, yeah, they were not supposed to be talking about this. So, yeah, it's it's kind of it's been kind of annoying with all of these people speaking about it until they talked about it, and Pxie did mention here and said. Also, if you're a leftist who has talked about this situation without so much contacting me, you owe me an apology. On top of being a victim of revenge porn, I now have to deal with people lying about my dating life and further dehumanization of me. So yes, she does feel as though the people who talked about this were still violating her consent and making this worse, and kind of causing more issues for her. So there's this. Then I guess this person deleted their reply, but I don't know what it said. She said, listen, for the past month, I have been sexually harassed and berated. I have dealt with people telling me some of the most disgusting things you can possibly think of and straight up lying about my life as a result of what happened. I will not put up with DGG foot soldiers trying to spread further misinformation and hate. I'm done. So yeah, so she says she's suing for revenge porn in federal court. From what I understand, it wasn't revenge porn. The story that I understand, and I haven't looked into this much, I haven't watched videos on this, I haven't gotten into it at all. But yes, the little bit that I've seen and the little bit that I understand is that Destiny had videos like that he recorded while he was engaging in sexual acts with people. Then there was another person named Rose who he was later engaging with, and he would send this person Rose videos of and pictures of him and these other people. And so then, yeah, people immediately ran around saying that this was revenge porn. And my position was, I don't know that they didn't consent to this. It's possible that they did consent to him sending videos around. Lots of times when you first pull out a phone to record something, the first thing that you do is talk about like what, whether or not it's okay. And then they'll say things like, well, you better not show it to anybody. Or sometimes they'll say, yeah, I trust you. So yeah, just, you can do whatever you want with it. There's all sorts of like different things that are said when a recorder initially comes out and, some sort of consent is given. Outside of that, if there wasn't consent given to send it around, I think that that's fucked up. I think that is a really like fucked up thing to do, is to send other people pictures of your nudes. But I would say it's still different from revenge porn. My understanding of revenge porn is that it is it is when you are maliciously sharing people's information or pictures or videos of people nude in order to embarrass them. Like that is my understanding of what revenge porn is. And so in this case, it sounds like the Rose person that Destiny sent this to So yeah, my understanding is that revenge porn is when it's maliciously shared publicly in order to embarrass the person. This wasn't shared publicly, and it doesn't sound like it was shared maliciously, and it doesn't sound like it was shared to embarrass her or anybody else that was included in these videos. So I wouldn't call it revenge porn, but I would still say that it is extremely fucked up. And it may fall under revenge porn laws. I just think that our like general colloquial understanding of what revenge porn is, it still wouldn't qualify as that. But it may qualify under a law. She says that she's suing him in federal court. So that's that. I would assume that it does fall under the federal law. We'll look into it in just a little bit. Okay, it looks like we're back. Okay, yeah, that was not me. Again, looks like it was YouTube, not me. My internet's fine, my connection is fine, but so yeah, so My understanding is that this was that revenge porn is, yes, malicious to hurt the person, and that they're trying to hurt them, but that might not be the case in law, and she's suing him in federal court, so I would assume that under federal law that this is still going to apply, that just sharing people's information sharing somebody's nudes on purpose is, in and of itself, will qualify as revenge porn. Whereas in this case, he didn't share it publicly. He didn't share it maliciously, from what I understand, and it was not to embarrass her. But yes, my understanding is that the girl Rose, her boyfriend, found this stuff and or hacked into her Discord and then shared it all himself. And so he is the one who did all of this, not Destiny. That Destiny didn't share it, and he didn't post it publicly. He shared it with just the Rose girl, and that a lot of people, obviously, just the fact that he shared it with the Rose girl, that's obviously going to sound like a violation of their consent. So that's my understanding, and that's kind of where we've been on this, the little bit that we've discussed it. So yeah, we'll get into the Substack here and see what it is that she has to say about it, and talk about this for a minute. So let me grab my glasses. So I don't think... Oh no, they're right. All right. This is from Pxie's Substack. This is what she posted as part of that post on Twitter. So if you want to find this, it is in the post. And then she also has a fundraiser for her campaign, so for her lawsuit. So yeah, you can go donate there if you want to. So this is Pxie Substack. It says, I will be suing Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II. I will be suing Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II. On November 29th, I learned that the streamer Destiny had non-consensually shared pornographic content of me online. My dignity, peace of mind, and hopes for the future were stripped away in a mere matter of seconds following the betrayal of someone I previously trusted. I am at least the third person he has done this to. I hope to be the last. I will not be commenting on the experience of the other women he has hurt, as it is not my place or story to tell. I will, however, share my story in the hopes of preventing this from occurring again. I have known Destiny for around 5 to 6 years now, and often find myself in heavy disagreement with him. Despite this, I do my best to see the best sides of all people, trying my hardest to spread positivity and create understanding where I can. It's corny, but I want to meet people where they are and focus on which ways we can build bridges together towards a better future for everyone. Some people call this a fault of mine. They claim I am naive and should be more careful. Those people are right. When I was 19, over 5 years ago, I was extremely sexually inexperienced and sheltered. Being severely terrified of leading someone on or sexual assault, I thought I could trust Destiny, who I had multiple long conversations with regarding consent and boundaries. So you can imagine my surprise when I discovered he distributed pornographic content of me without my consent. Yes, you read that right. Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II sent pornographic content of me to a random 19-year-old e-girl, Discord kitten, whom he had never met before, and then she published it to the whole world. Rest assured, despite never having met her, he at least spoke to her plenty of times on the phone. Of course, this is what he says happened. I think it is just as likely that he used her as a proxy to widely distribute his material while claiming deniability. I do not understand why Destiny would knowingly and willingly put me in a position where I would receive nonstop sexual abuse and harassment. If we believe him, he was trying to impress a barely legal teenager using my body and my privacy. So I don't know what his whole story is. All I know is that he said that he sent it to somebody else and that they got hacked and then posted it themselves. I think okay, so this is Destiny said. There shouldn't be no. I'm sorry, there's literally zero excuse. I had phone conversations and stuff with this person, and they were fairly close to me. It's worthless to say it at this point, but I'm super sorry. There's literally no excuse. I won't say or confirm anything about them. If there's any particular action or thing I can do, just let me know. Okay. Were there any other links I missed? No. Okay. So yeah, so her saying that, like, it's possible that he used her as a proxy to distribute this material. I don't know what the idea would be there. I think that most people's thoughts is that he just has like a kink of sending stuff around, and that like he wants them to watch him engage in sexual actions because they might get off on watching him engage in sexual acts. You know, like a cuck sort of scenario or something like that. So I think that that is the like assumption that people jump to, is that that's why they assume he would send it. But yeah, where she says, I think it's just as likely that he used her as a proxy to widely distribute this material while claiming deniability. I don't know. That's a little odd, but I'm not sure if we're going to get information on that, or if that's just purely like guessing, because I don't think that that is just as likely. But yeah, we'll see. I do not understand why Destiny would knowingly and willingly put me in a position where I'd have to receive nonstop sexual abuse and harassment. If we believe him, he was trying to impress a barely legal teenager using my body and my privacy. The betrayal, coupled with the hundreds of messages I've received filled with sexual harassment and abuse, have left me feeling hopeless and devoid of almost all happiness. The only thing that kept me going is the hope that I can bring this man to justice and having him face legal consequences for his actions. For the past month, I have been speaking to lawyers about my situation and what to do, and have decided this is the best course of action. I will be suing him for violating U.S. Federal Code 15 U.S.C. 6851, civil actions related to disclosure of intimate images for publication of private facts in Florida. I will be seeking emotional and punitive damages for his actions. Okay, so yeah, this is for disclosure of intimate images and for publication of private facts. I think that when we talk about publication, we are going to say that that's something that is made public, not something that was kept private and that was sent to like one person. I don't think that we would consider it publication when you send it in a private message to one person. And so I don't know that we would consider this publication, but I would assume that her lawyers and who she's speaking to would know better than I would. But yeah, it could be that just because he sent it to somebody and that person got hacked, and then because that person got hacked and then it was made public, that in and of itself could still make him liable for the publication of it, even if he personally did not publish it. But yeah, we'll look into that law in just a little bit and see if that's the case. I have been told that a court case like this could potentially cost over tens of thousands of dollars. I am terrified. I mean, this guy talks about potentially suing Hasan as if for fun, and Hasan actually has the resources to defend himself. I cannot imagine what he might try to do to me in this process. Sometimes I wonder if he does this as an intimidation tactic. I wonder if he is purposely trying to put fear into my heart when he casually talks about throwing money into a lawsuit with a multi-millionaire who can fight back. As if it's an indirect flaunt/warning over his capability of outspending me in whatever legal case I throw at him. At the request of my friends, I have been encouraged to link my give, send, go regarding this case here. I don't know if give, send, go is a thing or if that's something else, but if that's a typo, but in hopes that we can raise enough money for me to legally succeed. Oh yeah, no, give, send, go. Okay, yeah, no, it is a sue Destiny. Yeah, no, it is a legal fund called Give, Send, Go. All right. Whoever the next Joe Rogan of the left is, it cannot be someone that crosses sexual boundaries, violates consent, and puts women's well-being and safety at risk. It cannot be someone who puts women in positions where they will be sexually abused and harassed. It concerns me that Destiny has been interviewing potential DNC chair candidates such as Marianne Williamson or Martin O'Malley, who have the idea of what he's done. As time passes and he tries to position himself to have interviews with increasingly powerful figures such as Zelensky, I can't help but be filled with fear that Destiny might continue to succeed, despite facing no repercussions for his actions. If the Democratic Party wishes to succeed in the future, it cannot be a party that accepts the sexual exploitation of women. It cannot be a party that allows men like Destiny to break into the mainstream, for allowing him access to such spaces would be a direct endorsement of his behavior. I have been told that the payout might not be worth the harassment and attention I will receive. In an ideal world, I would do this privately, but have been told there is no realistic way that the court will grant me anonymity. This means my only option is public. I have been told by a variety of people to not go public. I have been told by some people that Stephen really does feel sorry, but I am not inclined to believe them, especially taking into consideration his actions regarding me. Regardless, what Destiny did is unacceptable, and I believe he will do this again unless he faces the justice system. Let me be clear. Destiny has violated federal law in this transgression against me. He has violated my consent and is directly responsible for the sexual abuse I have received. I am terrified. Evidence log. I assume this is the same one that we saw earlier of him apologizing. Yeah. Okay, so this is the same one here. Then this is Destiny downplaying the pain I felt and my concerns. So Pxie said, it's more complicated than that. I feel like there's no justice for what's been done. I feel like people for the rest of my life are going to try to send it to my family or workplace or wherever I go. I feel extremely violated with how so many people saw me non-consensually in a vulnerable position. I feel like people are always going to use this as proof that I slept my way into whatever achievement I garner. I feel like it's evidence that everything would be better with me gone. Destiny said, I think the number of people who know or even keep up with it enough to go after you on this is probably almost zero. I think people hate others involved. Me, Lauren, Nick, LOL. Way, way, way more, and it overshadows everything a lot more. As for any achievements or anything like that, the majority of the work and stuff you've done has been completely independent from me anyways. So the only people who would say anything like that are people who would just, who would have said shit like that anyway and aren't worth the time. I mean, that regardless of whether or not people are right about that, people say this stuff anyways. It doesn't really matter if they're correct in what they say. Tons of people say this about Kamala Harris and don't really have evidence for it or any reason to actually say it. They just know that she slept with people at some point. So then this is another message from Destiny, is from 12/12/2024. This feels super lame, and I don't at all want to imply that somehow just giving you money helps anything go away or fixes everything for you. But if you have any bills or owe money or on anything or have any financial stuff I can help with, I can at the very least chip in and help with any of that. So it's at least one less thing you have to worry about or stress over while you're worrying and getting through this. That is something that people are going to use against him for sure. That is not gonna go over well. Because yeah, when you send something like this, the idea is generally that yes, you're trying to pay them off, you're trying to use money to stop them from taking you to court, to try to stop them from going public, that you want to make sure that yes, they're not going to sue you for money, so you just go ahead and give them money in the first place, and then hopefully that'll make sure your pain and suffering is never public. And so yeah, that is not a good look. And will definitely be used against him.
That's really interesting that Destiny also said he was an out and about Nazi, because it didn't seem like he had any issues basically platforming Sam Hyde when Sam Hyde was talking about how he wanted to murder me.
Oh my God, shut the f up. You're such a baby, dude. I didn't actually know back then if Sam Hyde was like a full-on Nazi or not. I didn't know 100%. There was still like a little bit of doubt in my mind. I wasn't sure. But then when I started watching some of his like his serious podcast stuff, I was like, oh shit, this guy is like a super Nazi. This is in 2022. Oh yeah. Yeah, I was kind of leaning towards maybe him being a Nazi, but I didn't think I didn't know at this point. I didn't really 100% think he was. It's funny because you can tell actually that I don't know that he's a Nazi, because I don't really I don't challenge him on like any Nazi tier stuff. I don't know if I even ask about it. Did I ask about the journalist stuff? This was before the boxing match.
That's really interesting that Destiny also said he was.
This was in August 27th, and I chatted with him. Oh.
Okay, so this didn't timestamp anything about. This didn't have a timestamp on him suing him or anything, so I don't know. I don't know where that happened. It literally just linked the entire video. So yeah, I'm not sure.
I chatted with him before this. Oh, so this was even before the Hasan shit. Hasan lies so much. Oh my God. Jesus. Also, just as a thing, like people like Bad Banana like have actually tried to have me killed. Although we don't care about Bad Banana because now he's based because Hasan uses him to attack me and anybody else who doesn't like it. He's Lunderbox for a while. But he was trying to like tweet it like Hamas or whatever, or tagging like terrorist Twitter accounts while me and Lunderbox were in Israel and in the West Bank.
Platforming Sam Hyde, talking about murdering me with Sam Hyde, saying he would fund it.
I said I would fund Sam Hyde murdering you? What did I actually say in this? I'll fund you murdering Hasan?
I have to fight Hasan Piker. You know who that is?
Why do you hate Hasan so much? Jesus. So Hasan boxing match. You've got another match. Is that the collaboration? Like, somebody like really want to do something with you.
Yeah, I have to fight Hasan Piker. You know who that is?
You have no idea. I created 2 years after Twitch, but yeah.
All jokes aside, I know that you guys are not going to take me seriously when I say this stuff because it's like better to fuel drama or whatever. But when I joined Twitch for the first time, I had a very specific goal in mind.
Oh, back in August. He's put in effort. And he sources things.
Fight Hasan Piker. You know who that is?
That's my arch nemesis. You have no idea. Okay. I created Hasan 2 years after Twitch, but yeah.
All jokes aside, I know that you guys are not going to take me seriously when I say this stuff because it's like better to fuel drama or whatever. But when I joined Twitch for the first time, I had a very specific goal in mind. And that goal has come to fruition largely because of Destiny, because of the help that he's given me, and also on top of Destiny, helping me personally, Destiny himself already doing exactly what I wanted to do. So when people like David Pacman decide to come on Twitch, or people like Kyle Kalinske decide to come on Twitch, this is an incredible thing. I love this. The alt-right have an absolute hold, a stranglehold on
2 years after Twitch, but yeah.
You created him, I have to kill him.
Well, if you're trying to fundraise for that, I would absolutely help you. Dude, anyway, he's been training. Did you see his Twitter videos? He's taking.
I've seen his.
Oh, because he thinks that kill him here. I'm fundraising to assassinate Hasan Piker. for when he's talking about his boxing match. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious he was saying he was going to help him fund the boxing match.
To watch him kick the pad with such ferocity. Talk to people, intermediaries.
Any California lawyers, okay? I'm only paying you on contingency though, so only if you...
Okay, yeah.
People, intermediaries who've talked to him about this topic. His excuse was that he couldn't platform me by accepting a fight. He wouldn't want to make me lend some of his fame and clout to me.
Listen, if there's any California lawyers, okay? I'm only paying you on contingency though, so only if you win, all right? If everyone would sue Hasan and represent me, okay? I would do it. You could throw my name on the lawsuit.
To the best of his ability, posting it on LSF, having...
So just for anybody who's unaware of this, okay? You're able to timestamp everything in a video. Anytime you link somebody a video, you're able to timestamp it. So click right where it is, and then click here, and then go to copy video URL at current time. You're able to do this on your phone as well. So when you go and share a video on your phone, when you click share and then copy URL, there's a little tab on the top right-hand corner that says copy at this timestamp. And so then, let's say if we go right here, we just click copy video at current timestamp, and then we go back here and play it for a bit.
I won't bring somebody on to attack somebody else if this is a person that I super hardcore disagree with.
Okay, so now if I open up that video, it'll play here. See, at 5:04.
Not like this.
But then if I go and paste the timestamp that I just clicked on, it's going to play where I copied it.
That's what I mean. It's not going away.
Good.
Welcome to the party.
So yeah, it's always going to link at the exact timestamp, not on phone, Tom. Yes, on phone. I just explained it. I don't know how far behind you are when you say these things, but yes, on phone. Not anymore. I just did it today. What are you talking about? I literally just did it today. Okay, so just to make sure, okay? So here's the video. I scrolled up to 30 minutes and 8 seconds. I click share. And right there, start at 30 minutes and 8 seconds. I just click that. There you go. Now it's going to copy it at that timestamp. And then, yeah, copy link. Sometimes it doesn't let you. It doesn't let you when it's a live stream. So right now on my live stream, you're not able to do it. You can't do it while watching my live stream. You have to wait for the live stream to be over in order to do it. So that's the time that it won't let you do it. But outside of that, it should always work. I've never had an issue with it outside of a live stream that is still live. Once the live stream is over, then you can do it. Weird. But okay, so yeah, so we didn't, he said that he was only going to pay on contingency if he could win, and I would assume that even part of the contingency would be that, like, that Hasan would have to pay. That this is my assumption, so I don't know. But my assumption would that be, yes, it would be contingent on the fact that Hasan would have to pay his legal bills as well, to where, yes, whatever the lawyer gets, Hasan would end up paying for that on top of it. So where Pxie says this feels like almost a threat to her, that he can just throw money around and sue anybody he wants. This was done 2 weeks ago on January 4th, so this is after when she said all of this happened. So she felt like maybe he's just saying this here out of nowhere just so that she is afraid of going public with her comments. But yeah, there's I don't see the connection here, and I think that is a bit of a stretch. But that's not to downplay like any of the rest of her issues within this document. So and then, yeah, I think these are just videos of him talking to, he said, chatting with Marianne Williamson at 3:30 in New York City. So yeah, this is just her showing that he did talk to some of these people that were powerful figures. And then This is a Reddit post that says Destiny shot his shot at a chance of interviewing Zelensky to one of his communications advisors. And then it says, they were talking about an interview with Zelensky, and then Destiny replied and said, "Hey, I'm not a conservative, but I've had a lot of conversations with conservatives, Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, and had a lot of conversations about Ukraine and the current war in Russia. Would be awesome to get the chance to talk. Would be willing to travel to Kiev to make this work." So she's saying that, like, yes, there's even a possibility that he could interview a huge leader like Zelensky as well. And she doesn't like the fact that he can continue growing in notoriety while doing things like this. She also did say that anybody who is supporting Destiny is supporting the thing that he is doing to women, which I don't actually agree with that. I do. So I can understand where if you've been victimized by someone, that for you to watch that person continue to grow in notoriety and continue grow in fame, to continue to get more viewers, that can fucking suck. Like, when you feel like your life has been ruined because of something that person did, you normally would like their life to be ruined as well. And so, yes, it can really suck when somebody has victimized you and they don't have to pay any real consequence for it. And so it's, this has got to be like a really sucky situation. While I feel for Pxie, I went through it too, and it's horrific. Caused me to relapse, and I wish I could have held the people like Spicy Chat, Queeman, and Chud, and Rude Mudcrab, and others accountable. Yeah. I have, I'm sure it can suck. I think in the case like that, in those cases, yeah, people weren't even willing. There was like literally nobody who was willing to talk about what was happening with what happened to you and what people were doing to you. And they were just totally sweeping under the rug and making that like a nothing story next to a nothing story that they were making, mountains out of. And so, yeah, that's a fucking disgusting thing. Whereas I think if people at least talk about these things and it's at least out there, people know about it, they are aware of what it is. Like, it's the conversation that we've had 1,000 times about separating the artist from the art. That like the fact that like people will still go and listen to R. Kelly because they like his music. But the fact that he's like a fucking rapist and a pedophile, that is not what they're supporting. They do not support him raping people. They don't support him being a pedophile. But they do support his music, and they like his music. And so they're going to continue to buy his music and go to his concerts and do things like that. And they feel as though these things are very separated, that I'm not supporting him raping people. I'm supporting him making music that I enjoy. I don't like that. I do like this. And so I don't put money towards that. I do put money towards this. The problem is that you can't really separate the two. And especially for victims of R. Kelly, they're going to look at this and say, wow, you guys keep giving this guy millions and millions of dollars, and you keep supporting him every time you go to his concert, every time you buy another album, every time you pay for money on Apple Music. You are continuing to support this guy and give him more money and more notoriety to where he is more and more capable of doing this to other people. You are giving him more of an ability to abuse his power and abuse other people in the process. That, I think, is normally the thought process that people have. Whereas where I'm saying, if you at least get the message out there, like totally destroying the people, one thing, making everybody aware of what happened is another. Everybody knew what R. Kelly did, which makes it a lot harder for him to continue doing that in the future. Everybody knew what Michael Jackson did, which made it a lot harder for him to continue doing that in the future. A lot of people know about what a lot of people do and what a lot of people did. Therefore, everybody's wary of them and always on guard with those people. And so they're trying to, if you get the word out there and make sure that everybody knows this about them, that at least that will make it to where they are aware of the dangers surrounding this person and what it is that they're capable of, what it is that they're willing to do. In the case with Destiny, I doubt that people are going to say, you know what? I don't like that he did this to these women. Therefore, I don't want to watch his debates anymore. I don't want to hear his political analysis anymore. I don't want to watch him engage in very philosophical dialogue anymore because I don't like the immoral actions that he engages in. That's totally separate from this. I think that most people will separate the art from the artist, and that they will, yes, not continue to support somebody. Tom, is this revenge porn? So from what I've seen, it doesn't look like revenge porn. So this is the law that I understand is being quoted here. So this is from Cornell Law School. It says 15 U.S. Code 6851. Let me double check and make sure that that's correct. 15 U.S.C. 6851. Okay, so these are the same. And then commercial pornographic content. So the term commercial pornographic content means any material that is subject to the record-keeping requirements under Section 2257 of Title 18. So what is that? Whoever produces any books, magazines, periodical, film, videotape, digital media, digitally or computer-manipulated images of an actual human being, picture, or other matter, which one contains one or more visual depictions made after November 1st, 1990 of actual sexually explicit conduct, and 2, is produced in whole or in part with materials which have been mailed or shipped in interstate or foreign commerce, or is shipped, transported, or is intended for shipment or transportation in interstate or foreign commerce, shall create and maintain individually identifiable records pertaining to every performer portrayed. I got to find what part of this actually applies, because Section 2257 of Title 18. Okay, so it sounds like a lot of this is talking about the fact that you have to have some explicit consent to actually use people in sexually explicit scenarios to be filmed or to have any sort of like content made from it that the performers have to have like explicit content or consent given in order for it to be distributed in any sort of way. Okay, so that's the first part. So yeah, so 2, consent. The term consent means an affirmative, conscious, and voluntary authorization made by the individual free from force, fraud, misrepresentation, or coercion. 3, depicted individual. The term depicted individual means an individual whose body appears in whole or in part in an intimate visual depiction, and who is identifiable by virtue of the person's face, likeness, or other distinguishing characteristics, such as a unique birthmark or other recognizable features, or from information displayed in connection with the visual depiction. 4, disclose. The term disclose means to transfer, publish, distribute, or make accessible. 5, intimate visual depiction. The term intimate visual depiction A means the visual depiction that is, as that term is identified in 2256 of Title 18, that depicts I, the undercover genitals, public area, anus, or postpubescent female nipples of an identifiable individual, the display or transfer of bodily sexual fluids onto any of the body of the identifiable individual from the body of an identifiable individual engaging in sexually explicit conduct, and B, includes any visual depictions described in subparagraph A produced while the identifiable individual was in a public place, only if the individual did not voluntarily display the content depicted or consent to the sexual conduct depicted. And then 6, sexually explicit conduct. The term sexually explicit conduct has the meaning given the term in subparagraph A and B of section 2256 to Title 18. So yeah, I don't think that this is the same as revenge porn. So let's see. This was passed via Section 1309 of the Consolidated Appropriations Act 2022, an amendment to the Violation Against Women Act, allowing victims of revenge porn to file civil suits against those who released the materials. So yeah, it sounds like this is a completely different part of the law. Is it state-specific legal definition of revenge porn or the federal thing? Well, this is a federal law, so that's what we're reading, is a federal law. But according to this, the federal law for revenge porn is different. January 2022, revenge porn is the distribution of sexually explicit images or videos of individuals without their consent, with the punitive intention to create public humiliation or character assassination of the revenge, out of the revenge against the victim. So so this is what I was saying earlier, is that this is my understanding of what revenge porn is that is when it is purposefully made public for the intent to humiliate the person. Like, these are the 3 things you need is, yes, public, you have to have intent, and the intent is to humiliate the person. And that does not seem to be part of this entire case. I think revenge porn is usually under intentional infliction of emotional distress for civil suits. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, this is everything that we're reading is about the things that we were reading on the last page was all about civil action as well. So yeah, this one says the Violence Against Women Act Reauthorization Act of 2022 establishes a federal law against non-consensual pornography, also known as revenge porn. The law allows victims to sue the person who has disclosed their intimate images without consent. So yeah, and then when we look at the definition of the federal law, it is that you distribute it, to the public to humiliate that person. That is the definition for federal for the federal law. So just The only reason that I'm being like, the only reason I'm getting into the semantics of this is because I think by calling it revenge porn, I think, and the fact that she didn't clarify in any part of her notes, that I think that it could come across as though Destiny himself is the one who published this on the internet. And so, yeah, that's the only like thing, but it's not like a huge thing. Because, yeah, when it comes to him sending her videos to other people and making it to where it was sent to someone without her consent, that's already bad enough to where it's a very small thing to talk about, you know, whether or not he is the one who leaked it, or he did it intentionally to humiliate her or something like that. Can you look up what Raslin said, please? Why? Yeah, intentional infliction of emotional distress. Yeah, that's, again, we don't have, like, there's no intent here. So it's, why am I looking this up? I don't understand. What is the point of looking this up? Intentional infliction of emotional distress is a civil wrong where someone intentionally causes the other person to suffer severe emotional distress. In a revenge porn claim for IAED, the victim must show they suffered severe emotional distress because someone disseminated private sexual images. Is that the same as this one? As emotional distress lawyers, we have argued that sharing non-consensual pornographs and revenge porn should be and does fall under the category of IIED. So it says, 1, extreme and outrageous conduct measured by the reasonable bounds of decency tolerated by society. 2, intent to cause or disregard or a substantial profitability of causing severe distress. 3, a causal connection between the conduct and the injury. And 4, severe distress. Simply put, the conduct engaged in by the person must be beyond what we tolerate in society. So yeah, so this also says that, like, one of the actions is that there is intent here. So yeah, this is still kind of requiring some intent. Which she alludes to in here. It's totally possible that she has more information that would make her believe that this was intentional. Negligent infliction of emotional distress could work too. Let's see. In order to sue for negligent infliction of distress, NIED, a person must show that the defendant either unreasonably endangers the plaintiff's physical safety or causes the plaintiff to fear for his or her own safety. An argument can be made that by publishing a person's photograph engaging in revenge porn and together with a name or address places an individual. I don't think that this applies at all. If she had more, I don't think she would link the lesser code. I don't think that she's purposefully linking a lesser code. I think that she is, I think that she is saying that she would qualify this as revenge porn herself. Not that, I don't think that she's saying, oh, I'm going to go find a code that like is a little bit less than revenge porn. I think that she would say the code that she linked is revenge porn. I think that, I think that she's making that claim. But then also she does say in here that she said she's seeking emotional and punitive damages for his actions. And then that this is just for the disclosure of intimate images and for publication of private facts. Again, I don't know if he publicized any private facts. So the disclosure of intimate images is one thing, because he did disclose this to the other person. So that makes sense. But then for publication of private facts, that I don't think would qualify. But yeah, she makes it pretty clear right here. She said, it cannot be a party that allows men like Destiny to break into mainstream, for allowing him access to such spaces would be a direct endorsement of his behavior. So yeah, she is saying that, like, yes, any continued engagement with Destiny in her eyes will be seen as an endorsement of his behavior. I think that I'm willing to say that this is completely fucked up on his part, just for sending these videos to somebody else in the first place. I think that is a really fucked up thing to do. I personally would not put it on the same level as revenge porn. I do think that those two things are separate. With my own situation as an example, I accidentally pulled up a video on my screen, and when I did, it had somebody else's nudes on that screen. I didn't know that they were there, had no idea, and immediately ended my stream and deleted it. But when I did that, yes, other people grabbed the screenshots of it and ran with it. Yes, I was not intentionally putting this out there, and I was not trying to harm this person or trying to embarrass them in any way. And yes, it was a like just a horribly fucked up scenario. But the other people who took that information and then ran with it was... The other people who took the information and ran with it and continued to try to publicize it was those were the people who were more malicious in that scenario. The people who tried to make sure that they could name the person when they tried to make sure that they could find the details to say who it was. That's where it becomes revenge porn. Is like, as soon as they are like trying to name that person to make a big deal about it so that they can make it public that that's who was in the images, like that's when it becomes revenge porn. If it just pops up on my screen, I just move it away, delete it, and move on. Nobody knows who it is. Nobody has any idea. And I do my best to delete it and do my best to hide who that person is. Yeah, I think calling what I did revenge porn would be fucked up because it's an accidental leak. In Destiny's case, it sounds like it is an accidental leak, that he sent it to somebody. That somebody did not share it. That person did not post it. They did not publicize it. It sounds like their boyfriend came and took it and ran with it. And then their boyfriend published it all over the place. And that person is guilty of revenge porn. And that person is the one who was guilty of this. So yeah, I think that's why I think the scenario when we're talking about revenge porn here is that there is a lot more malice that comes with the term revenge porn. And so we can very like clearly say, like, I think sharing her images with anybody at all without her consent is already wrong. But calling it revenge porn, I don't think I agree with. And if without any other evidence, it does sound like it was an accident. But you undoubtedly acted as a reasonable actor. You could argue Destiny did not when he shared the porn. So I would say that I would agree with you if the person he sent it to no, even that. Because I was going to say, the only way that we would say that is if the person he sent it to, if he had any reason to believe that they would share it publicly. Because again, when we're talking about reasonability, we're not talking about reasonability in all cases. We're not talking about reasonability in all scenarios. We're talking about reasonability in terms of whether or not this would get published publicly. That is what we're talking about. That is where like the reasonability comes in. And in this case, it doesn't, I don't have any information to make me believe that he had any intent or any unreasonable engagement that would make him any more likely to have known that this would have gotten published. Yes, and that's what I'm saying. The person that he sent it to isn't even the person who leaked it. So if that person had leaked it, there might be a little bit more of an argument there. But even with a little bit more of an argument, in that case, you would have to say, so is he aware of her publishing other people's private information in the future? Is there anything that she had done to make him believe that she was untrustworthy and that she was likely to publish this information? Like, if she had published it, I would still say, like, we would have to find some reason that he would not trust her with this. Whereas in this case, yeah, there's just not really a reason to make that argument as of right now. That doesn't mean that it's not the case. It just means that yes, right now we don't have that evidence. And I want to be clear as well. And this is, again, this is not to downplay anything that Destiny did. I do not want to downplay him sending this shit to anybody. It's fucked up. It is a fucked up thing to do. And we could even say that just by sharing it whatsoever, that it makes it more likely to where it could get published at all. Sure, it just takes like intent out of it and maybe makes it a little bit more negligent in the fact that he was sharing it with other people. But Destiny also, to be clear, is a victim in this scenario. His nude images and his videos were also published by somebody else. His images were also made public. His videos were also put out there by somebody else. Destiny did not publish this information. He did not put it out on the internet. So he is also a victim in this scenario, and also is also one of the people whose not only private videos are being shared, but now the privacy of like who he sleeps with, who he engages with, who he has sex with, that is also now made public. And so to kind of like totally ignore the fact that he is also a victim in this scenario is kind of ridiculous, but that doesn't make Pxie any less of a victim, nor her like suffering any less in this case whatsoever. So yeah, it doesn't change anything in that regard at all. It does kind of make it to where when it comes to like the negligence and the intent, you would kind of be, you would want to kind of consider that as part of your evaluation, that he probably also doesn't want his pictures out there on the internet, and that if he is sharing this with somebody, he's likely sharing it with somebody that he trusts to keep it private as well. So yeah, without any evidence to the contrary, Does it have to be leaked to the public? Like, if I got mad at you and sent our videos to your mom, that wouldn't be revenge porn? Yeah, no, I don't think it would. It does have to be posted publicly. Again, there are other laws for sending things privately to people, but it is different. Like, we've talked a good bit about, like, my ex-girlfriend and how, like, kind of fucking crazy she is. When her and I broke up, she went and took a bunch of screenshots of shit that I said to her and sent it to my mom and to my parents, and was like when she was like saying really fucked up shit to me, I would say fucked up shit to her, and then she would just screenshot the shit that I said and then go and send it to like my family and friends to like make me look like a fucking unhinged crazy person. Like, releasing, there's always some laws that are going to, in most states, there's always a lot of laws that are going to engage with publishing private things whatsoever. So there's lots of places where you can't even post like private text messages that you have, private emails that you have, private information about somebody, their names, their addresses. Like, you start getting into doxing territories. Like, there's a whole spectrum here of where you can and can't share private information. And so, yes, when it even gets to just sharing text messages that are private in a lot of cases, that makes it to where, obviously, just sharing photos of somebody is on a whole other level. Like, intimate photos of somebody, it's on a whole other level, to where you would assume there is some sort of law there that would make this wrong, regardless of whether or not you published it publicly. So yeah, there's a lot of laws that engage with all of these different interactions and different types of publicizing, different types of sharing information. And so, yeah, it's all, because with sharing, especially as a public figure, it should be clear there's a chance that's going to get leaked. Yeah, again, but as I said, if that person that he sent it to was the one who leaked it, I would agree. But the fact that it sounds like he sent it to somebody who he trusted, and then in sending it to the person that he trusted not to leak these things, that he didn't make the wrong decision because they were trustworthy, right? They didn't leak it. They did not publish it. But the word that we have is their boyfriend hacked their Discord. Now, hacked is it can be different things. Even just going and logging into somebody's computer, getting onto their Discord, copying over like a bunch of shit from their Discord, emailing it to yourself, or downloading it to your own phone, and then running off with all of the stuff that came from their computer, that could even be considered hacking. Whereas, like, it also could be that he is on his own computer at home, they broke up, he knows that those things are there, and so now he's somehow like hacking into her entire computer and taking things off of the computer. That would be a lot harder to believe that he did that, unless he knows her password. Then if he knows her password, then yes, maybe he's just going and signing in, and then after he signs in, he's able to take the stuff from home. So yeah, there's all sorts of reasons that this could be the case in different, there's all sorts of different scenarios that we could kind of call this hacking, but that just doesn't sound right to me. Like, kids get charged with it all the time because they send it to their friends and their friend spreads it around the school. Wait, but I already talked about that a little bit ago. That, like, there's a bunch of like ways that you're supposed to, like, based on the information that you have at the time, that's how they're going to assess this sort of scenario. Why do kids get charged with revenge porn when they send it to their friend and their friend send it around school? If what you're saying is true, it wouldn't qualify. I just said it's based on the information that you have at the time. Like, I've gone over like all of the different like things based on like how you would assess the situation before you ever send anything, and what it is that's actually going to change your analysis. Like it's all. There's a bunch of different scenarios, and again, there's a lot of different laws that may have different types of problems. But if you want to send me an example of a kid getting charged with revenge porn, I can go over it and kind of get into it. But yeah, without like an exact scenario, I have no way of knowing. So. Nicholas Diorio. My next stream will open with the Destiny allegations now that they are public. Obviously, I'm not stoked that I was recorded without my consent, but the glass half full perspective is that now this stuff is all out there in the public. I just want to be clear that any strong position I took in that call is not something I would proudly say on stream. That's precisely why I haven't, and why this call was recorded without my knowledge. I got access to one single screenshot a few days after the New Year's stream, which is not the type of evidence I would deem actionable. There has been significantly more revealed, and we will go through that on stream this week. I am not going out of my way to force a reveal of someone else's story without their consent and participation. Half of that is self-preservation, and the other half is just basic morality. I fundamentally believe my job as a YouTuber is to read the Google document and give my thoughts, not to write it. Certainly not when I'm getting information from a source who has a source who has a source. Yeah, I'm so lost. So then this one says, dude, you need to phrase that better. I read this and had a flashbang reaction when you said, obviously, I'm not stoked that I was recorded without my consent. I thought you were saying you were in the Destiny leaks. He said, so then he was like, wait, no, hold on, wait, LMFAO, that was phrased really bad, LMAO. And then he said, guys, just read the second message. I beg you, LMAO. And then, yeah, was recorded by Destiny without his consent, because that seems on par with what Destiny does, LOL. I'm still confused. I don't know what the second message means. I'm so lost. I don't know what any of this... Yeah, that's how I read it too. So I have no idea what any of this means. It still sounds like he... It still sounds like he was recorded by Destiny without his consent or some shit. Check messages. I'm looking at my messages. What the fuck? Stop telling me. I got this from my messages. He was recorded by Sunday without consent. Oh, okay. And so what was recorded by Sunday? I don't understand. He's talking about Sunday call. Okay. Yeah, he didn't mention Sunday anywhere in here, so I have no idea. I have no idea what any of this means. Sunday recorded him. Okay. And that's it. I'm not getting any information here, so I'm gonna move on. Why send nudes to a girl you're interested in? That's not an uncommon thing. It's even common. It's more common the other way around. It's way more common the other way around, that girls will say, that they, sorry, it's more common the other way around, that girls say often that guys want to, the guys want videos of them. Yes, I have the video. I'm not playing the video. I'm asking what it's about. I'm not playing fucking, President Sunday shit. I don't want, especially not if he's leaking stuff that's not supposed to be leaked. I don't know what the fuck, I don't want to pull that up. But yes, I'm asking what it's about. I don't know why people just keep telling me there's a video. I know there's a video. I don't want the fucking, I'm asking what it's about. All right, I have to set up my Discord stuff because I don't have it set up right now. So give me a second so that I can actually use the audio. Okay, wait, is that it? Did I get it? Yep, okay. Hello.
Hey Tom, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going? Okay, so what's up?
Okay, so I mean, maybe considering what you said before, maybe you don't want to play the video, but it's my understanding that like Sunday recorded Nick talking about the Destiny links in like full. There with like all the names and everything, and sort of like has put it out there to almost force Nick to talk about it. So
what the fuck, dude? Why is Sunday like this? What is wrong with him? These people are actually such pieces of shit, dude. He is actually one of the biggest pieces of shit of all time. So you're saying that Nick had way more information about the stuff behind the scenes, and he's talking about it with all of the people's names, knowing all of this information, and that Sunday recorded him and published all of the information that all of the victims did not want published. That's what you're telling me.
That is my understanding. I haven't gone through the full video. I could be wrong in this, and I'd be happy to sort of admit that if the case is. But that's my understanding at this time.
So Sunday and Nick basically hinted at knowing about, and you can kind of piece together through the comments that Pxie had her nudes. Pxie had her nudes related, leaked, not by revenge porn, but out of some other reason. Yeah, I mean, I think that, well, that's kind of what we've been talking about, is that from my understanding is that everybody knows that it was not the girl. I think her name is Rose. That Rose, not the Rose that like came from my community, but that, yes, that another girl named Rose, at least not that I know of. It could totally be her. I have no fucking idea. But that I think all of her pictures are anime pictures, which makes me think that it's not her. But anyways, that yes, that a girl named Rose is who he sent this stuff to, and that it is probably malicious of Sunday. Like, actually, oh no, that's what I'm talking about. Like, Sunday has consistently pushed this story and pushed this narrative while knowing that the victims have over and over asked people not to talk about this stuff because it's continuing to push the stories to more and more into the public spotlight, which means that people are more and more going to look for who it is that's in the videos, what happened in the videos, and that they're going to go and find all of these things when they don't want people to find them. They don't want people to find out who was in them. They don't want people to find out what the information is. They don't want it. They don't want it. They wanted everybody to just shut up about it and kind of leave it alone. And that, yeah, people like Sunday and others have continuously put the victims in harm's way because they care more about punishing Destiny than they do about victims. And so they will use the victims in order to go after Destiny because that's really all they care about in the end, is just trying to fuck over Destiny. So by any means necessary is kind of their mantra. But anyways, yeah, I think all of us knew that Destiny had sent it to a girl named Rose. I think right there, that's where most people are like, yeah, That's fucked up. Like, you shouldn't send people's videos or pictures to somebody else without their consent. Now, somebody asked earlier, why would you do that? Well, I've talked about the fact that, like, yes, lots of girls have come out tons of times saying that guys will often say when they first start talking to a girl, when they first start DMing, when they're first, like, you know, in the first couple of weeks of them, like, having this, you know, overblown, like, sexual magnetic relationship, that they will, you know, want videos of them having sex with other guys, like when they're trying to get, like, you know, pictures and videos of them doing all sorts of things. And yeah, they'll say, like, yeah, send me a video of you sucking a guy's dick, send me a video of you having sex with them, send me a video, you know. And sometimes girls will totally do this. They'll take videos that they have with other guys and they'll send it to the new guy that they're with, because the new guy that they're with is trying to get off on looking at them naked. This is a thing that happens. It's a lot rarer that you would send it to a girl. It's a lot less common. But it is very common that guys want those things. So, and it is very common that girls will send those things to guys. So yeah, it is a thing for sure. But yes, just the sending of it to Rose in the first place, I think, is where most people are going to look at this and say that Destiny did something wrong. That in and of itself is where they're going to say, yes, this is fucked up, and that he shouldn't have sent it to somebody else. But then once we get to, like, conversations about revenge porn or something like that, it's going to be, we're going to look at that as something different. So
I don't think this was Destiny doing revenge porn. This was certainly Destiny being highly stupid in sending those videos. And I couldn't get into the mind space of what would compel someone to send that. But I don't think this was done with the intentions of, you know, getting all this out to the public, as you can say. This was done,
well,
you know.
Again, it seems pretty clear that there was some sort of sexual relationship there. I don't think that that's, like, we have to really wonder what happened, because yeah, it seems just from the little bit of information that we have that was the case, and that Rose herself did not publish this information. So lots of times, if Rose did publish this information, we would look at this and say, wow, he sent it to somebody that he couldn't trust. That was really fucked up. This is insane that he was so negligent and sent it to somebody that he couldn't actually trust with this information. That makes it even worse. But then when we find out that she did not publish it, that she was trustworthy, that she was not the one who ran around publishing this information, that now it doesn't seem as negligent anymore, because she got hacked by a boyfriend or ex-boyfriend or something like that, somebody who was looking to fuck with their ex-girlfriend, looking to fuck with Rose, and because they knew that Rose had all of this information, that they could publish all of this and make her look bad. And so that person is the person that I would imagine people would want to go after, but instead they're going after Destiny because he was the one who sent it initially and made it to where the guy could hack it. And that's, I would assume, a lot harder to make a case on, but we'll see. Isn't that why you aren't supposed to send these things to people? Because that can happen. Well, that's what I was saying earlier, is that, like, I suppose, like, in some case, a lot of people will say that just because you're sending it to somebody else, that makes it to where it's more likely to be able to get out at all. But I don't know if that actually follows necessarily. That's
I think that I think that the reason why people were trying to protect sort of like the names and stuff, is my understanding is within the leaks there is a huge amount of people who just don't want their names out there and don't want to be dragged publicly through the mud, for their private interactions with Destiny. I think that's a fair thing. So I mean, I don't think it's a problem to cover it, but it's kind of shitty to be the one to release people's names about this, because then you're the one who does the harm there. Now, obviously, Hasan has covered this, and he sort of brought all this attention to it, so it's going to blow up, was going to blow up at some point, regardless. But it's not a. I would not call this a. It's not a good character. This doesn't show good character. To put all this information out there, or be the first one to sort of like push all this out. That's what I think about all of this. Yeah, it's pretty wild that it's pretty wild that someone was recorded and all of this was released, without their permission as well. I think that's pretty crazy. But that's all there is from me, Tom. Thank you for bringing me on. I hope I was able to sort of keep you updated on what was going on.
Okay, yeah, appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, again, Wrestling. I think that the federal law that she published was that he would qualify under that. This isn't some. It says a person depicted in a sexually explicit image taken with the person's consent may retain a reasonable expectation that the image will remain private despite sharing the image with another person, such as an intimate partner. Yeah. And so then 2, as used in this section, the term image includes, but is not limited to, any photograph, picture, motion picture, film, video, or representation. B, personal identification information means any information that identifies an individual and includes, but is not limited to, any name, postal, or electronic mail, telephone number, sexual cyberness. 3, except as provided in paragraph B, a person who willfully and maliciously sexually cyber harasses another person and commits a misdemeanor of the first degree, punishable as provided. I must be misunderstanding your argument. My argument is that he didn't engage in revenge porn. That was it. It's not that I don't think that she can sue him, and it's not that I don't think he broke any laws. It's not that I don't think that he has like any culpability here. It's that I don't think he engaged in revenge porn. I think that probably just from the action that he took, that action made it to where it was more likely to get leaked, and then because it got leaked, it made it to where she ended up with some sort of damages. That in and of itself makes it to where he's more likely to be able to get sued. The problem is that they will probably have some issue in proving any sort of intent there. And that yeah, therefore the damages may not directly correlate to the action. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But the law that she posted was not a revenge porn law. So that's what we were talking about, is the law that was posted was not a revenge porn law. The Florida statute doesn't need intent. It seems like, yeah, this is not a revenge porn law either. So why the fuck even talk about it? Wait, what do you mean? What does that mean? He should settle. I mean, a likely outcome in these sorts of cases is normally that sexual cyber harassment sounds like another way to say revenge porn, Tom. I guess it's just that we're not really talking about like semantics in literal terms. We're talking about semantics in what it is that people get from the term and what it is that it means legally. So legally, if it means this thing, that you have to like intend on embarrassing the person and you have to have been the one who published it or made sure it got published or gave it to somebody to publish it, like any of those things, that yes, by calling it revenge porn, you are implying that Destiny was the one who published it, that he did it on purpose, and that he did it to embarrass you. That's what we're talking about. So again, like you're saying, oh well, there's other laws that kind of sound like the same thing. Sure, it doesn't mean anything though. We're talking about whether or not that's like actually what happened, and that by implying it, then I guess we can call it sexual cyber harassment. Yeah, sure. It's not about what we can call it. I'm talking about what she has called it. We can call it all sorts of things, but she has called it revenge porn. And so yeah, this is although I guess she didn't say he did revenge porn. She said on November 29th, the streamer Destiny non-consensually shared my nudes, making me a victim of revenge porn. So she's saying, it could be that she's saying, because Destiny non-consensually shared her nudes to somebody, that somebody got hacked, and then they published them, making her a victim of revenge porn. That could be the point in this. But then she says, I will be suing him in federal court. And then yeah, she does not mention revenge porn in this. She does not mention revenge porn in this conversation. She instead says, had non-consensually shared pornographic content of me online. So yeah, this is, it could be that, yeah, she's not actually accusing him of revenge porn. But yeah, is instead saying that she was a victim of revenge porn because he sent it to somebody else. Tomfoolery show, you can potentially be sued for revenge porn even without explicit evidence of malicious intent, depending on the laws in the jurisdiction where the case is filed. Correct, but that's it. She's doing it federally, and so the federal laws are pretty clear on intent. So yeah. But yeah, and then there's also another point where she says that she's suing him based on federal law and Florida law. So it may be that she's going to try to open up 2 separate cases. I'm trying to remember where she said these things. So yeah, here she said, also, if you're a leftist who's talked about this situation without so much as contacting me, you owe me an apology. On top of being a victim of revenge porn, I now have to deal with people lying about my dating life and further dehumanization of me. Then here is where she talks about, she said, listen, for the past month, I have been sexually harassed and berated. I have dealt with people telling me some of the most disgusting things you can possibly think of, and straight up lying about my life as a result of what happened. I will not put up with DGG foot soldiers trying to spread further misinformation and hate. I'm done. Then, crap. There was another part where she said something else about him. Yeah, there's Kelly, Eli. This person said, your lawyer won't be Lauren De Laguna, correct? Support you fully. She said no. Yeah, there was another part on here that now I'm totally missing, but or at least I thought there was. So yeah. So yeah, she posted 21 hours ago, I need people to stop assuming things of me. Thank you. End of story. So yeah, there was a lot of stuff that she said. One of the things that we read was that she was saying that he was like offering to pay for things for her. I could have sworn that was part of this thread. But I don't see it now. So I'm not sure where it went. But yeah, there was a part where she was talking about the fact that she didn't like that he was offering to pay for things for her, and yeah, it looks like that's gone. I already read the screenshots on our Substack. I'm not talking about on the Substack. I'm talking about on here. I'm saying on Twitter, not on Substack. What the fuck? Apollyon John, Destiny didn't do it, and if he did, it was justified. What the fuck, dude? But yeah, I could have sworn there was another one that said something about pursuing him in Florida and federal, but oh yeah, here it is. I will be suing him for violating U.S. Federal Code 15 U.S.C. 6851, civil action relating to disclosure of intimate images, and for, so it says, and for publication of private facts in Florida. So I don't know if she's saying she's suing in Florida or if she's saying she's suing, it sounds like she could be saying I'm suing in federal court and in Florida, or if she's saying I'm suing him in federal court for something that he did in Florida, or yeah, I'm not sure. It's not clear. Shared and distributed is not exactly published, disseminated, correct? Which is, yeah, these things are a little a lot of this is semantically different than what it is that we're looking at, but it could be that, yes, we just don't have a whole lot of information on this. I know that there's people like Fairy Queen. Okay, so that's funny because this is who I was looking up. Yeah, there's people like Fairy Queen who have who I think she like tries to imply that Destiny is the one who leaked it, that he is the one who published it and made it public, and that he did it on purpose to try to stop people from talking about some other drama that he was part of, about like a genocide or something like that. It was something totally different, but that, yeah, they were, you're running how to get distributed. We've already said, I've said it like 5 times. What do you mean? If you've been here for even like 5 minutes, you've heard me say numerous times. She definitely has a case under Florida revenge porn law, which is sexual cyber harassment, the one I sent. Yeah, but again, she's it's not clear that she's even suing in Florida. But it is clear that she is suing in federal court. Do we have a verdict or only analysis and people holding back their opinions? I'm not sure on what you're gonna ask. You need to ask like a much clearer question, because I have no idea what you're asking. So. But yeah, we like horses unite second. We've said a couple of times that it was shared with a girl. Destiny sent it to a girl named Rose, that girl named Rose had it on her computer, on her Discord, and that her boyfriend supposedly hacked her, got all of the videos off, and then he published all of it. And that because he published it, that's how it all became public. And then other people went and scrolled through all of this information and then messaged pretty much everybody in the entire space. All of these pictures of here's this video, here's this person, see on their shoulder there's a freckle there, well here's their profile picture with a freckle there, and then you can also see this person where they have a mole on their lower back, well in this video there's a mole on their lower back in the same place, and here's part of a tattoo on this one, on that one, and they were just literally trying to make sure that as many people as possible saw the information and knew who it was in each thing. And so, yeah, it's all pretty disgusting, but. I also have no idea what I'm asking. I'm desperately trying to play catch up here. Give me some slack. Okay, yeah, the idea that we have is that yes, Destiny sent a girl videos and pictures of him having sex with a number of different women. Then after he did that, people started releasing, the names of all of these people because they were able to find identifying markers on them. So then other people went around talking about it when we had heard over and over that they didn't want us talking about it. The women in these videos did not want us talking about it. But we had a bunch of people like Fairy Queen and all these others running around making a big deal about the entire story and saying, we need to hold Destiny accountable. We can't let him get away with this. People are making excuses like the victims don't want it to be talked about. But that just means that Destiny gets away with it, and we can't let that happen. And it's like, what? If they don't want you to talk about it, then who are you holding them accountable for, if not them? Who is it that you're holding them this Destiny accountable for? Who is the person that you're doing this for, if not the victims? What do you mean? If they don't want you to talk about it and you're trying to pretend that you're doing this so heroically for them while also doing the opposite of what they want you to do, then yeah, you can't do this whole fucking virtue signal while doing literally the opposite of what it is that they want. It's kind of insane. So yeah, that's the thing that has been kind of frustrating up until this point. But yes, now Pxie has published on her Twitter that she is suing Destiny, and It's not clear that she's calling it revenge porn or that she's saying that he engaged in revenge porn. It sounds like she's saying because he sent this information to somebody who then got hacked and published the videos, the person who hacked and published the videos made her a victim of revenge porn. But they couldn't have done that without Destiny sending the videos to that girl in the first place. And because Destiny sent the videos, she's going to sue him for it. Not that Destiny engaged in revenge porn, but that the person who published it engaged in revenge porn. That's what it sounds like. I have no idea. These are all like, this is the first thing that's been published about this from somebody who's a victim, and we're kind of looking at this in so Destiny did in Florida law. Again, the Florida law is not about revenge porn. This is not revenge porn. This is sexual cyber harassment. So I don't know if you're saying there's another law for Florida. Sometimes referred to as the revenge porn law, it's an offense that involves electronically disseminating or publishing sexually explicit images of another person without their consent, contrary to their reasonable expectations of privacy. So yeah, so this is saying sometimes called the revenge porn law, but this isn't actually, it's not actually revenge porn. So So yeah, it literally encompasses revenge porn. Well, again, if it literally encompasses revenge porn, it would include intent. Like, intent is pretty much always included in the term revenge porn. That it is intent to humiliate the other person, to embarrass them. So that is a different thing than what it is we're talking about. And as I'm saying, the only reason that I'm saying this is because if you call it revenge porn, it sounds like he did something different than what it is he actually did. It's called sexual cyber harassment, but that is the revenge porn law in Florida. Okay, well, I don't, never mind. You're pissing me off now. I don't know if you're like doing this on purpose, but I don't give a fuck to keep talking about the same thing going around in circles. If anybody says the word revenge porn, they are saying this person intentionally released information to the public to embarrass them, and that is what we all mean when we say revenge porn. So if somebody calls something revenge porn, that is what everybody hears, and if that's not what you're talking about, then you are kind of saying something a little bit misleading. And regardless of whether or not the law states that in that state, that is still the way that we use the word, and therefore even if the state of Florida called that revenge porn without any intent to embarrass the person, I still would not call it revenge porn. So there's that. All right. If you guys got here late, we did also go over the TikTok ban and kind of a lot of conspiracy theories that have come out. So the last time that I streamed, we were going over the TikTok ban, and I was live when they went down. And so we went and pulled up the fact that they were live at the time, and that it was down at the time and was not there. And so yeah, we went over today that ever since it came back up, there have been tons and tons nonstop nonstop like conspiracy theories and stuff like that. We can only use colloquial use of words when it benefits me. Like insurrection? No, I have said 1 billion times. If anybody can show every time somebody comes in here and says, well, what about guns? It has to have guns. Every single time I've said, show me a single law anywhere that says it has to have guns. Show me one. I've said this over and over. No, it's not when it benefits me. I've been very clear on the fact that, yes, I'm going to use like the general understanding of these things. But currently, even that law does not call itself revenge porn law. And when you're saying, well, it encompasses revenge porn, you're using a totally different definition than everybody else. So no, I am not saying colloquial usage only when it benefits me. I'm saying I'm not going to use your bullshit made up definition just because it benefits you. I'm saying I'm not going to use some random definition that you're pulling out of your ass that isn't cited just cause. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that I am using the laws, that I am using colloquial definitions, that I am using colloquial understandings of these things, and that is what it is, and that's what I'm using. So made up by the state the crime happened in, or me. Again, the state the crime happened in does not call it the revenge porn law. You are calling it that. So you, not the state. The state is not calling it the revenge porn law. And the last time I said this, you said it literally encompasses revenge porn, but it doesn't. So it's, unless it's in another part of it, but then that would mean that the other part of it is a different part from what it is that we're talking about. So, Tom, are you saying it was okay for Destiny to share Pxie's nudes vids? Asking, no, I am definitely not saying that. I am saying that it is extremely fucked up to share somebody's nudes without their consent, and that it doesn't matter if you call it revenge porn or not, that it's still fucked up. Just the only reason that we're talking about whether or not it's revenge porn is to just get like the exact accusation down of what it is that he's being accused of versus what it is that versus what it is that these words mean. So yeah, that's the only reason we're talking about it. So you're saying Will Steve is going to do hard time? No, it's that she's being sued. I don't know if you understand the difference between like a civil suit and a criminal allegation, but this is not criminal. This is civil. She is suing him in civil court, which means that there is no chance that he can go to jail for this. That is not part of it. So, yeah. It's misleading, Rislin. You're being purposefully ignorant to not understand that. Yeah, I don't know why he just said that again. Like, by the state it happened in? No, we've already gone over the fact that the state it happened in does not call it revenge porn. So I don't know why he keeps going back to that. That's the state that it happened in does not call it revenge porn. So even they do not call it that. To me, revenge porn doesn't have to intentionally lead to public sharing, but I don't know. Okay, that's why at the beginning I went over the definition. I went over the federal definition. I went over the federal law, and I went over the differences in what it is that porn, revenge porn is versus other things. So, Tom, why you so ignorant? What do you disagree with, Matthew? What of what I said do you disagree with? Okay. All right, we got anything else here?
Pastor.
I'm really proud to tell you that he was nominated, President Trump has nominated me to be the next Secretary of Commerce for the United States to serve all of you.
To Philadelphia, to New York.
Wait, isn't that guy the guy from the commercials?
We plan to end the decades of policies that threw American workers to...
Is that him? Who's the private investigator in Hardee's commercials? Is it? Is it Hardee's or maybe it's Arby's? Maybe it's Arby's. Yeah, here it is.
My name is Bo Deedle. I'm a retired...
Bo Deedle. I think he's lost a lot of weight since then. Is that him? Okay. Maybe now I'm back. Am I back? Okay, yeah. It looks like it is me now. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it is me now. So is this him?
Donald Trump, and I don't like what he's done. And I got to clear something up. I'm a registered Democrat, and I do not like Donald Trump, and I don't like what he's done. And I came out publicly and called him a lying narcissist. So I take exception to that, Mr. Mayor. Now, as far as it goes, I did vote for him, but I would take that vote back for tomorrow. All right, point is this.
Damn. Because, yeah, he's lost a lot of weight there versus here. But, yeah, that doesn't look like him.
To the wolves. Factories were closed, jobs were lost, wages decreased. Nothing they can do. Build their factories in America, hire Americans.
Is not going to be an administration. There's people who are serving time for January 6th are serving time in prisons all across the country, in Oklahoma and Texas, everywhere. Folks who are in here are some people who are awaiting trial, but also folks who are here awaiting resentencing or have different hearings. One person that we've interviewed before she went into prison and have spoken with her family a lot since
What is this?
Rachel Powell. You can find her stories on the CNN website. Rachel Powell was a mom and a grandma who showed up.
Dude, he's got like people talking in the background that is totally fucking up his audio. Okay. We also had protests going on at the inauguration.
At any moment, they will try to deport our brothers and sisters that are immigrants in this country, that contribute to the economy in this country, that are our family and our people here.
Okay, and then, yeah, the last thing on this for now. This is from Icarus Bath posting on... My monitor cut off. Just give me just a second. Oh no. I don't want to connect to that. Crap, I think I just connected to my other monitor. What's up, JW? It won't connect. It won't. Yeah, it won't connect. All right, give me just a second. Let me fix this real quick.
Pure, unadulterated tomfoolery.
Is Tom fucking retarded or something? Tom is honestly one of the most brain-dead fuckers that covers all this shit, okay? Just stick your fucking nose out of it, Tom, you retard. Tom fucking retard. Tom fucking retard.
Tom, stop it. Tom.
I don't know what it is.
Okay, Tom.
He's
Tom.
obvious that you are assuming. No, hold on, chill.
Tomfoolery. You need a tomfoolery. Pure, unadulterated tomfoolery.
I will not put up with tomfoolery in my classroom, children. Tom fucking retard. Fucking Tom fucking retard. Fucking Tom.
Foolery. Tomfoolery.
Okay, I think we got it all fixed now. Sorry about that. Okay, so this is the last thing that got posted. This is from Icarus Bath. He took a screenshot of a post that looks like it's on the Destiny subreddit. And it says, Destiny will be making a post/statement within the next couple of hours. Until then, all posts will be removed and locked regarding the civil suit. Further time posting surely will work. Edit, do not link or talk about things here. If you even suggest going somewhere in this thread, you will be nuked. Do not talk about anyone involved in this whatsoever. So that says, at the time that he took the screenshot, this was pinned or posted 2 hours ago, and Icarus posted this at 2:44, so 10 minutes ago. If people are context, yeah, someone needs to go in there and just link my stream. Okay, so this is probably not the best way of dealing with it, but we'll see what his statement is, because that stopping people from talking about it on your platform to where they're able to have any sort of conversation, that is not generally not a good look. And then as far as I know, there's not any sort of update here. No, it doesn't look like it. Says unhide the posts. That's not, she's not the original post author, motherfucker. The person who hid the post is the person who made the comment, not her. They deleted their own posts. If Destiny wasn't having enough of a shitty day with Orange Man assuming office, he's now getting sued for revenge porn. Over for Diddy G Bros. Lemon Kid said, is it over for Destiny Bros? Rob Norris said, I have no desire to get involved in stories like this. However, I did immediately post out that I felt terrible for Destiny when intimate videos of his were released online and felt whoever did that should be held accountable. And I feel the same with Pxie here. If her story is accurate and these videos of hers were released by Destiny, then he should be held accountable. Yeah, see, I think that this is, everybody seems to be getting the same impression from this, is that she's accusing Destiny of revenge porn, not that she became the victim of revenge porn because Destiny posted something. So it's not clear what her accusation is here. Destiny's being sued for revenge porn. His cooming has finally caught up to him. So this is America First Stream Watch.
Also, I'm not a part of whatever he just described.
But Brian still hasn't sucked dick, and you have, so.
Maybe, allegedly. We don't know if there's matching knee marks.
There's a lot of chemistry going on
There's a
there.
big thing. There's no dick sucking on one side and dick sucking on the other. So.
Anyway.
I'm just defending Brian because he can't stand
I'm just trying to get the fuck out of here, okay? So that
fair
means me getting Frank Castled. I'm going for it. Also, I'm not a part of whatever he just described.
But he's still.
Yeah, people saying that Mr. Girl is vindicated. I don't think it matters what happens here. The idea that like Mr. Girl ran with, that he used as his narrative, the examples that he used for his logic still did not actually play out. And so that is still the point. Like if some girl comes and accuses me of being a rapist over and over, and she keeps saying he's a rapist, and people are like, why is he a rapist? And they're like, because he had sex with a girl one time. And they're like, what, was she underage? She's like, no, but I don't think she consented. And they're like, well, okay, did she say she didn't consent? And they're like, no, she didn't say that, but I don't think she did. They're like, but why? So like, I don't think that that's what happened. I'm just telling you, he's a rapist. That's it. Like, get over it. You just refuse to acknowledge it, but he's a rapist. They're like, what? But why? You can't just say you don't think that he consented, therefore, or that she consented, therefore he's a rapist. Like, that doesn't work. That doesn't make sense. And then later, the original girl comes out and says, yeah, Tom raped me. And then they're like, did you tell the original girl that? And she's like, no, I didn't say anything to her about it. She was just talking shit. But the original girl doesn't get to come out and be like, ha, vindicated. Like, no, you weren't vindicated. You still made a claim without any reason to make the claim. Like, you just so happen to say the same thing as who was right, but you weren't right. You were not right. You were still wrong. So you're not vindicated now. You're still wrong. So yeah, that's kind of the idea with this, is that yeah, people use it to vindicate Mr. Girl, but it doesn't really work. So KT with 5 followers says, I've defended Destiny countless times, but this is too far. 100% support Pxie for this. Shame on Not So Erudite. 2 for her actions. What the fuck? I don't think not to where I went and talked to Pxie and other victims and then came out and said, hey guys, the victims said they don't want people talking about this. Not So Erudite is the one who did go and talk to the victims and relayed information from the victims. So there's no reason to turn around and say, shame on Not So Erudite for anything. And then on top of that, Pxie verified this by saying, right here, also, if you're a leftist who has talked about this situation without so much as contacting me, you owe me an apology. On top of being a victim of revenge porn, I now have to deal with people lying about my dating life and further dehumanization of me. So she's like validating what it is that Not So Erudite did and said, where she came out and said that they don't want people talking about this, so you shouldn't talk about this. Pxie has like solidified what it is that Not So Erudite said here. So it's kind of dumb to try to use this to blame Not So Erudite in any way. Also, I'm a little confused. So, in Pxie's post... Oh, wait, never mind. She does. Never mind. So, yeah, I'm almost positive there was something here earlier that said something about about Destiny sending her money for her bills. I'm positive that earlier when I was reading this behind the scenes during the inauguration, that she had said something about the fact that it was fucked up, that like Destiny thought it was going to make everything go away by sending her money for her bills and helping her with like gas bills and shit like that, as though that would fix everything. I didn't read the Substack yet, so I didn't get that from the Substack, and I'm almost positive there was that it was like the second post on here, and that it said that like right here, but yeah, it's just not here anymore. So this person said, did he do it on purpose? Pxie said, yes, he 100% without my consent sent pornographic content of me to another person. So yeah, it's not clear. I don't believe her. I need to see the proof. Wait, are you joking? So yeah, if you guys don't know about this, this is something that's been out for at least the last like month or two, is the fact that like videos were posted of him having sex with people, and that like, yes, everybody already knew that she was one of the people in the videos, because as I said, somebody was sending every single person like all of this like information, showing all of the verifying markers on their bodies and everything, showing like picture here, video here, here's the mole on their back, here's the mole on their back, here's the freckle on their shoulder, here's the freckle on their shoulder. So I got a message. I opened it just to see what somebody was sending me, just reading mail, and Pxie was the very first one on there, where they do show like identifying markers from a picture and from a video. I immediately X'd out and blocked the person, so I don't even have access to it anymore, but it looked like that was like one of many in a very long message, and I think I might have even reported them as well. So Were they sexting each other? No, it seems as though they had like an in-person sexual interaction that he recorded. He took that video. Later, he sent it to another girl that he was having a sexual interaction with. That girl's boyfriend then hacked her Discord and leaked all of the videos. And so the thing that people are upset about is the fact that Destiny sent a video of these women, Pxie is one of them, of these women to another person without asking for her consent or their consent. And so, yeah, it's Tom Ford showed the true cancer is going to be when the Mr. Girl weirdos are starting to try to revising history. Well, that's what I don't know if you just got back, but yes, we just finished talking about that 2 minutes ago. So. Mantis thought the same thing about the account, Tom Ford show. What does that mean? She thought the same thing about the account. What does that mean? The problem is, she is saying he intentionally meant to cause her harm. He was a Coomer-brained and shared with the... Yeah, so I think I'm about to... I'm trying to find a video to put on to babysit you guys for a second, but that I am going to kind of quote tweet this and ask for some clarification here, because it's not clear what it is she's accusing him of. Even after reading her entire Substack, it's not clear what it is she's accusing him of. So I did read, we already went over the entire Substack. So yes, it's not clear what it is that she's accusing him of. And we even read the laws and that she was saying she's using. So did Destiny record the sex act without her consent? No, there's no accusation of that here at all. Just DM her maybe. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Yeah, I'll probably do that. So yeah, it sounds like Destiny will respond to this eventually, and so we'll, it sounds like he's going to do that soon. Yeah, it sounds like pretty soon he's going to have a take on this. And so, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what it is he has to say. When he comes out, we'll pull it up and cover it whenever it happens. So. Wow, both sides at fault here? What are you talking about, both sides at fault here? Wait, you're just saying, oh, just allowing somebody to record you in a sexual act puts her at fault for somebody else leaking it and making it public? That's insane, dude.
Was it more of like a discussion video about the subject? Is that what this video was?
Years for the Great Depression.
NFTs with
records and then, without their consent, shares.
But I actually found out the real reason just now, and it's that Destiny cocked him. His girlfriend cheated on him with Destiny.
And this drip feed of information is causing so much speculation from it.
Going to, right?
Yeah, she did it. That was the number one concern, is like anything she did would draw attention to it. And I was like, well, I would agree with that. So that's why she
likely.
Dan, do you want to just come on stream to talk about this stuff? I don't know if everything you're sending me in DMs is stuff you want me to leak, but yeah, we can have a chat if you want. He's calling. Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, so kind of a crazy day, huh?
Yeah. There was like a good meme that was posted, but probably without
Ew, Beckett, of course. Is that who that British voice was? Was that Beckett?
Anyways, yes. I don't know, the whole thing is really fucked up situation. I don't understand why where this thing came from. As I said, I talked to Pxie one time. I'm on good terms with her. And you know, when we talked, she was just like asking for advice, and Destiny would probably be upset because I did like the opposite of sweeping. I was basically, she was asking like, you know, about a bunch of legal shit, and I was to the point where I was like, well, let me see if I can find some attorneys to recommend to you. So I wasn't like pushing one thing or the other. You won't find any logs or any crazy shit like that of me doing anything because they don't exist.
Okay. I mean, the only thing she said, as far as I could tell, is that you advised her that going public might be bad for her. Which...
what she was at the time. So the first something to be clear of, like before this happened, right? Because this was all obviously way after the Kiwi Farms thread and everything else. At that point, like people already, like a bunch of people already knew. So like the whole going public thing didn't make sense. I think she was concerned is that she didn't want it to spread, and I thought that was, you know, if that's your ultimate goal, like that makes sense, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
that was my impression because I was hearing about this stuff, and I was under the impression that she didn't want any of it to be public. So I was like, well, she is the victim, so I'm not going to, right?
Yeah, she didn't. That was the number one concern, is like anything she did would draw attention to it, and I was like, well, I would agree with that. So that's why she was asking about the legal stuff, because that could be potentially completely private. But at no point was I like, don't do this, don't do that. You know, to be clear, I think like the person who's most at fault here is the hacker, but you know, that's not what anyone is specifically talking about right now. But
well, I mean, I think the point to be made though is like the hacker never would have had that in the first place if Destiny hadn't been sending this around, right? Which, to be clear, you do seem to believe that to be the case, right?
Yeah, but I can also put it another way, right? So there's you shouldn't have sent that around. I'm not going to defend that. But in the same part, like I don't think 100% of the blame, even though that's bad, it's like, as an example, a shitty example, but let's say that me and you are in a relationship and you've sent me your dick pics and we've been sending dick pics back and forth, and then your Discord gets hacked and someone leaks it. Are like, how much are you at fault there, right? For
right,
like,
but the point, but the point is that Destiny also, which you seem to think is the case, sent it to other people outside of the relationship. It's more like if you and I are in a relationship, and I've seen your cock, and I send it to Nicholas Diorio, and Nicholas Diorio gets hacked. At which point you find out I've been sending pictures of your cock around.
Yeah, exactly. That's not good.
So just to be clear, this is true, right?
What's true?
That he leaked her nudes without her consent.
That's what Pxie says on this type of thing. I don't have any inside information onto that front besides what.
You haven't talked to Steve about this?
I mean, I've talked to him briefly about it, but now it's like I'm a little bit nervous to say too much. Everyone like getting sued, and I certainly don't want to get dragged into all of that fucking nonsense or anything along those lines. But I'll say that Pxie says that she didn't consent to that, and that's not good if that's the case, right? I think we can both agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, at least based on the DMs, I mean, why would he? I guess my question is based on the messages.
Thing, like,
that
why am I cautious to say anything? Is because I just don't know what could have been the case. Like, I'm not going to say.
That's fair, and I understand that for sure. I guess for me, the reason why it seems to be the case to me is because in his DMs with her, and Kyla's DMs with
again,
with her
I'm not sweeping for Kyla or for Destiny. I only sweep for myself. That's it.
That's fair. Just ignore chat. Ignore chat. I don't think you're sweeping. For me, it seems to be the case because of the direct acknowledgement of wrongdoing, right? And like, for example, you know, Erudite saying, oh, well, you know, Steven needs to understand nothing like this will ever happen again, and he feels so sorry for what happened. Like, if there was consent, why would there be acknowledgement of wrongdoing if Pxie had previously consented to the DMs, right? Or to the news being sent around, right? That's kind of my conclusion. And I assume Kyla wouldn't be trying to imply that unless that was the case.
I know this sounds strange. I actually speak with Kyla like almost never at all. Like, it's very rarely. It was for booking stuff, and now we actually have. I'm finding a new person for doing booking, not because of anything, because of this, but like I genuinely don't know about that situation. I talked to Pxie one time because she wanted legal advice. That was it. one time, okay? And at no point of that was I doing anything along the lines of suggesting she didn't do anything or anything else. That's all that I'm really speaking to here on my front. I'm not retarded. I've met you. I'm not going to throw myself under the bus telling someone that they shouldn't do that. Like,
that's fair.
Jesus fucking Christ, that would be insane. Like, literally nuts to do. So that was it. She asked for legal advice, and I gave it to her, even though it was probably to the detriment of Steve to a certain extent, the things that I was saying. But, you know, I was just, that's what I did.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I haven't seen any evidence of you doing anything fucked up, so, you know, there's that.
You won't. You won't, because it doesn't exist. Mainly because, yeah. Well, yeah. Oh, and I'm trying to think what else might come up with me specifically. Yeah, like I did the thing about Kiwi Farms. I said it was stupid to sue Kiwi Farms, and I stand by that. I think that's a lose-lose-lose situation across the fucking board.
Yeah, that wouldn't go anywhere. Yeah.
Like the only winner in that situation ever is going to be lawyers and attorneys. So that's why I said that, because it's true. Like, yeah, that's it. So I don't want to make this a whole fucking thing or anything else along those lines. I don't know. There's a lot of people in this situation right now that are also like I see Lauren De Laguna made the fundraiser. President Sunday fucking hates Steve. Like, I'm just
I mean, to be clear, there are a lot of like weird intentions around this, and even beyond that, anybody who's ever associated with Destiny is about to be accused of sweeping. And that's going to happen, but realistically, I think that stuff will die off as the sort of more important factors come into play regarding the people who are actually involved, which, as far as I can tell right now, seems to be Destiny, seems to be Kyla. And, you know, as far as anybody else that did anything wrong, maybe I'm misremembering. I can't see anything yet, but yeah, it seems to be pretty fucking bad, dude. It seems to be pretty fucking bad. Apparently, Steven is making a statement in a few hours. I guess you don't have anything to say about that because you're.
I genuinely don't know what the fuck he's gonna say, but I assume it'll be like every other statement he does with vlogs and all sorts of other shit, because that's what Steve does always. So, yeah, I don't know.
Okay, all right. Well, I appreciate you.
Awkward fucking spot to be put into, but
yeah, for me too. But yes, I understand you as his co-host are in a very awkward position.
What do you think about that as a meme? That's too much to post, right? Publicly.
You want me to click on this?
Yeah, you can click on that. You can play that.
Okay, let me see this.
I need a new dust filter for my Hoover Max Extract Pressure Pro Model 60. Can you help me with that? A pickup. How hot? Red hot. I know where that is. I'll be there.
I mean, I think you can post that if you want.
No, it is what it is.
You already sent it to me. Like, what's the point?
Well, no, now it's out there in the record of, you know, what it is. It's fine. But yeah, that's it. I don't know. We'll see what happens today. I will stand by. Look, I think there's not enough negative shit also towards the hacker, to be clear, right? So I don't know. That's it. That's the little bit of sweep that I do. Okay, right there. So yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, appreciate you coming
like
on.
If you just to be clear, if you send my dick pics, sorry.
No,
if
go
you
ahead.
If you send my dick pics to anyone, like, everything I'm saying here doesn't matter. Like, just want to, you know, be clear. I'm coming after you if you send my dick pics anywhere.
That's totally fair. That makes sense.
All right.
And I've only sent it to like a few hundred people, so you're good.
No, like, you're not even allowed to send it with like your mom, okay? Just because you think your mom's not going to share, because you know what, your mom's going to share it with your dad, and then
My
your
mom
dad's
needs to
gonna share it
know
with your
who I'm.
uncle.
My mom needs to know who I'm with and if he's well endowed or not, especially in the Jewish respect.
Okay.
Because I heard you're not cut, which seems kind of antithetical.
First off, that is absolutely untrue. I have my dick is cut so far back, it's like it's nothing but head. Okay.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
That's
all right.
important.
Well, all right. Well, today will be a fun day. I look forward to the shit show.
I guess. Yeah, I guess he's supposed to be responding soon. So we'll see how that goes. All right. Well, thanks for coming on, big boy.
Yeah, no problem.
Big
Cheers. Later,
cheese.
Holmes. Yep. Later.
Yep. All right. We got word from the rabbi chat. There you go. We'll keep going through this video from Copenseed now.
On January the 10th, President Sunday would approach Straight Raid asking if there was any updates on the situation. She responded that she hadn't heard anything else.
Oh
She
yeah, that is
speculates
Beckett.
that Pxie at this point may be annoyed with her and just simply ignoring the messages. Though she
Yeah, Beckett, obviously in the past has made it very clear that he is not very good at like investigatory work and putting things together and making clear statements and using a logical thought process that will bring you to a a conclusion using that information. So I would not use a video that he's put out as the source of my information. So he's worthless. Yeah, he pretty easily jumps to conclusions. It pretty easily jumps to conclusions, pretty easily is willing to make statements that are not accurate. So yeah, I would not. He is unethical as fuck. Yeah, the guy like accused me of lying about something, and then twice after talking to him made it clear that he didn't think I lied, and that he just like changed his statements over time because he gained a new perspective. But then supposedly, I believe, went right back to saying that I lied. For at least from what other people said. I don't know if that's true, but the fact that even in the first place he was saying that I lied, and then also held me to a standard where he was saying, hey, you said a thing that it's obvious that's not your intent, but a small percentage of people took what you said in this way. So it's your responsibility to clarify that. And I said, okay, fair enough. But also you understand that you said this and a ton of people took it in this way. So it's your responsibility to clarify that. And he said, that's not my job. If they misunderstand what I'm saying, that's on them. What the fuck? But yeah, and there was other examples of this happening as well that I can think of just off the top of my head. That I just I would not use him for the information, but we'll see. We'll see what Tom concludes from this.
wanted to. And while, if I'm being frank, I'm not surprised or stunned or shocked by the leaks. I'm not a Destiny fan and never have been. But I've never hated the guy either. Unfortunately for me, this story is one that is basically impossible to ignore. It has been fascinating watching people dance around this topic. And at least for me, this is...
So again, this is one of the people that I believe Pxie is saying should be apologizing for this, because yes, he is obviously out here talking about the topic while it's clear that she doesn't want people talking about it. Or, I mean, I don't know. It's possible that he totally reached out to her and got that confirmation from her before posting anything, but I'm not sure that that's the case with really anyone. So we'll maybe there'll be, some clear accusations here later, but as of right now, I would assume that just about anybody who was talking about these things openly I would assume that pretty much everybody who was playing defense here was doing it without talking to her.
The part of the story that I wanted to know about. I'm not an accountability channel. I frankly don't care to be.
I do want to know why she isn't also going after the main leaker, the guy who actually shared all this after hacking the messages. So we don't know that she isn't doing that. Again, we don't know that she isn't doing these things. And so I did reach out to her, and so I'll see if I can get some clarification on some of these things. I would assume that she is kind of flooded with a lot and probably very overwhelmed. And I would not expect her to like immediately be answering messages from people. So, it might take a while to get clarification on some of these things. And I don't think that we should like do a whole lot of speculation on what she is or isn't doing, what she does or doesn't mean. Yeah. So this is from the Cope and Seeds podcast. And this is exactly what I was thinking is that, like the first video that they put out was about Demon Mama and Doe. And the whole video is just about like them making like, pictures of like alien like animals or alien like figures, cartoons or animal like cartoons and sexualizing them. So they would like give them big penises or big butts or all sorts of things like that. And it's just them talking about how weird it is that they were doing this, like the whole video. And I'm kind of blown away watching the video the entire time that they're even willing to make a whole video just about the fact that people are willing to like draw pictures of animals and sexualize them. Like, okay, yeah, it's weird. Like, are we really going to make a big deal about that? Like, is that really like worth making a whole video about? Like, all right, I guess that's, it's just like, hey, look how cringe this is. And that's your thing. All right, fine. But then at the very end of the video, then they do this like very quick montage. It's like, I feel like it was a 30-minute video. And then the last 2 minutes is a montage of a bunch of Discord posts from their Discords where minors were engaging in sexual conversations with adults. And they just brush over that real quick at the end. And I was like, wait, what? Did we really just spend all this time talking about fucking like furry porn and shit like that? And then we just brushed over the minors in sexually explicit conversations with adults in Discord? Like, what the fuck? What is this? Beckett really dropped the ball. So I don't know how much Beckett had to do with that. I remember him saying at one time that they did have some issues with it, and that he wrote, like he was part of writing it, but I don't know how much he actually had to do with it. I know that his partner in the Cope and Seeds channel was part of the video as well and has been his like co-host on there. So I don't know who was responsible for that, but I do know that the video is still up. I believe it's still up. I checked just a little while ago and it was still up. So yeah, it is strange.
Right. That was a much better video than the one we saw from President Sunday. I feel like it gave us a much fuller picture and actually read through the messages. So
I wonder if Lavloon, Lauren De Laguna, Molina, Brittany Venti, etc. will come forward and make claims against him. Is that irony? Yeah, Jenny Matrix, yeah. Jenny Matrix is not the problem from there, trust me. Okay, again, from my understanding is that, yeah, Jenny Matrix, like, she was the majority, or she was the one, like, kind of pushing that project and had the most to do with it. So I could be wrong, but yeah, when you're saying these other people are going to come forward and make claims, like everybody except for Brittany Venti, all of those people have made claims already. So I don't know why you say that as though like that's gonna be a thing. Like, yeah, all of those people have already made claims. They all have claims. So it's kind of weird to act like this would be like a new thing somehow.
that was good to see. That was very good to see. BWC. Oh, good joke, dude. You got me. Why didn't Destiny get canceled for that fake rap battle against a sign that was really bad and should have been a sign? Yeah, that should have been the sign, dude. That clearly should have been the sign. Okay. Well, that's pretty fucked. I don't know if there's anything else that we can cover at this moment. If there's something else, you guys can bring attention to it for me. But I don't know that there's anything else that's talking about it right now that is going to go into it. That's going to give us stuff we need. Obviously, there's a call with Nicholas DiOrio, but you know, I'll let Nick handle that call on his own. Yeah. That's pretty fucked, chat. I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe there's some small chance Destiny can disprove these allegations if he's able to provide proof that, in fact, Pxie did consent to the sharing of these DMs before.
So I'll say in the divorce between Destiny and Melina, this is a while ago, so I could be wrong, but from the best of my recollection, Destiny did like he tried really hard to kind of like paint Melina as this like crazy manipulator and, you know, kind of abusive, and that she was doing all this fucked up shit, where I don't think he ever really made that case very well. And it was like a lot of like surrounding context that says like, if that was the case, these are things that could align with that narrative, but that it didn't really like really show the narrative. And I remember when I went over this, I did have, tons of DGGers in my chat kind of freaking out about the fact that I was not like straight up accusing Melina of being abusive when, from my perspective, it just was not, there was not real evidence for that. And so there are times, I'll admit, there are times where you can't really prove your case. Like there's a lot of times where you can't do that. And so, Tom turning on Destiny. Well, again, I'm repeating what I said like a year and a half ago. And so, this is not like this is not a new thing that I'm saying out of nowhere. I'm just repeating what I said a year and a half ago. So, you haven't had sex with Destiny, have you? Because he is slaying every content creator. Well, I suppose you'll find out soon enough then, won't you? You were off messages to you-know-who. What? I don't know what that says. I have no idea what that means. You were off messages to you-know-who. What the fuck does that mean? Okay, I know my videos have been shared with others, but the fault is mine. She was dumb. I don't think this is reading TTS right now, and I don't know why. But Z-King, thank you for the $5. Oh, there it is.
OMG, so if Destiny actually gets cancelled here, where will you get your takes from Tommy?
Yeah, I know. I know. It's, actually, it's been pretty clear that Destiny is constantly like using a time machine to get his takes from me after he says them, and then I repeat them, that I wasn't actually repeating him. That in reality, he was getting in a time machine and repeating me, repeating him, and then going back and saying it before I said it, so that it sounds like he said it first and that I said it second. Yes, so he pre-watches. Exactly. He pre-watches back in time.
Dems are down so bad. I'm so happy as a rep.
I'm sure you are. I don't even know what that applies to, but okay. Tom, did you see Elon Musk do a certain salute? Oh no. Oh no. Did he? I'm a bit shocked, to be fair. No, he didn't.
Oh. We just have to kind of wait and see what he...
Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck, dude? Elon Musk accused of making Nazi salute 3 times during inauguration. 3 times!
I don't know. House, Senate, White House. Destiny. Face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy.
This is so weird, dude. Yeah, this is what happens when Republicans are up. Yeah. Yep, this is it. This is what we get when Republicans are up. I'm sure you're happy because this is what we get. Elon appears to accidentally give Hitler salute. Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it is, of course.
For making it happen. I want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Yeah, that looks like an accident. Oh shit. Okay. Oh. I'll say he's always sounded like a German. He's always sounded like a German. Like he's supposedly South African and but he sounds German. He just does. Like his accent sounds very fucking German. It really does.
To you that the future of civilization is assured.
Yeah, I think that's an accident. I don't think that that's like a... Because... Okay, I don't know. Shit. Fuck, I don't know now. Shit.
I want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Because that is the Nazi salute. It is here, then here. That is what it is. And it's not like a cross or anything. It is like out to the side, like exactly like he's doing it. This is... Oh, shit, dude. What the fuck? Elon Musk mimics Nazi salute during Trump's inauguration. The magnate and current official of the newly inaugurated government made a strange gesture resembling the Nazi salute during his speech following Donald Trump's inauguration. Wait, that's the whole... Okay, that's the whole thing. Yeah, Donald Trump, for anybody who missed it, during his inauguration, Donald Trump did say that he made the biggest comeback, which means that in order for him to believe he made a comeback, he has to believe that he lost. So it sounds like he is finally changing that narrative here. And yeah, making a bit of a different statement. So
ambition, the greatness of America, and the people have been looking at it today and reading it and rereading it and say, wow, that was a really magnificent speech. Now, there's one other element to it. At times it felt like a campaign speech, and what was interesting about that is he ticked off all
he says. But this is pretty fucked. This is pretty fucked, dude. Tom, can we get a sharing revenge porn is bad? What do you want me to say?
I could buy your family. You look strung out again, BTW. Hope you are not back to your old ways. Good luck to Dems. They badly need something to celebrate.
Bro, you couldn't buy my fucking garage. What the fuck? You could buy my family.
Sharing revenge porn is bad. What do you want me to say?
Maybe try a little bit smaller. Maybe start with a fucking closet or some shit, you know? Maybe try with my hamster, maybe.
Hey, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? There you go. Is that what you wanted? Anything else? Anything else?
I think the $5 dono is I think that'll make it into at least the top 10 donos for today, so you at least look like you have money. But appreciate it, thank you. Tom Foolery Show, why is it that nearly every time we see RW, right-wing media, even mainstream, they make a reference to owning libs? I rarely see that on liberal networks. It's bizarre how fixated they are on that. Well, yeah, I was going to say even earlier. So, like, there's numerous times where Democrats had the House, they had the Senate, they had the executive branch, they had the Supreme Court. Like, they didn't do the same things, right? They were not running around like doing the same like childish gotchas. But it's obviously been a thing that like all Republicans have engaged in. And they don't just do that. They don't just say, hey guys, we're really happy that we are winning right now, or anything like that. They say liberals are done. Democrats are done. It's over for them. And I would love to see, like, it's funny because they have won one popular vote. I think 2 popular votes in like 60 years and 1 popular vote in the last like 25 years. And they think that winning this popular vote is like, they get 1 and that's it. They're done. Like, it's over with. Whereas, like, if they were actually trending in that direction, you would expect it to get to a point where the trend is back and forth, like this.
Check DMS Bank ACCTW today date face with tears of joy. Keep losing.
Wait, check DMs. DMs on what? No DMs there. No DMs there. I checked Twitter. I checked Discord. I checked. Not on Instagram. Like, where are you sending me DMs? Anyways, so they win 1 popular vote, and now they think that that's it. Like, that's it. You know, Democrats are done. And it's like, wow, dude, you guys have lost like every popular vote in my lifetime except for 1, and that's George Bush's when he was the incumbent. So outside of incumbents, or outside of somebody who's already won an election, they haven't won any popular votes in my lifetime. Like, none. Outside of somebody who's already won an election or somebody who's already been president once, where they won the first time on just electoral college and not getting the popular vote, then the second time they'll get the popular vote. But outside of that, they have gotten 0 popular votes on the very first one. And so, yeah, it's kind of ridiculous the way that people act like this is it. That's the end of it. Like, I think my shit's frozen. I can't tell, but yeah, I think my stuff's frozen. Am I still live? Can people still see me? Yeah? Okay.
Damn. Can we get a sharing revenge porn is bad? What do you want me to say? Sharing revenge porn is bad. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say?
Okay.
What do you
Now
want me
it's
to say?
moving.
There you go. So you wanted? Anything else? Anything else?
Oh, the bot's
Damn.
getting Dan.
Pretty bad. Pretty fucking bad, chat. That's pretty fucked. If any other members of Destiny's community want to come on and talk to me about this, you're welcome to. But I think that's everything we have right now. To my knowledge. I guess I got clipped at a non-bird on the Destiny Revenge board situation.
What's your Insta? Trying to show 2 million W date.
Okay, I don't know why you're trying to share that. That's weird. But I don't really care. Especially, yeah, if somebody sends like a screenshot of something, it doesn't really mean anything. Like, it's a very meaningless thing. But you have $2 million, buddy. I believe you. I will. Now y'all don't care. Wait, who cared? Who said that they cared? Why are you saying y'all? I never said that I cared. I don't know why you're saying y'all. I don't speak for everybody else. So if other people care, that you can send it to them. So just ask them what their Instagram is. I never said that I cared.
Situation. We'll see how charitably I got clipped. Charitability. Now, I think another perspective to this is also, like, how can Destiny ever judge someone else morally for anything they've ever done with this? Like, if he unconsensually shared nudes of... So there's all these random losers in chat who I've never heard of saying they need to come on. You're not coming on. Someone who is of some importance or perhaps has some involvement here. Not a random chatter.
You said I couldn't buy garage. Dems hate evidence.
I didn't say you couldn't buy a garage. I said you couldn't buy my garage. I didn't say you couldn't buy a garage. My garage is way more than $2 million.
Funny how Destiny and Jar content all starts the moment Shed goes on vacation. He is among the graped yet again. He is. There's someone. How can you... Shedding revenge porn is bad. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say, dude? He should have never named. This is the second worst thing ever, right behind BWC not being on Spotify. Good one. Chestnuts roasting for an open fire. Yeah. Do you think it's a little messed up to post it on Inauguration Day, kind of stealing the spotlight? Well, in fairness, it doesn't seem like Pxie wanted it to come out on Inauguration Day. That doesn't seem to be the case. Ever morally have any judgment on anyone, on any political figure for any sexual misconduct they have undergone, on any political figure for really anything they've done? Like, how can you be going out of your way to criticize other people when you yourself are... I mean, bring on Queeman or Loner Box? Is Queeman involved in this stuff?
Is Queeman involved? Did Queeman's nudes get leaked? Oh, shit.
Is Queeman involved in this at all? Someone sent me a Russell search thing of Destiny being in his chat today. It looks like he sent a few DMs. Here we have him saying, "Sweats the knee." 14/21/06. 2025 David Lynch dies. Film releases on January 20th, 2025. Destiny's
Loner Unboxed. How's it going, homie?
most ambitious.
Long time no see.
So I guess he's planning on some kind of response at some point. Flying back to Miami, back to sleep. So everything invests into Melania. Part of my life savings I invest into Trump crashed. Okay, so on the 20th, he said, "Wake up, find out my life savings, invest into Trump crash, sell everything, invest into Melania, go back to sleep, flying to Miami. How long does the inauguration last? Am I missing cinema on this flight? Law school arc starting sooner than I expected. I see Pepe. I'm on my way to Mar-a-Lago." So here he's talking about Pxie apparently going to law school.
Yeah, Foolery with 70 viewers has a $2 million garage. God, I can't believe PPL believe you, huh? You're a known liar. Dems down so bad and hate evidence face with tears of joy.
I didn't say I have $2 million, bro. It's, first off, it's not a $2 million garage. It's a $100 trillion garage. Second off, everybody doesn't believe me. They've seen it. So,
You'll keep reading, Donos. I own you. You need the dollar.
Make a post on my sub in a bit. Just landed. And that was at 12:20. So that was 15 minutes ago. David Lynch dies from released on January 20th. Destiny's most ambitious manifesto yet. Sweatstany. This is all.
I do see IP ban Stephen NG. I'm pretty sure Stephen NG is one of the
Bark
names
for
that we saw earlier. That I think that I could be wrong, but I think that that was the person who said that I think that's the person who said that she deserved it. I think that was the fucking... Yeah, I think that was the person who said some shit about her deserving it or something like that. Yeah, I could be wrong, but I believe that's... Because I know we saw that name earlier, so it could have been somebody in chat, or it could have been him, but... Yeah, I don't know. Pretty sure I saw that person.
All the messages. Thank you, information gathering guy, for this. So that's where we're at right now. That is where we are at right now. So maybe it's all bullshit. Maybe it's all fake. It's not a reference to Pxie going to law school. DGG has memed Destiny going to law school for years. Is that it? Oh.
Take a step back from the whole stream.
I don't know who this person is,
politics
but
thing.
Their name's Lufah, and I feel like I've seen that name before. Lufah. I'm almost positive this is somebody who's been in my chat a bunch of times. Am I wrong on that? You guys
Frequent
recognize that
Destiny
name?
collaborator Lonerbox has really been going through it as of late, apparently. So much so that he's decided he needs to take a step back from the whole streaming online politics thing. According to the esteemed Yeet, Lonerbox announces he will step back from streaming due to harassment from Hasan's community and platforming of Bad Empanada. Okay, well, Bad Empanada is kind of insane, so let's see what they're doing to drive Lonerbox off the internet.
IP discourse. Nope. It's a little bit frustrating that the psycho smear campaign against me has kind of succeeded, and it's basically all because of Hasan being willing to platform it, which is very annoying that you basically have to like suffer the consequences of someone else's stupidity, but is what it is.
Yeah, Destiny has already. He has already apologized to her. Like she did leak the DM showing that he already apologized to her, and yeah, that's what I keep kind of saying is that like it is fucked up to like send somebody else's nudes to another person without their consent. It's still very different from publishing it publicly, which is what I think a lot of people think happened when they say, you know, revenge porn. But yes, it is. It is from what I've seen. He has already apologized tomfoolery show, but an apology is almost an admission of guilt in this case and isn't going to help him in the suit. Yeah, of course. Well, so I started off to say earlier, I know that the way that he dealt with the scenario with Melina probably wasn't great, and I'm interested to kind of see how he deals with this one, because yeah, it's just depending on like the way that she said this. I'm not making any prescriptions here. I'm just making descriptions. There's a number of ways that he could deal with this. So one, yes, he could just come out and say, hey, look, she's upset. And now that there's a legal, suit, I can't really talk about this. But this is fucked up and this is not great. And I'm not going to be able to really get into the details going forward, but I will have to, I will have some sort of public statement after we have the an outcome in the legal case. So this is one. Two, he could come out and say, hey guys, can't really talk about this scenario at all, but I will say that she is accusing me of revenge porn here and pretty clearly is trying to imply that I am the one who leaked this stuff publicly. And that is bullshit. This is defamation, and I will be countersuing for her trying to make it, for her trying to imply that I leaked all of this publicly, because that is a narrative that's been going around. We've gone over it here on stream a couple of times from a couple of people saying that he is the one who leaked it and that he leaked all of the nudes and everything so that he could get the attention off of some other drama that was happening at the time. I don't remember what the drama was, but yeah, it was something. It was something small, something stupid, like about him like wishing people dead or something. I think it was maybe the stuff with the Trump assassination attempt or something like that. But yeah, I think that So saying yes, like I'm countersuing, she's accusing me of this, that would be a really bad way of dealing with this. That would be super, super de-duper no bueno. So yeah, there's that. Then there's, the other way of just coming out and just saying, hey, she has her accusations and, I know how she feels about this, and regardless of whether or not I feel the same way, this is how I would, like, if I was prescribing somebody how to deal with this, this is kind of what I would say is, and I don't have the information on what it is that happened. I don't have the information on the truth, but I would say that, yes, this is, like, if I was telling somebody how to kind of respond to this, I would say, what happened here is horrible, that I am a victim of this scenario as well, but it's obvious that women are going to have a much, much harder time with what it is that happened in the leaks that came out. And for any part that I played in that, I am truly sorry, and I feel horrible about this. And I understand that she has her feelings in the narrative, and that she is very angry right now, and rightfully so. I do not have the same feelings, and I do not have the same narrative, but regardless, I am sorry for what part in this I did play and for how things have transpired here. And then just saying, but I will not be able to talk about this much more until the suit is over with. And so, with an ongoing lawsuit, I will have to make it to where people are not allowed to talk about this in Reddit, in Discord, in chat, and people will be automatically permanently banned if they are some of the people who are continuing to have this conversation. I think that is probably like the best way to kind of address it. I would try to shift blame to the person. Well, that's what I'm saying, is that by saying, I am also a victim of this. Somebody leaked my information as well, and my news as well. And this is not what I wanted. And so, yeah, I think that, like, yeah, in this case, you are kind of making it clear that you did not leak this stuff and that somebody else leaked it, and that you are not somebody who is, like, happy about that. You're not somebody who was part of that process. You're not somebody who takes any delight in it. And you are kind of giving her change title, Tom, for real? Change title to what? Change title to what? Oh, I think it's fun. Anyways, that's like, from the little bit of information that I have, that's what I would recommend. But with that said, it's very possible that he has more than enough information to where he can. I'm not changing it. Okay, leave it alone. It's fine how it is. Sigma female, what it do? But yeah, like, without having any information, like, it could be that he has something else that he wants to speak about here that will make this, different. But if he did, this is not, like, the time to do it. And like, if he did have, something, this, I would say, like, yeah, take a couple days off, then do that. But yeah, this is, you look skinny. Are you eating? Yeah, it's good that I look skinny. I'm working out. I'm getting ripped tonight.
Bonebox does not suffer fools kindly, it sounds like.
Someone else's failures as a human being. But that's not why I'm taking a break. That's just annoying. And it's something that I'll probably be able to work around by myself. I wouldn't exactly...
Wait, so he's saying that's not why, though. In this clip, he's saying that's not why.
Like to say it succeeded. Nah,
yeah, Sigma female is Lav, or at least pretending to be Lav. I assume that that's her account, but because he used to do drugs. Well, that was back when I was cool.
It's done enough, I think. And it's just the fact that, especially, like, I can handle it coming from, like, Deprogram or Bad Empanada. I can handle it coming from them because they're irrelevant. Like, their audiences don't matter to me. Like, I don't care about that. But the fact that I've noticed this recently, that when it comes from people like Hasan, the problem with Hasan is he is so good at just, like, roping in people who are basically just, like, unwitting social democrats, right? And, like, radicalizing the fuck out of them. And if I'm getting painted bad in the eyes of those people, and being, let's face it, a small creator who doesn't really have the resources of the community to defend themselves, and it's not like there's some social democrat safe space on the internet where you can fall back on. Like, if you're a breadtuber and you get attacked, well, everyone in breadtube is a cultist who's either going to defend you if they agree with you, and if they disagree with you, they'll just shut the fuck up because it's not...
Man, I liked Lonerbox too. Wait. Oh, you're upset that he's stepping away?
Not worth rocking the boat. But I don't really have that. There's not really anything that I can fall back on.
Nothing he can fall back on, huh?
Bad Empanada is fucking crazy. Bad Empanada is fucking nuts, and is consistently doxing people and coming after people, so yeah.
Because he's on Destiny's stream quite a bit from what I saw. I'm not much of a politics stream watcher, but I know I've seen this Lonerbox guy out and about with Destiny and on his stream. So Yeet goes on to say, Bad Empanada is notorious for extreme harassment and doxing of everyone, including minors. Hasan has continuously promoted his videos in previous months. Yeah. How to defend genocide. Hasanabi reacts to Bad Empanada. Just a picture of the man. The Bad Empanada. Nope. Okay, and he says, seems like there could be a chance he returns eventually, wants a break.
You're going to stop streaming entirely or just make it less frequent? I don't know. I'm just going to take a little break, I think. I might still game, but as far as doing, like, political content, I'm just going to take a break from it for a while. Probably the gaming will come to an end soon as well. What do you mean stop streaming? I'm not going to stop, like, forever. I just need some... It doesn't matter. I just need a bit of a break. You're gonna stop streaming entirely, or just make it like
H3 Snark, Hasan fan's new home subreddit, reacts. Great that he stops with his disinformation stream. Uh-oh, Lonebox, have you been doing disinformation? I hope not. Why are they blaming Hasan when Bad Empanada is the only person I know that really pushes back against this guy? Hasan's reaction to Bad Empanada's video about Lonerbox has caused issues for Lonerbox since he now can't infiltrate the demographic he wants to. Teamwork makes the dream work. So these people, they seem to think it is because Bad Empanada being platformed by Hasan. Aw, poor thing. He's just a small creator who's being bullied by Hasan for no reason. Sucks to suck. The evil has been defeated. Did the Israel checks stop? Thank you, Hasan. So not a lot of sympathy for Lonerbox over at H3 Snark. And here's the main H3H3 subreddit. Too long didn't watch. He feels Hasan's smear campaigns are too much to endure right now. This isn't the exclusive reason, but it's the most specific thing he mentions. He said there's no safe place for a social dem to fall back to on the internet, and it's just a lot to endure. Speculation. I think H3 and, like it or not, Destiny are the two big figures he most agrees with, but both creators are kind of islands with their communities. Both audiences don't move around a lot and probably invite more hate from the Hasan fans than love from H3 or Destiny fans. It is really difficult space Lonerbox is in right now. He is a leftist, but on the outs with Hasan, so therefore most leftists. During streams when he reacts to MAGA, he banned people that made comments on her appearance because he doesn't want a community that does that. Oh, I think talking about that MAGA's rhetoric person who made a long, rambling, unstructured video about Ethan retreading 5-year-old stuff that's been addressed repeatedly. Meanwhile, Hasan and his orbiters say Ethan is crashing out and dismissing his concerns because he's unhinged. I guess ableism is fine when it's against someone they have labeled a Zionist, and therefore they cannot possibly sit with the lefties. Let's not forget all the people that thought it was okay to call Noah Schnapp the F slur because Zionist? I have no idea what that's talking about. F Bad Empanada. I can't believe Hasan still endorses this guy. He truly is a toxic individual. Even the snarkers don't want to deal with Bad Empanada. I will never stop sharing that tidbit of information. Shame. I started watching some of his videos after appearance on the show. The left really needs more voices that oppose Hasan and company's brand of BS. Hasan seems to be doing a media blitz lately, so that'll be tough. So the consensus does seem to be, there's more in this. That's probably enough. You get the idea. People do seem to agree. Oh, this is very sad. Lonerbox is quitting. Hasan drove him off the internet.
You've got Tiny to back you up. Both you make quite the team when you're together. No. No.
Oh, Chad says, that's rough, Lonerbox, but you have Destiny to fall back on, right? You guys make a good team. Lonerbox says, no. No, we do not.
I see that Dream Homie posted that somebody is saying that President Sunday made the comment that Pxie is only interested in money. So apparently that's what President Sunday said. They said Sunday says Pxie didn't care about the nudes being leaked, and her only interest was money. She specifically states that the monetary damage is to make sure Destiny learns his lesson and doesn't do this again. So yeah, apparently that's President Sunday's claim, according to this person. So yeah, I guess that's President Sunday's claim here, is that Pxie just wants money. But yeah, they're saying that Pxie said that she wanted to do like monetary damage to Destiny to make sure that he didn't do this again, to make sure that he learned his lesson. So yeah, I don't know. They leaked some DMs, but I don't think let me double check on this.
You've got Tiny to back you up. Both, you make quite the team when you're together. No. No.
Okay, so I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean too much. You can't read a ton from just that. But seems like things are a little iffy with Destiny.
Destiny can help you with the slandering. I'd rather not. No.
Destiny can help you with the slander, another chatter says. And again, Lonerbox says no.
Destiny can help you with the slandering. I'd rather not. No.
I'd rather not. No. So yeah, really seems like maybe it is Hasan, or maybe the.
Okay, I don't know where this is going.
Hello. This video is going to go over how I was targeted by Argentine harassment and doxing groups linked to the Milei government who tried to dox and harass me and to
Okay, hold on. How do I get this off the screen? Okay. He's so weird, dude. He's so freaking weird. America is going to Mars. The flag, bam, bam, for the first time on Mars. Mr. Elon Musk, Godspeed.
To have American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first time? Yeah! To have American astronauts plant the flag. And we're gonna take Doge to Mars. I mean, can you imagine how awesome it will be to have American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first time? Bam! Bam! Yeah! How inspiring would that be? You know, and we're gonna take Doge to.
Elon Musk is fired up about America's future. This is what victory feels like. Oh man, he is so cringe, dude. He is so cringe. We, like, especially with all the shit that we've seen over the last month, it's pretty obvious that he is just dying for acceptance from people. That, like, he is just dying to be accepted from people, and that he's willing to pretend that he's good at video games. He's willing to lie and say that he's one of the top video gamers, that he's willing to force all of the techs within Twitter to change the algorithm so that all of his posts get pushed above everybody else's. He's willing to ban or demonetize everybody who calls him out for lying. He's willing to, he's willing to spend millions and millions of dollars just to buy a social media company, like hundreds of millions, well above what it was that it was actually valued at. And then he gets a little bit of praise from MAGA and a completely just 180s on everything that he states that he believes, and then becomes hardcore pro MAGA because they're showing him some acceptance and some favor within their movement. Like, it is just becoming blatantly obvious that all this guy does is just hardcore going after some sort of love and acceptance. Tom Foolery Show, he's just going through a Lindsay Lohan phase. He's becoming a mean girl now that he's done with plastics. True. Oh my goodness, dude. What the hell?
This is what victory feels like. Yeah! And this was no ordinary victory. This was a fork in the road of human civilization. Okay. You know, there are elections that come and go. Some elections are, you know, important, some are not. But this one this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you. We're going to have safe cities, finally, safe cities. Secure borders, sensible spending, basic stuff. And we're going to take Doge to Mars. I mean, can you imagine how awesome it will be to have American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first time? Bam! Yeah! How inspiring would that be? You know, there's always problems in life. You know, there's this problem, solve that problem. But you know, there need to be things that inspire you. There need to be things that make you glad to wake up in the morning and say, I'm looking forward to the future. Yeah. And I love you guys. So, and let me tell you, I'm gonna work my ass off for you guys. So, I really will. So.
Really will, guys.
Yeah, but I'm super fired up for the future. It's going to be very exciting. As the president said, we're going to have a golden age. It's going to be fantastic. And one of the fundamental things, one of the most American values that I love is optimism, and this feeling like we're gonna make the future good. We're gonna make it good. So, man, I can't wait. This is gonna be fantastic. So thank you again, and yeah, I'm just so excited about the future. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Did we get the sig hiling in this one?
Excited about the future. Thank you guys. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh wait.
I'm just so excited about the future. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Wait, that wasn't the same thing. Wait, that was a salute. Wait.
Again, and yeah, I'm just so excited about the future. Thank you guys. Thank you.
This is the same. No, it wasn't. Okay, so this one's actually from The Independent. The other ones were a bit more like bullshit sites. The Independent isn't all that great either, but let's see. Elon Musk draws outrage over odd-looking salute at Trump inauguration celebration. The world's richest man drew a ton of attention over an ill-advised salute he did on stage, with many likening it to a Nazi gesture.
Thank you.
Okay, wait. Hold on. Okay, so this is at the beginning. This wasn't at the end.
And this was no ordinary victory. This was a fork in the road. This is what victory. This is. Yeah! This is what victory.
Yeah, it doesn't look like
civilization.
I can't tell if it's the same thing. Yeah, there it is. There it is. That was it right there. Okay. Yeah, this one's different.
My heart goes out to you.
I was going to say, because you could totally take the fact that he's like in these directions. This is obviously a regular salute.
Yeah.
And so the fact that both of them are in the same exact directions, I was thinking they could have totally just like AI edited this to make it look like he was doing something different than what it was before. But yeah, he did do it here. So that makes sense now.
Incite people into killing me, which actually resulted in some people trying and evidently failing. Concurrent with this, I was targeted by a pro-Israel doxing and harassment organization linked to prominent pro-Israel social media figures, who are still, to this very day, kind of farting into the wind, spamming social media with claims that I was convicted of child sex crimes, clearly with the intent to get people to target me in real life. And now, more than a year after all that began, the YouTuber Kraut has joined forces with both of those groups, spreading those exact same defamatory allegations in the process, in a rather pathetic attempt to frame the people who did all of that to me as actually being my victims and thus cancel me. All because, and I shit you not, this really is it, I made a video that responded in part to one of his videos. That's all. And honestly, I thank him for that, because I wanted to make a video about this stuff for a while, but I couldn't really figure out how to frame it in a way that would be interesting or at all valuable, because I just don't consider things that happen to me personally to be that interesting to talk about.
Stop!
I usually try to
Oh
keep
my
them off
goodness!
my channel and make content that is at least of some political or historical importance. So
I'm not going to lie. I think I thought him and Kraut were the same person. I think in my head, I've always made him and Kraut the same person. Am I crazy? Did everybody else think? I don't know why, but I've always just put them in my head as the same person. I don't know why, but that's a little wild that I'm just now realizing they're not the same person. Kraut is Hungarian. I've never really see Kraut very often. I see him very rarely, and so the few times that I've seen him, I don't know. I think that in my head, I mixed him up with Bad Empanada.
So I had a lot of other ideas for videos that I wanted to make first, and then as I was working on those videos, I kept coming up with more ideas for videos, and I would then make those, and that process just kept repeating, and I never really got around to covering this. However, a fellow YouTuber having a pathetic meltdown and inventing this elaborate narrative where I'm like the leader of some sort of international criminal mafia that's been harassing him and hundreds of others for like an obscenely long time, and teaming up with actual fascist organized harassment groups who tried to get me killed just because he's unable to respond to me debunking him on a historical issue, in my opinion, makes things quite a bit more entertaining than they otherwise would have been, and also a lot funnier. So it's inspired me to finally whip this up and cover all this stuff. So here we are. Now I'm going to provide plenty of evidence for what I'm saying here, as not only are these groups and their links to the Milei government something that has been openly covered in the Argentine press numerous times, but also because I collected lots of evidence on these people to provide to the police, and some of them are presently under criminal investigation as a result. Yeah, this is actual serious stuff, and you'll see why. I was originally going to make 2 videos on this topic. One was going to be titled something like, What Happens to You When You Criticize Israel?, going over the coordinated pro-Israel defamation and harassment campaign against me, and another one which would have been titled, The Milei Government, a Jobs Program for Losers, going over how Milei's government has informally hired a bunch of disaffected online losers to dox, harass, and attempt to incite violence against pretty much anyone they see who criticizes him and his government. Instead of that, I'm just going to draw upon my own experience to cover both of them at once here, all in chronological order, all the way up to the most recent development of of YouTuber Kraut teaming up with these people to try and breathe new life into their failed campaign against me, all because he's so fragile that he believes that refuting his YouTube videos is harassment. So yeah, there's really not going to be any educational value to this video at all, though I guess it will shed some light on how organized Zionist harassment groups operate, and what could happen to you if you are a public figure who is uncompromisingly against Israel. Also, the stifling of free speech in Argentina under the Milei government, and I guess the fact that Kraut is just like a pathetic loser who gets so shaken by videos responding to him that he teams up with fascists to engage in doxing and defamation. So yeah, just that forewarning in case you came here expecting to get something of educational worth out of this, you might not. Anyway, so let's get started from the very beginning. So this story begins back in early 2023 when a post appeared on the YouTube of Warsh's subreddit claiming that I had been arrested in Argentina. And the evidence that they provided for this was an alleged Discord screenshot of me admitting that I was about to be arrested because of edgy material that I allegedly had on my hard drive. And also like a small little picture of someone with a beard being arrested, which was actually a guy who was arrested for attacking someone in Spain and not me. Now,
that does kind of look like him though. That's funny. That's funny. That does look just like him.
Was actually a guy who was arrested for attacking someone in Spain and not me. Now, I think it goes without saying that this screenshot was just transparently fake. This sort of thing is extremely easy to fake. Pretty much anyone can do it. I don't know about you guys, but I was not an edgy teen. So I feel like there's a lot of projection going on in here, like someone else projecting their greatest fears of things on their hard drive being found. And I honestly thought this was hilarious when it first showed up, so I made like a video or two just laughing at it.
Hey guys, so I've just found out via this post on...
Oh yeah, didn't this happen last night?
I forgot about this. Wasserman.
It says Trump admits that they rigged the election so that he would win on TV tonight.
We had our top people, Wasserman. They all came in on the Olympics, and then I saw Johnny. And we got the World Cup, too. And, you know, it's only because they rigged the election that I'll be your president representing you there. You know, I got both of them. I got the Olympics, and I got the World Cup. And I said, you know, it's too bad. One was in 2026 and the other was in 2028. And I said, I won't be there. I won't be your president. But then they rigged the election and now we won. So I'm going to be your president for the Olympics.
Okay, he's saying they rigged the election in 2020. So he wasn't the president from 2020 to 2024. He's the president from 2025 to 2020 to 2028. That's what he's saying. That's obviously what he's saying. He's saying because the Democrats rigged the election, he's not the president from 2021 to 2024. He's the president from, he's still spreading lies. Yeah, sure. It's just very different than what this Jen Marquez Mendez said, that he admitted that they rigged the election when he's saying that, yeah, the Democrats rigged the election. And that's why he gets to be the president when these things happen in the United States. That's all he's saying.
We had our top people.
Warsh's subreddit that I've been arrested. As you can see, I'm extremely arrested right now. I'm so arrested. I've been deprived of my liberty. This is terrible. I've done so many awful things. I can't believe I've been arrested. Finally, my crimes have caught up with me. Damn it, this sucks. Yeah. It sucks being arrested. Hello everyone, I'm currently at the prison restaurant, really enjoying my arrest. We have a nice wine glass here. We're having some...
I need to find that clip. Where does that come from?
I did everything right and they indicted me. I did everything right and they indicted me.
And they indicted me. Oh man, I need to make that like one of my dono sounds or some shit. I did everything right and they indicted me. Oh, it's so good, dude. It's so good. I need that as one of my dono sounds.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
He sounds like a devil. Yes, it's so weird how he talks sometimes. I know. It's billions and billions. So strange, dude. He's such a fucking character. Was there somebody in my comments the other day was saying like, well, at least Trump's funny. I'm like, yo, I think he's funny. I do. I think the guy's fucking hilarious. I don't normally look to a president to be like a fucking clown. Like I normally go to the circus for this sort of entertainment, or I go watch the Three Stooges for this sort of entertainment. I don't want to watch a presidential speech for this sort of entertainment. This is a bit out of place.
Nice wine in the prison restaurant. It sucks to be arrested right now. Hello everyone, I'm reporting in again from jail. This is one of the 5 different jail restaurants that we have in the jail. It's a very nice.
Oh brother, he's so annoying. All right, I
want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
So he is doing it from his shoulder. Yeah, it was like it would be a bit closer if his hand was sideways, but this to this is still way too similar that like it doesn't matter if it's not the exact thing because it's still just too close. Because yeah, even there, Hitler isn't even going from his shoulder. He's just going straight up. And so yeah, there's lots of you're literally a conspiracy theorist. What? I haven't even given a fucking theory. What are you talking about? Menard, you're too dumb. You don't even know what the fuck we're talking about. You don't even know what my claim is. This is, yeah, yes, I'm not going to talk to you because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You never even know what people's claims are. You never know. Literally, the last time I talked to you, you consistently argued against things that I never said and that I kept trying to explain I didn't believe. And now you're going off again now probably about something that, yes, you that I never said. Bro, you want to talk to me because you're embarrassed by how bad the Dems have looked. Does it look like I want to talk to you? I don't know where you're getting that from either. Who does it look like I want to talk to you right now? Does it look like I've been wanting to talk to you? You're scared. Well, no, you said I wanted to talk to you. Why are you switching now? Am I scared or do I want to? Which one is it? Do I want to talk to you or am I scared? Menard does this to everyone. Yeah, he thinks that just by saying retarded shit over and over, he's going to bait people. But everybody in my community already knows who he is because nobody would forget how retarded that fucking debate is.
Jail. So I am still jailed.
They all came in on the Olympics, and then I saw Johnny. In a month and a half campaigning for me in Pennsylvania, and he's a popular guy, and he was very effective. And he knows those computers better than anybody, all those computers, those vote-counting computers. And we ended up winning Pennsylvania like in a landslide, so it was pretty good. It was pretty good. So thank you to Elon.
What do you do on and oppressing me? You are so oppressed, Minar. You're so oppressed. You want to be a victim so badly, don't you? You're a victim, buddy. Everybody tell Minar he's a victim. Everybody let Minar, he looks like a victim. He sounds like a victim. Just make sure he knows that he's a victim. Everybody tell him how much of a victim he is. He really, really wants to be a victim. Let him know. Guys, let him know. Let him know he's a victim, everybody. Let him feel the love here. He is a victim. I will pray for you. Yeah. Yeah, make sure he knows that he's a victim. He just said blacks like slave labor. It isn't like he said he wants to own slaves, guys. I don't
half campaigning for me in Pennsylvania, and he's a popular guy, and he was very effective. And he knows those computers better than anybody, all those computers, those vote-counting computers. And we ended up winning Pennsylvania like in a landslide, so it was pretty good. It was pretty good. So thank you to Elon.
I don't know what any of that meant. Maybe we should just go watch his speech at this point, because I have no idea what the fuck any of that meant.
Of course, we're still waiting and watching through the...
Oh boy. But we've been through so much together, and for the next 4 years, I will fight for you every single day. We're going to be fighting for you. This is the greatest political movement in American history. And 75 days ago, we achieved the most epic political victory our country has ever seen. That's what they say. We won
2 in the thoughts, 1 in the prayers. Nice. It's a beautiful sentiment. Beautiful, beautiful sentiment.
The popular vote for the first time of any Republican in many, many years. We swept all 7 swing states by big numbers. We won Pennsylvania, we won Georgia, we won North Carolina, we won Michigan, we won Wisconsin, we won Arizona, we won Nevada. We won them all by historic margins, and we won the great state of Florida by 13 points.
Yeah, we'll get you some ice cream, Minar, whenever you get back on your medicine and get back to feeling better. We'll buy you some ice cream, buddy.
Nobody's done that ever. And a record that will never be broken. All 50 states shifted toward the Republican Party, the first time that that's ever happened. All 50 states.
All 50
We won
states.
the largest number of African-American voters in Republican Party history. We won more Hispanic American votes than any Republican has ever gotten before by a lot. And we won Latino men and women, and on top of that, youth, men.
Yes, which means that you guys and all of your conspiracy theorizing about the fact that the Democrats were bringing in Latinos and telling them that they could only get in if they voted for Democrats, then now your whole fucking retarded shit about the fact that Latinos were all here to vote for the Democrats, and that was their whole plan to steal the election by letting all the Latinos in to vote for them. Now y'all can't make that claim anymore because the votes are pretty close to 50-50 at this point, to where yeah, your whole thing was just obviously a lie. Your whole fucking thing about these immigrants was obviously a lie now. But instead of taking that L, you'll just take the W on the fact that they were that they voted for you. I don't think they're right with the claim they make, but you're 100% strawmanning. I am not 100% strawmanning. There's two different claims. One is that they are coming in and making them vote Democrat, and that's how they're allowing them to get in. That's why they're letting them in, is that they're telling them that they can get in as long as they vote Democrat. The other one is Latinos largely vote Democrat because Democrats are the ones who are in favor of immigration, and so they're making it to where letting Latinos in makes it to where they're more likely to win. These are two different claims, but either one of those, and both of those are made by Trump, but it doesn't matter which one of those you make. The fact that they voted almost half, I think it was 45% of Latinos voted for Donald Trump, it doesn't matter which one of those claims you go with, they're both fucking bullshit now. And they're both conspiracy theories. So yeah, it's if after this, Democrats know that Latinos are more likely to vote just as likely to vote for Republicans, yet they still keep letting them in, and they still stay with the same standards, that it kind of proves that, their whole thing was just completely bunk on top of that. Tom Foolery Show, the claim is Dems have tried to make it easier for them to vote so that they would vote for them. That's a totally separate claim. That is a totally separate claim. We're talking about the claim for why they're flooding into the country in the first place. That's a totally separate claim. But even if that was the case, that still would be the same thing, as far as the outcome. But when we're talking about them voting for Trump or Kamala, and that they're giving them the ability to vote, that's one thing. Them trying to get them into the country is a totally separate claim. So yeah, when we're talking about the fact that all they have to do is just become citizens and then they're able to vote, while they're saying they're trying to get them all over here in order for them to vote. Whereas, yes, another one where you're saying they're trying to make it easier for them to become citizens. Okay, that's a little bit similar, but still aligns with the first thing that I said about them coming over the border. So that doesn't change anything. Then but then yeah, on top of that, the fact that they weren't just saying that they were trying to make them citizens so that they could vote. They were saying that they were allowing illegal immigrants to vote. And that's, again, a totally separate thing from them saying they want them to come into our country so that they'll vote for Democrats. That you realize that is totally separate from they're trying to make it easier for them to vote. Those are totally separate claims. They both point towards the same conspiracy theory, but that's not. When you say I'm strawmanning them and then you use a totally different argument to, it's logically consistent. You'd vote for the party that was able to give you a vote. So I don't know. We're talking about the fact that they're talking about them coming into the country and giving them citizenship, that they want more immigrants to come into the country so that they could vote. Then there's also the other conspiracy that they're letting them come into the country and then allowing illegal immigrants to vote. But these are all these are all separate claims. So it's not yes, they have a ton of different conspiracy theories surrounding this. That doesn't mean that the one that I said is a straw man. It just means that there's a bunch of different ones that are all dumb.
Women, urban, suburban, rural, and people from everywhere in between are joining us in record numbers. We've never had anything like this. Too big to rig, that's what I used to say. Too big to rig. We made it too big. Oh, and they tried. They tried. It was too big. Around 9:02, they just said, let's get the hell out of here. This isn't working. They were swamped, to put it nicely. We also took back the U.S. Senate. We had some great people running. And the House Republicans won their largest popular vote majority in presidential years since 1928. We had a lot of people voting. So the Senate, the House Republican.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I do have to check that. I forgot to I forgot to pull that up. Hold on.
A couple of layers of this. Not only is this meme coin something that on paper is giving him money, it's also they're taking the Trump world, loosely involving his sons. They're taking a cut out of each transaction. So they're making money off of this. In a world in which Republicans are concerned about corruption, why is this okay?
Well,
Scott,
I'll let Scott go first now. I do want to talk about the bigger picture on crypto, but go ahead.
Well, look, I'm just going to lay out a couple things. Number one, I have no idea how any of this works. So everything I say to you on television tonight, America, do not take financial advice from me. I keep all my money in what I call Maxwell House coin, which is a can that I bury in my yard in Kentucky. That's number one. Number two, I have more confidence in this than I have in Hawk Tuah coin or some of the other things that I've heard. Number three, Donald Trump is a brand. Yeah. He's been a brand long before he got into politics, and there's like a whole cottage industry of people who were mad that Donald Trump is a brand and that it has existed for 40 years, and I don't guess we're going to change that tonight.
Van, the president, he's about to be president of the United States, and he's about to be in a position where he regulates this industry, this very industry that had the crypto ball a couple of days ago, that wants him to basically say, government hands off. Sure. This entire industry that regular people, you may not know about it, but regular people are putting all kinds of money into crypto, and they don't want any regulation. And Trump might very well give it to them.
Well, no industry wants regulation, but I want to take a big step back here, because how did we wind up with the main focus of crypto being meme coins in the first place? Meme coins which are stupid, which are silly. Because when the crypto industry, I am a California Democrat, by the way, so I'm very, very passionate about the technology sector. When the crypto community was trying to be smart, trying to be good, trying to decentralize finance, they got slammed by my beloved Joe Biden's administration, by my beloved Elizabeth Warren. They got crushed into butter, and they said, you guys are creating unregulated securities. So the more useful the coin is, the more they got attacked. The more useless the coin is, the less they got attacked. So now you have the entire crypto community piled up on Hawk Tuah coins and all kind of other stupid stuff. And so now us good Democrats say, you guys are too stupid to be allowed to fall for these scams. We're going to regulate you guys out of existence. But people just voted that they don't believe that anymore. And so here's what's going to happen. A lot of people are buying crypto as a prayer, as a prayer for a better tomorrow, as a hope that somehow something will go good for them.
Yeah,
and I'm not saying this is good. I'm saying I'm going to beat Trump up in a second. But how did we get here? We got here because California innovators were beat up by DC, and so all the crypto people jumped ship. Now they're Republicans. They don't want regulation, and these meme coins are all that's left.
What I'm talking about here is the role of government in protecting people, protecting regular people. And Donald Trump is, instead of filling that role.
I'm sorry. This just isn't even like giving us any details on this to where I even know what it is that we're talking about.
What's up, everyone? My name is Nicholas Merton here from DataDash, and today is January 20th of 2025. Well, folks, I hope you all are having a fantastic day wherever you are, because in today's video, I want to spend some time to have a real one-on-one conversation with you guys. Not only because Bitcoin has come back up here above the 21-day and is pushing towards new all-time highs here potentially in the next 24 to 48 hours, but beyond that as well, I want to spend some time to talk about the official Trump meme coin launch and the following meme coins from Melania, potentially ones from Barron and other family members of the Trump family, and just this whole kind of celebrity meme coin craze and meme coins in general. I want to talk about, obviously, how you can go about best trading these, but I also want to have a little bit of a conversation about what this means for crypto going forward. So let's just go ahead and quickly run through Bitcoin, and I want to dive into that as well. So the first thing here, just want to let you guys know about, we've basically changed the trend here. We've been able to reclaim above the 21-day. We had a pullback here from around 106 down to 100,000. We reclaimed that as support on the 21-day. Perfect timing, nice breakout here. So far, the bulls are in charge now. The trend has changed. The big thing I'm going to say above all, guys, before all the stuff we talk about, again, bear in mind, watch these ETF inflows, watch whether or not we start getting these upper double-digit numbers in the $50,000 to $70,000 range. We are going to need that. And outside of that as well, we also want to see what MicroStrategy is doing. Is it going to be another single-digit thousand Bitcoin purchase, or are we going back into double digits? That is what really matters most here, okay? Now, of course, there's the narrative of the strategic reserve, things like that. We'll kind of talk about that later. But I want to go ahead here and talk, obviously, about what is on everyone's mind right now. And don't worry, I'm not going to get political or anything like that. It doesn't have to do with being pro-Trump or anti-Trump or anything like that. I actually, at the end of the day, was very happy to hear that the Trump administration is generally pro-crypto, because I think there is, in areas like DeFi, Bitcoin is a kind of hedging kind of alternative asset. I think overall, these are all very good things. And I'm happy to see that we're finally maybe going to have the right regulatory environment where these ideas can actually thrive. What I got to spend some time to talk about, though, is another category of crypto, which is obviously the center point of focus and where Trump has actually kind of gotten himself directly involved, and that's the launching of his own meme coin. And as you all probably know by now, I don't probably have to be the one to tell you this, it has been a huge success. It is absolutely ballooned. I don't think anyone is surprised by that. Once it became clear that his page hadn't been hacked on X and this was real, which I think for somebody who was just still kind of unbelievable at the time, the Trump, token, in this case the meme coin that had launched, started out I think less than $1, maybe like $1 or $2, and the earliest centralized exchange that we have is that it launched basically here around $7 or $8, but it was cheaper than that. So for people who got into this at the right time, have easily made a 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, potentially 50x on their money. And it has been probably one of the most lucrative trades in the past, probably in the entirety of this bull market, considering the time frame you were able to make that multiple, and considering if you were able to just simply be there.
Tom Foolery Show, it looks like Pxie is planning and going after the hacker of the leaks, according to someone's screenshot of a convo with her in Not So Erudite. Yeah, let's see. There's something that somebody posted. I didn't read this yet, but this is I just asked Kyla if this was like something that wasn't supposed to be published, and she said no, that it's fine. So this is from Kyla. So like whoever this person up here is, it looks like they said happening again. That's like the last message on their DMs. Is this what you feel you need? But I don't know what this is. I don't know if this is a screenshot or if this is a like, I don't know if this is a screenshot of a screenshot, or if this, I don't know what they're asking about. Is this what you feel you need? But it says, yeah, the only problem is number 3, because even with removal of the video, is this the like message number 3, or am I supposed to start somewhere else? No? So, no, but no, this, I asked 3 different questions. Which one? Yes, this is where I'm supposed to start. No, it's not where I'm supposed to start. Just read it. It obviously relates to something we don't know about. Again, there's three messages. And so I'm asking which one I start with, but yeah, it doesn't look like there's timestamps on any of these, so okay. So they said, yeah, the only problem is number 3, because even with removal of the video and getting the guy hacked, charged, Steven has to face consequences proportional to his actions. I want this to be the most expensive mistake of his life, and I'm essentially asking him to self-punish himself in a way I don't think he will like or agree to without the law involved. I don't have a dollar amount from the top of my head. Okay, so it sounds like this is Pxie speaking. It just has to be enough that for the rest of his life, if he thinks of the word nude, he associates it with the amount of money he lost. Obviously, I don't want to make him destitute, but it should be large enough that he does feel upset about it and is not easily recoverable. versus my plan before or scheduling a note for after I die. I'm also still looking into lawyers, but I just wanted to see what he says before deciding to do any nuclear option. So they say, can I share this with Steven? He communicated to me. He knows he fucked up. There is no excuse at all and doesn't know what he can do for you to make it. What he can do for you to make it up. So it looks like this is Kyla replying to Pxie. She said, I am trying to bridge between to help him understand what would make you feel that he understands he was wrong and should never do this again. Or better, what can I share with him? She said, you can share this and anything you want with him. I felt like when we talked, you really understood where I was coming from and can hopefully explain this better than I can. Okay, so it does look like I started in the back and moved forward. I'm trying to avoid spiraling down that line of thought because I'm trying to hold out hope. And just not to scare you, I'm 100% not going to do anything to myself, no matter what he says during holiday season, because I don't want to traumatize my friends during a time that's supposed to be happy. And even if he responds negatively, it doesn't mean I'll auto-kill myself. I'm trying to contemplate all different courses of actions, including going public. And then if I can't take the amount of humiliation, then killing myself versus my plan before of scheduling a note for after I die. I'm also still looking into lawyers, but I don't know what that means. I'm also still looking into lawyers, but I just want to see what he says before deciding to do any nuclear option. Okay, yeah, so these are all we read this in the exact opposite order. That is what I thought. Okay. So yeah, this is where it says any nuclear option, and then this one is the last one. And then this is saying, yeah, the only problem is number 3, because even with removal of the video and getting this guy hacked, Steven still has to face consequences. So yeah, it's number 3 was yeah, I don't know. This doesn't really make sense, but it does sound like they're saying that they're contemplating killing themselves. But yeah, it's not really clear what this means. What doesn't make sense? I just said. Okay, fine. It makes sense to you. You get it. Like what she means by offing herself? I don't get what she means. Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It just literally does not make sense, so I don't know why people are acting like that makes sense, but okay. Yeah, this video sucks as well. I don't want to watch this either.
Welcome back to the Crypto channel, everyone. My name is Josh, and right now, Bitcoin is continuing to break out towards all-time highs, getting closer towards a major short squeeze, as we have less than 1 day to go until the Trump inauguration, which could be a big deal, not only for the Trump meme coin, but also for the overall crypto market, as we also have some massive Bitcoin and crypto news today, which I'll talk about in just a moment, alongside other coins like Solana, which is still exploding towards the upside into new all-time highs. So I'll be revealing my next price targets later in this video, so definitely watch to the end. First of all, before taking a look at the Bitcoin charts today, taking a look at the crypto and Bitcoin.
Tom reads things weirdly. Okay, fuck. You guys are so obnoxious. All right, this right here. I'm trying to contemplate all different courses of action, including going public, and then if I can't take the amount of humiliation, then killing myself versus my plan before of scheduling a note for after I die. I'm also still looking into lawyers, but I just want to see what he says before deciding to do any nuclear. Okay, so that doesn't make sense. It says, I'm trying to contemplate all different courses of action, including going public, and then if I can't take the amount of humiliation, then killing myself versus my plan before of scheduling a note for after I die. That doesn't mean any. That is a nonsensical statement. So what? Explain that. What that means. That's the plan before. Okay, so before of scheduling a note for after I die, I'm also still looking into lawyers. I don't know how that's different from killing yourself. Yeah, that's not different from killing yourself. That's the same thing. So a note for killing yourself is the same as killing yourself. Those are not two different things. That's the same thing.
You're reading it so weirdly, and you often do this. The way you because there's no commas and things, that you read things in a funny way. What she's saying is she could have either gone public first, and then if she couldn't deal with the humiliation, offed herself, or waited, killed herself, and then left a note so that would eventually go public after she was dead. She's still talking to the lawyers is separate. All of this is just separate plans that she had.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
that's it.
So it's just killing herself either way. But one is I'm going to kill myself if the humiliation gets too bad. And the other one is not even going to wait for the humiliation to come. Just going to kill myself and leave a note. And then people can deal with it after the fact.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
And then plan number 3 is lawyers. Like, she's still talking to lawyers. She just doesn't know what to do, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thanks. Yeah, without commas and the word of being in there, it all is literally just like nonsensical words that don't make any sense together. And so, yeah, without any punctuation there or capitals or commas or anything, yes, it literally just looks like nonsensical words just put in together that don't mean anything. But I think I know that I read shit without punctuation all the time, so I can decipher things. Well, so that's the thing, is that I haven't. Like, I went when, especially at like my last job, the job that I had for the longest, everything was like very corporate structured, like, you know, emails and everything, and that it was very like simple and straightforward. And I wasn't like engaging on the internet at all at the time. I wasn't, I know before, when I was younger, I did use all of the like the letter U instead of the word U. I used like the letter Y instead of the word Y. I had all sorts of like, little like things that I used, but I stopped doing all of those things like at like 18 years old, and it all changed. I remember it changed dramatically when I first started running a Subway. And when I ran the Subway, one of the managers came and told me that the way that I talk is so unprofessional. And I was like, yeah, but it's faster. Like, I'm busy. I'm trying to hurry up. And he's like, I just want you to know, though, everybody thinks you look like an idiot when you do that. Like, you look retarded. Like, you got to stop sending like the messages like that to professional group messages. And I was like, okay. Yeah, maybe that's true. And then, yeah, after that, I stopped talking like that. And as soon as I didn't even just immediately decide to stop talking like that. I was, at first I was very like in denial, and I was like, nah, fuck that. Everybody talks like this. I don't know what you're talking about. And then I started to realize nobody else talked like that. I started to realize everybody else that I text messaged, everybody else that I emailed, everybody else that I had conversations with, nobody talked like that anymore. I was still stuck in like, like high school days. But yes, because I went straight from like high school to then, jail and prison and like all this other shit for a long period of time. Then all of a sudden getting out, I didn't go through like a transitionary phase with everybody else. Like, and I've talked about this a bunch, that I think that this probably was some sort of like stunting within my growth early on, is that because I was doing drugs and because I didn't go to college, or because I didn't go through like some sort of process of like learning how to become an adult and like trying to like, trying to like go through this phase of adulting and all of that crap. I think that everybody else was going through processes that I was not. And so, yeah, then once I realized that nobody else talked like that, and I was like 20, 21, that I started speaking, like dramatically different. Everything was like correct grammar, correct, correct punctuation, correct spelling, correct everything. And then, yeah, it wasn't until a while later that I was starting to get into more of like the linguistic sorts of professions for like semantics and pragmatics and crap like that. So, yeah, I understand how you read things, like why you get confused by things. Yeah, it's just that it's very common that sentences seem purely nonsensical to me, and that they just mean literally nothing. They just look like just words on a page that have no meaning, that there's no like linear process to pull any sort of meaning from the words. So yeah. But okay. I think from what Kyla just told me, she said that this was in like Beckett and President Sunday's videos on this shit, and so they they leak these things. So yeah, if you guys are looking for more like leaks and shit like this, then this is you can go check their videos. But yeah, the reason that I'm not watching their videos is because I don't want to go over shit that's been leaked that is not supposed to be leaked. So yeah, I don't want to do this sort of shit, and I wouldn't go over videos from people like them, because yeah, they just have such a low bar for ethical standards, to the point that yeah, I would not trust them with this sort of shit. So who leaked it? I honestly, I would assume Pxie in that case, but I'm not sure. I'll ask, but yeah, I'm actually not sure. Because, yeah, I know a number of people said that they were surprised that Beckett would even engage in this sort of behavior, or that he would do stuff like this, and that he would ever like link up with somebody like President Sunday, and that he would like, you know, be willing to do this sort of shit. And I was like, what? You've been lost for like the last year, dude. You've been lost for like the last year. I was like, that this, from my perspective, what I saw, things with him seemed to start to change with the progressive victory drama. That was like when I first was like, whoa, that's way out of bounds for what I would consider to be normal for somebody like him. But then, yeah, it seemed like literally after the progressive victory drama, it seemed like more and more and more and more everything became more clear, to where I thought, oh, I just didn't see this shit. So yeah, so I've had Pxie on here. I had Pxie and a girl named Erin, or Straighterade, on, because they had just been on the Whatever podcast with Destiny and Melina, and there was a big drama that played out on this episode. So I had Pxie and Straighterade on. We had a long conversation here about this, and then there's a girl there that was also on that day. Or sorry, we had her on as well, Nev the Robot, to kind of talk about everything there. She ended up saying that MLD, who was sitting next to her, was like touching her the entire time. Then this is Nev the Robot up here right there. And then Pxie was also on this panel. I guess I fucked up and didn't put her in the thumbnail. That was not on purpose. That was definitely not on purpose. I guess I fucked up there. But yeah, there's Pxie here. Yeah, damn, I fucked that up. And so, yeah, I've spoken to Pxie a number of times. So, yeah, this is the video with Nev the Robot right here, talking about MLD. And so, yeah, I've spoken to Pxie a number of times. I wouldn't say that we were, like, close or friends or anything like that, but we were friendly. Okay, yeah, Pxie's on this thumbnail here, so... she's lovely. I hope she doesn't let this rule her life. Yeah, I've always liked Pxie, and she's always been really cool. It's kind of sad because Destiny's talked about her a bunch recently as one of the few friends that he's had for a long time that has never fucked him over. And yeah, it's kind of sad that now he took one of the few people who never fucked him over and fucked them over. So yeah, it's kind of sad. But yeah, and then this is Isabella Deluca. If you guys know who that is, she was called Cake Lady back in the day. We've gone over some beef with her recently as well. Brittany Venti made a bunch of videos on her. You know, she's been in tons and tons of dramas, and so yeah, I had her on and we had a conversation with her, and apparently she did something. Let's see. I tried to, her and I talked a little bit about January 6th, but I wasn't trying to like really like push her on it too much. So I did, kind of let her off a bit easy on a lot of the shit. But yeah, I believe she was at January 6th because I found a bunch of Antifa posts saying that they were like trying to harass her and trying to find her and all sorts of shit like that. So, can we get Trump already? We've literally just spent a very long time talking about Trump, so I don't know. She said there's no way he wore this to the inauguration. I don't know who this guy is, but I do know that I think he's a governor or a senator or something. And I remember when did you see her tweet? No, that's kind of what I was just referring to, is I remember getting sent something, but I don't remember what it was. But anyways, yeah, this guy recently got voted into some sort of governmental position and said that he wasn't going to change the way that he was dressing, and that he's going to continue like dressing the same way. So he's a senator in Pennsylvania. Okay. That's fucking wild. But yeah, so from what I'm gathering and from just messaging a couple of people, Kyla did not leak the messages, which means that it sounds like Pxie gave them to somebody, and that somebody probably gave them to these other people. That's what it sounds like. That's yeah, the best guess right now, at least. So yeah, when people were asking who sent who what, yeah, that's what it sounds like. Okay, Isabella Maria Deluca said, I posted a reel on Instagram saying, I'm not a marriage counselor, but have you tried being quiet and cooking your husband a steak? The video is at 5 million views, and my comments are filled with women telling to shoot myself in the head, slit my wrists vertically, slit my throat, and hang myself. What kind of mental illness has plagued modern... I think some people are a little behind, so we're just gonna let everybody get it out. Okay. I think we're good. Everybody okay? You guys all right? Sorry about that. Thank you for letting me know. Okay. So, from Isabella Maria Deluca on Twitter, she said, I posted a reel on Instagram saying, I'm not a marriage counselor, but have you tried being quiet and cooking your husband a steak? The video is at 5 million views, and my comments are filled with women telling me to shoot myself in the head, slit my wrists vertically, slit my throat, and hang myself. What kind of mental illness has plagued modern women? And Elon Musk replied, that would work pretty much every time, for what it's worth. I assume that's, I'm literally guessing FWIW. I don't think I've ever seen that one before, but I think I fucking nailed that one. For what it's worth. I think I'm right. I think I'm right, and I think I'm pretty much a Zoomer. I think I'm pretty much a Zoomer now. I think that's settled. I think I'm literally a Zoomer. Let's see if we can. Oh, wait, hold on. This just popped up at the top. I have to see this. I love these guys.
What? You dirty, bro.
Damn it. I hate that, like, the Instagram doesn't ever let me rewind videos. It's so obnoxious, dude. Fuck. I hate this. Let me rewind the video. This is obnoxious, dude. This is playing. I want
Yo,
to.
this nigga Stacy get no fucking girls, yo. His girl fucking called me the other day, was like, yo, Drew, I really want you, cause Stacy a fucking jigaboo.
Well, stop lying, bro. Stop lying. My girl didn't say that, bro. Listen, I swear to God, bro, God can push me up a flight of steps right now. Nobody want to come to the party after Drew, cause he pee on all the swings. You dirty, bro.
Don't shut me again, yo. Listen, I swear to God, everything I love, yo. Every time Stacy used to get in a fight, they used to put him in a dope pee to put that nigga to sleep, cause you don't know how to rock. You a bitch, nigga.
This is exactly what the fucking fights were like on the playground, dude. This is the exact shit that they would say. Ay, dude. This is great.
And I'll beat you up next.
I'll beat you up next as you're walking away.
Bro, I just woke up, bro.
You
What's
fucking
bro?
lying, bro.
I
Swear
just
to
woke up,
God,
bro. You
yo.
dirty, though.
What?
Listen, go to this house and knock on the door. A roach gonna open the door for you and give you a cup of coffee.
What?
You dirty, bro.
Get the hell out of here. This nigga be fucking lying, yo. Swear to God, everything I love, yo. This nigga Stacy get no fucking girls, yo. His girl fucking called me.
It's so good, dude. It's so good. And on top of that, we can watch a girl in a thong pet a cat, dude. Instagram is fucking great. Instagram is a great platform. So. Okay, let's see. I saw someone be like, I'm a conservative woman, I can actually cook. And the responses are all, I'm not a conservative and I can cook too. I'm a man and I can cook too. Cooking is a basic skill. Yeah. Yeah. It is what it is. All right, let's see. Calling me a Jew isn't the insult you think it is. I'd rather you think I'm Jewish and on AIPAC's payroll than think I support musty terrorists. Okay. I don't, I'm yeah, I don't see, let's see, Reels. I'm just gonna get like a bunch of copyrighted shit. Bet you had somebody else cook that for you. Yeah, I don't see whatever video she's talking about.
Something pretty interesting. John Weaver, one of the founders of this anti-Trump Lincoln Project, has an extensive history of sexually abusing over 20 men, including a 14-year-old boy. Now this is where you have to follow me a bit. Jeffrey Katzenberg, one of the co-founders of DreamWorks Animation, donated $100,000 to the Lincoln Project. J.J. Abrams, who is another popular filmmaker, donated $100,000 to the Lincoln Project.
I like her voice.
Starry, starry.
Oh, fuck, my earbuds just died. Tom crushes on her. I crush on all women. I like all women. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck she's talking about.
So there's a film called City of Dreams that basically highlights the issues of child labor and child...
Okay. Yeah, I have no idea what she's talking about. This is, unless she's like replying to like, you know, it looks like she's probably replying to a video, but I just don't see any videos here that would actually make this make sense, because I don't see any where it's like cooking or anything like that. So yeah, I have no idea which video it is. So yeah. We can go back to girls in thongs petting cats. Well, shit. Yeah, I don't have anything that's actually like explaining the meme coin very well, and
Trump just launched the meme coin and it is going absolutely nuts. I mean, it's currently sitting around $24 billion in market cap. It's the 4th largest meme coin out of all the meme coins out there, and it only launched a couple hours ago.
Okay, so what is a meme coin? Is it like a specific type of thing, or like what is a meme coin?
Trump just launched a meme coin. Welcome back to the void. This is not how I wanted to start my 2025. Let me tell you that.
Same as shitcoin. Oh, well then I know what it is then. Meme coins are cryptocurrencies inspired by internet trends or jokes. They have no intrinsic value. They are worth what someone else is willing to pay. In some cases, that can be a lot. But what do you get out of it if it's not actually worth anything? One meme equals 0.0084 USD. The current value of one meme coin is negative $14.22. What? So the more that people buy into it, that doesn't raise the value of the coin? It does. Okay, so it does. And then as long as you have like the majority bought into this, you're able to wait for tons of people to buy into the coin. The more that people buy into the coin, the more the coin becomes worth, and then you just sell your big chunk of the coin, and then you take all of the value out of the coin. And now you've pretty much reduced the coin to nothing and taken all of its value and put it into your own bank account. It's basically a big money transfer. Okay.
Right now, Here's the tweet. My new Donald Trump official meme is here. It's time to celebrate everything we stand for. Winning. Join my very special Trump community. Get your Trump now. Go to gettrumpmemes.com. When you go there, you join the Trump meme, which is buying something and hoping it goes up in value. Currently, that stands at a $13 billion market cap because nothing matters, which, is great. I think that's cool. I think that's awesome. In addition, $12 million has been made in fees already just on the trading volume, which is over $1 billion so far. And I think that's even better. I'm joking. I don't even know. I'm speechless, actually. I don't know what to say. It's historic in its stupidity. It's historic in its grift. The level of scam here to use the days before your presidency, your inauguration, to use that as a hype project for the meme. Like, did this guy want to do the presidency the second time, or was this the meme coin hype plan? We're 2 days away, okay? Understand, we are 2 days away from an inauguration. I mean, should he be writing a speech? He's launching a meme coin. Okay, that's the start of it. That's the start of the grift. Then you have to understand that the Trump meme coin, which has no value, no intrinsic value, 80% is owned by the Trump camp. Only 20% goes to the public. 10% went to the liquidity pool, and 10% went to the public allocation. Here's the rest of it. This is their website, gettrumpmemes.com. And yes, I've thought at first this was a hack. I was like, there's no way this could be true. They also have a, Donald Trump Truth Social post about it. Phantom Wallet has, verified it. I hope to everything that I will wake up and find I've been deepfaked. Let me just say that for the record. If this is wrong, and this is just sort of an initial reaction thing, I will do a follow-up if there's more details that come out. I mean, it seems like a straightforward grift to me, but I hope that I'm wrong. But at least at first glance, it appears to be what it is. It looks like, which is a former president about to be president using the hype of their campaign to launch. I mean, it's so insane. I mean, it's funny in its insanity, but it's also gross in how cynical it really is. I mean, you have to understand, most of the people who actually buy this, like sincerely buy this, are like diehard DJing crypto heads who might make some money because they spend all day on deck screener looking for coins, and they caught this at 100K, or they caught this at 10 million, and now it's 13 billion, right? They're gonna make money. Most people who this is actually targeted at, which is normies, who go, what's a Solana? What's I just learned about what Bitcoin was. What's a smart contract? Can I buy it with a credit card? Like the people buying this with a credit card? Roasted, dude. Game over. Obliterated. You're gone. You're done. You're never gonna. And then, by the way, of course, the third group, besides the snipers, the people, the degens who are looking for this, who are going to make money, the public's going to get wrecked, and then the other people are going to make money, obviously, the people going to make the most money, are the insiders. Number one, the part of the Trump camp that knew this was coming out, knew the contract address, who got it right when it launched, right? Obviously. The other people who are going to make money are the insiders who are going to get the rest of this 80%. So basically, Trump launched this through CIC Digital, who I think he launched his other NFTs with. According to this article by ABC, CIC Digital is fully owned by the Donald Trump Revocable Trust. So it's kind of unclear exactly, like, is he getting paid a licensing deal for this? Is he just one of the guys? It's not that clear. But let's just break down, because I think that's kind of intentional that it's not that clear. Here's the creators. Here's the allocation. So there's 6 groups who are getting the rest of the 80%, and they're all labeled very obscurely. Like, it's just, creators in CIC Digital 1. CIC Digital 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that's it. That's all the description we get, at least on this page. And you can see that they're not locked up at the start. They have a 3 to 12-month lockup duration, depending on the group. And basically, they unlock over 24 months. That's the punchline. So over 3 years, all of this will be unlocked. This token will be diluted by the rest of that 80%. What I think is so cynical about this is that it's going to fully vest during the presidency. So it's like there's no way that they're not going to get millions of dollars out of this. They're going to extract so much value from the Trump base and degens, of course. But it's insane. It's like going to be the historic grift. I honestly can't believe it. I'm like waiting for someone. Is somebody going to stop this? Like, is this allowed? But yeah, no, it's insane. I mean, how could this not? Like, how do you expect people to lose interest in a coin when the guy is running the free world? And that's not an endorsement because the coin is going to be sold by insiders. But it's like, I saw a tweet that I was just like, yes. Somebody goes, crime is legal. And that's how I kind of felt about that. I was like, that's how it feels right now. I mean, to say it's a conflict of interest is like, you know, insulting all the people who've had conflicts of interest before. It's so crazy to use the presidency in this manner to pump a meme coin to enrich yourself, insiders, and basically everyone but your standard base, right? Because the standard Trump guy and girl, they aren't like crypto people. You know, maybe a little bit. Like a part of his base has become crypto people because of this new crypto turnaround he's done in the last few years. But besides those people who've already gotten the coin, before you watch this thing, they already got the coin. It's a disaster. It's a disaster for most of his supporters. And that's what is like the grossest part of this whole thing is like, you're not only doing the world dirty, your own fans are gonna get wrecked on this. Look, obviously the website gives the old boilerplate, like we make no promises the Trump meme will increase in value or maintain the same value you paid as the amount you paid to purchase same. So misspelled that. Nice. This totally wasn't thrown together last minute, guys. Last minute to take advantage of this incoming inauguration of the president of the free world. The Trump meme website states that it is not political and has nothing to do with any political campaign or political office or government agency. Honestly, I think they're going to backtrack on this one. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, there's no way they fully embrace this. It's too insane. They're going to pretend that they weren't like behind this. They're going to, I don't know what they're going to do, actually. I don't know. Every time I think it's like, it's gone too far, it's like, it's so insane because Trump was like, you know, doing this whole crypto thing. I know people are going to say, oh, he's been in crypto for a little bit. He was still pretending to be like on the sort of like, oh, we're trying to be utility side of things. He was doing like NFTs for the art, you know. You remember the AI generated, or it looks AI generated thing where Trump's like ripped and like in the Superman outfit, super cringe. And then he did the World Liberty Financial where they were going to do a fork of Aave. They were just at least saying that it was going to have utility, even if there wasn't any. What I find interesting about this is like, it's just, you can't even pretend that this is doing something. The distribution also, you have to understand, guys. I know some of you who watch this maybe aren't crypto people. This distribution is like insane. The crypto people are going to get behind this because they're sycophants who want to suck up so that the government is going to help them because they've been like kicked by the government for a while. So they're just going to suck up to power because they need regulators to be on their side. So you'll see a lot of crypto people be like, oh, 80%, that's fine. That's not normal. It's not. Maybe for like a layer.
I don't know. I would like to at least wait and see like what happens. You know, we can wait. I'm going to wait. I'm not going to say he's doing this until it's done. Yeah, I'm going to wait. I'm not waiting. I'm not joking. I am waiting. I'm totally waiting. I would say that like nobody should buy it. Like nobody should buy it. That would be insane to buy it just because there's already so much risk there that it would be totally insane to even buy this. But no, I'm not saying that they're doing. I'm not trolling. I'm just saying I would wait.
Layer 1 token where there's going to be like a ton of development work, then monetizing the back end supports development work for years to come. This is a meme coin. There's no development work to be done after this. It's done. They're just rent seeking 80% of the value of this thing. And it's a zero-sum game. So think about it. It's a zero-sum game where the last person holding the dollar loses, and they're taking 80% of the value. Need I say more? For no reason. For no reason. There's not a justification like, hey guys, we're going to like develop it for years. No. They're not even pretending to have a development plan in place. At least with World Liberty Financial, they were pretending. They had they were like, oh, we're going to develop this for years to come. Just kidding. Let's launch on Solana. All right. Well, look, I'll probably follow up about this later. I'm tired for a lot of reasons, but What a start to the year. I don't know, man. Can we just reset this? Insane. Like I said, I hope it turns out I'm wrong. But I don't think I am. My final question, which I just don't have answered, is just who these groups are, the creators and CIC Digital. If I had to guess, the guys who are going to unlock first, which means after 3 months, are going to be the Trump, like the closest inner circle, and then everyone will unlock after that. You can expect that the price of Trump coin is going to catastrophically fall once that unlock starts to happen. All right, that's basically it. I don't know how to end this. It's going to be a long year. I hate my life. I'm in so much pain this week. Today we had the launch of Melania token. It's barely been 24 hours since Trump launched, and already, baby, we're back with another meme coin from the First Lady. What can I say? I spent years of my life trying to tell people to do the right thing. Don't take advantage of your followers. Don't scam people. Don't grift. Otherwise, you're not going to get anywhere in life. You're not going to get to the highest office of the land. That's crazy. And if you do it too much, law enforcement might come after you. Now, the guy doing it appoints the law enforcement. So I don't even know what am I doing here. I don't have a good answer for that. The funny thing is, when Melania coin launched and Donald Trump retweeted it, basically proving that it was real, because everyone, like myself included, thought it was fake, Trump coin then crashed like 40-50%, because everyone was trying to jump in Melania coin. Yeah, just wait until like Xi Jinping coin comes out. Like, what is the whole market going to crash then too? It's so stupid. These meme coins obviously have no value except to redistribute wealth from poor, regular people to insiders, rich people, early people, snipers, developers, the infrastructure.
Yeah, it's like Trump has been kind of like Robin Hood. If you think about it, he's exactly like Robin Hood. Just the opposite, where he constantly steals from the poor to give to the rich. It's yeah. He's literally Robin Hood.
That makes all this happen. You are just being used as a piggy bank. It's not a community. It's all a game to get your money in. They tell you you're going to get rich. They tell you you're not going to be the last idiot to buy, and then they sell from under you. So yeah, it's dumb. I don't even know what to say, because even with how like transparent, one coin is already kind of bad. You start another coin 2 days later or 1 day later. Like, how is this supposed to be a serious thing? And yet, Melania coin is worth a full diluted value of about 7.
Yeah, why not? If everybody's buying into the first one, you got to wait 3 months to sell it. Shit, let's just start another one.
To $8 billion right now. So, does anything mean anything? I do think people have the attitude right now that they don't actually care, that everyone kind of knows this is a grift. This is not like going to be around in 4 years. There's nothing of value here. They just all think someone dumber than them is going to come along. But eventually the dumbest person will have arrived. Some of you might be watching right now, right? The smarter of you probably didn't even know this coin existed. But the reality is, like, there can only be so many people who are in line thinking, oh, the next guy's going to buy it higher from me. Not to mention, Melania's coin also unlocks sooner than Trump's did. So they don't even pretend like it's even as serious of a project. It's like even more of a grift. Unlike Trump's, which locked for 3 to 12 months, this one locks for 30 days and then only for 13 months. So it's just so obvious. Like, does anybody see this? I don't know. It's wild. And because all the crypto people have aligned themselves 30 days and then only for 13 months. So it's just so many people who are in line thinking, oh, the next guy's going to buy it higher from me. Not to mention, Melania's coin also unlocks sooner than Trump's did. So they don't even pretend like it's even as serious of a project. It's like even more of a grift. Unlike Trump's, which locked for 3 to 12 months, this one locks for 30 days and then only for 13 months. So
yeah, so this is what... Yeah, so like I said, the other one you have to wait 3 months for. And you're watching all of this money pour in that you can't touch. So now you're like, well, shit, now that we see that we can just do it really quickly and nobody even cares, let's just go start another one that we can drop faster, and we'll see if that one works. And if it does, then we can just get our like 20-year-old son to start one as well that does not even have a time limit on it. And I'm sure everybody will still buy that one too. And then, yeah, we'll know that like we can literally, Baron coin. Yeah, and then we'll know that there's literally, we can do anything now. Like, if everybody buys the fucking Baron coin with no time limit on it at all, then we're golden.
So, it's just so obvious. Like, does anybody see this? I don't know. It's wild. And because all the crypto people have aligned themselves sort of like with like Trump, because they thought he was going to be the next Satoshi Nakamoto, create the Bitcoin strategic reserve. Instead, he turned out to be Hawk Tuah Girl. And like pivoting on that is hard because he also not only appoints the law enforcement, he also appoints the regulators of crypto. So you've got Coinbase, Binance, Kraken tripping over themselves to list this token, which is going to wreck a lot of people. I mean, I know we love to make fun of Hawk Tuah Girl, but if you actually think about it, Trump's coin is going to hurt way more people. It's a coin that's stacked 4-1 against you, where the guy against you is the president of the United States. I don't know what to say. What are you going to do? Sue him if he takes your money? Like, at least you sued Hawk Tuah Girl, or you sued the guys behind it. How are you going to get your money back from this? You're not. So, yeah, it's insane. The Melania coin also was registered a day before it launched, just further validating the idea that this is not a serious thing. I want to show you how insane this market is. I don't think many people not in the trenches know how crazy this coin is. So I got to just compare it to something. So everyone who's not in crypto, you guys probably know what the S&P 500 is, right? That's back in the day, we used to buy companies that were built around earnings,
back in the day,
profit, fundamental valuations, okay? I know this is like ancient times, but the S&P 500 is the collection of the best of those companies and a basket of companies. So I was looking at some of those, and a lot of them have market caps lower than the Trump coin at its peak. At the peak of Trump's coin, meme coin, it was worth $70 billion full diluted valuation. FedEx is worth $65 billion. CVS, $66 billion. Target, $64 billion. Not even worth what Trump started a day, 2 days ago, is worth. Now, of course, I want to say full diluted valuation is a very misleading.
What? 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 What did they say? How much is it worth? What? Did I miss that?
At the peak of Trump's coin, meme coin, it was worth $70 billion full diluted value.
Three hours ago, Trump's meme coin tops $10 billion market cap. Holy moly. Trump meme coin doubles again, stake worth $58 billion or more. The stunning launch for Trump coin caught the entire industry off guard and speaks to both his personal influence and the ascendancy of cryptocurrency in his administration. It also speaks to the nature of crypto industry, that someone could have more than $50 billion worth of something that literally did not exist 48 hours previously. Combined with the value of his social media business and his real estate holdings, it normally makes Trump one of the world's 25 wealthiest people. Or sorry, nominally makes him worth. Friday night, while Trump was reportedly hosting a crypto ball for the industry in Washington, the president-elect launched his own meme-linked currency. His website bills it as the only official Trump meme, while a number of Trump-branded meme coins popped up in recent months. None had his official endorsement until now. His wife, Melania, joined him Sunday with her own meme coin, which was worth more than $5 billion within a couple of hours. Holy moly. It was trading just over $72 as of 7 a.m. Eastern Time Sunday. So wait, but is nobody allowed to sell it? Like people are allowed to sell their stake before the 3-month mark, right? You can sell whenever, yeah. Okay. Shit. Yeah, if Baron Coin comes out, dude, I'm getting in. If Baron Coin comes out, I'm getting in. I want to get in early, and I want to sell early. %20 of it is tradable now. Shit. Yeah, you have to get in like within like the first couple minutes of it. And then yeah, you don't get scammed and you make some fucking money. Damn. All right. Where's the launch of a meme coin named Money Sign Baron, associated with Baron Trump, has sparked significant interest and discussion on X, particularly in the context of Trump's family involvement in cryptocurrency. Oh, man. Oh, man. Fuck. Negative 82.53%. Niggas for Trump is one of the coins. Elon. Let's see if he's dropped any recently. Wait. I thought he was already back. At POTUS? Oh my goodness. All right. Interesting. Interesting.
Valuation. FedEx is worth $65 billion. CVS, $66 billion. Target, $64 billion. Not even worth what Trump started a day, 2 days ago, is worth. Now, of course, I want to say full diluted valuation is a very misleading metric, but that is the equivalent price people were paying. Just think of it that way. People were willing to pay the equivalent of, for one little share of the Trump meme that they would have paid for Target with actual stores. It's crazy. I will say, for those of you who are feeling a little lost, a little confused, like me right now, where I just go like, what do I do now? This stuff doesn't last forever. These are bubbles, and sometimes bubbles can last a while, but reality eventually hits. And to all the people who think it's cool that Trump is onboarding a bunch of people into crypto, into this grift, bringing people into grifts and scams isn't the marketing thing you think it is. It's not going to all of a sudden make people go, oh, I love this. you get scammed and you're like, oh, this is a scam. It's no wonder most people just look at crypto these days and go, yeah, I'm not going to touch that at all, because it's they just paint the whole industry as it's all scams, because this is the face of crypto. I also want to say, in light of all this stuff, you see the resurgence of people using their platforms for promoting basically transparent scams. Ryan Fournier is a popular influencer with 1.2 million followers on Twitter. He promoted something called TikTok Official. With the announcement that TikTok wasn't going to shut down, he went ahead and said TikTok coin was released, not official, but we made it happen. And then he linked a coin called Official TikTok coin. So it's not official, but they called it Official TikTok coin. And then he posted that he had a $20 million balance in his wallet, and then it rugged. Now, what did Ryan do? Well, of course, he apologized, said, hey, guys, I'm taking a step back from crypto. And then he started to be accused of rug pulling the coin. And he said, I'm new to crypto. I promise you I didn't rug it. This guy says, buddy, we see your wallet. It's all on chain. And then Ryan says, okay, well, I literally sold because it was going down increasingly. I don't know who wouldn't do that. So, you know, guys, I'm not rug pulling you. I'm just selling as it's collapsing with my giant balance of coins that was worth $20 million. I don't know who wouldn't sell that. Who's not going to sell it? Is anyone going to go after that guy? Like, probably not. What a disaster. I don't know what to say, but I will keep you updated because it sounds like we haven't seen the end of it. Apparently, there's also going to be an announcement tomorrow on Inauguration Day because apparently, you know, you don't want to waste a good inauguration. That's a great chance to market your other crypto projects, so we'll see what they do there. But yeah, that's basically it. Welcome to my personal nightmare, and I hope you have a nice day.
All right.
So CoffeeZilla made a video about this, and I feel like that's... This is amazing. Oh my God.
So gross in how cynical it really is. I mean, you have to understand, most of the people who actually buy this, like sincerely buy this, are like diehard DGen crypto heads who might make some money because they spend all day on Deck Screener looking for coins, and they caught this at 100K, or they caught this at 10 million, and now it's 13 billion, right? They're gonna make money. I don't know. Every time I think it's like it's gone too far, it's like
component. I never even thought about this with him talking about this. Is he's completely right. What they're going to do is they're going to try to take advantage of this and show this as like, oh yeah, we're going to be okay with this meme coin because we think Trump will play ball with us and he'll continue passing things that are pro-crypto. I think that's a really, really, really good point. Yeah, I never even thought about that because like that's like a second order thing. I'm not really involved in a lot of crypto stuff, but yeah, definitely this is what happens.
Yeah, so they're saying that a bunch of like crypto bros are putting a lot of money into this, not because they think they're going to make money, but because they think this will be seen as a donation to Donald Trump and that he will remember us for just giving him all this money through his meme coin.
By the government for a while. So they're just going to suck up to power because they need regulators to be on their side. So you'll see a lot of crypto people be like, oh, 80%, that's fine. That's not normal. It's not. Maybe for like a layer 1 token where there's going to be like a ton of development work, then monetizing the back end supports development work for years to come. This is a meme coin. There's no development work to be done after this. It's done.
Yeah, an investment.
They're just rent-seeking 80% of the value of this thing. And it's a zero-sum game. So think about it. It's a zero-sum game where the last person holding the dollar loses, and they're taking 80% of the value. Need I say more? For no reason. For no reason. There's not a justification like, hey guys, we're going to like develop it for years. No. They're not even pretending to have a development plan.
There is no development plan. All of this stuff is fiat currency. There's no value that this is going to create or do anything for. I mean, like, let's be fucking honest, right? I mean, I don't know really how people think this is not going to happen, but that's clearly what it is. Bro just learned how crypto works. Yeah, I mean, all of this shit is bullshit. And so I don't even really see how, I don't see how people can be confused about this at all. Yeah, that's why it's always been. It's developing into his pocket. Yeah, exactly.
In place. At least with World Liberty Financial, they were pretending. They had like they were like, oh, we're going to develop this for years to come. Just kidding. Let's launch on Solana. All right, well, look. I'll probably...
Yeah, I've never understood why people like cryptocurrency or why they would invest in it, why they would buy it. Like, I understand that there's ways of making money there, but where people keep saying shit like, oh, crypto is the future, that crypto is going to take over, you know, the fiat currency, crypto is going to become the new standard. Like, no shot, dude. These things like this just continuously prove that it will stay a meme. It will just always be a meme. There is nothing else. It's just a meme. It will always be a meme. And that even things like Bitcoin, like is that still valuable at all? I haven't looked at Bitcoin in a long time, but Bitcoin just hit its all-time high this year. Oh, nice. Damn. Okay, cool.
You think that person's bad, that every single thing that he says is bad. That's how the left views people on the right. Oh, they're
I'm kind of
bad,
looking
so
at some
nothing they
people
can do
on
is
Kick.
good.
I was going to
Well,
see
it's
if
like,
there's
look,
anybody on here that I can
I don't like
debate
Joe
or
Biden,
something.
but he still did some good things as president, like keeping the tariffs in place. I think he even raised tariffs in some case. Like that was good. So you can't just if you're saying this person's bad, so therefore everything they say is bad. If that's how you view things, then you have a fundamentally skewed way. That's not a healthy way to look at things.
This kind of stuff, then I feel like
Not
you run
someone
into
I'd
these
wanna be
problems.
around.
Chat's unable to reach a compromise, and I think this is a great point that I'm making. Right? Is that, like, for example, like Elon Musk? It's completely fair to say Elon Musk
They view things through a
probably didn't play his
moralist
POE
way.
account,
Yeah.
right? And he's done some pretty stupid things in the
Some of the most immoral people hide behind the guise of morality.
Okay, he has 2 chats up.
But it's also
So
fair
he's
to say that
he is
SpaceX
streaming on
is pretty
another
cool, too.
platform.
Both of
someone
these
commented
things
on the
can be
kick.
true. But the problem is that
What's up?
people become so emotionally attached to, like, their perception of these different personalities
And
that are
you
super
think Trump's a bad
polarizing
president?
that it prevents them from looking at it
I
in a
feel bad
logical
for you,
perspective.
Foolery. Get ready for the next 40
That's
years,
really what
pal.
the issue is. He's a pedophile, human trafficker,
Buckle
and a
up.
rapist. I'm
Buckle
not
up.
going to say that about him. He's not in jail for those things. If that's true, then why isn't he in jail? The
Are you still
charges
talking
got
about Andrew
dropped.
Tate right now?
They did. Like,
Yeah, all those
if
charges
you
did get
think
dropped.
that that's true, that's totally fine.
I don't
Mania
want to see
is
talk about Andrew
corrupt.
Tate right now.
I think this fucker did it. But the courts did.
Growing your business is easy once you know the moves. With GoDaddy Websites Plus Marketing, you can quickly create a website.
I said he's committed tons of crimes, but that doesn't mean he's a bad president, as you're watching a video about him stealing from his base. LOL.
We have a better understanding as people that are just like reading like articles about this and like looking at things from an outside perspective. Like, we understand this better than like a bunch of people that are like looking into it. And I'm sure, by the way, all right.
I'm gonna switch it. Bro, this speech was so funny because he started going in on the past administration and what's happened to America and how it's going downhill.
Yeah, we might
And
come back
the
to this
video,
guy.
The camera didn't pan over to
Bonzo
like, the libs on
Sam?
this side of the aisle.
Is he on
But
YouTube?
you could look closely and they weren't too happy. They were not too happy. He's committed tons of crime. That doesn't mean he's a bad president. As you're watching a video about him stealing from his base, he technically, idiot, hasn't stolen anything yet because he hasn't sold any of the stocks. If you own assets, you would know that. And it's a meme coin. He's advertised it as a meme coin. If he says it was a long-term value, then that's a bit different. I mean, who are you quoting? Someone other than yourself? Or are you quoting... He's committed a ton of crimes. That doesn't mean he's a bad president. As you're watching a video, I'm stealing from his base. He technically hasn't stolen from his base.
It is time.
I didn't say he already stole from his base. That's not what I said.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well,
I think, are these
Thank you very, very
teleprompters?
much.
Pretty sure they are.
Twice.
I mean, it's like a fancy thing where they show it from a different angle, and then you can, like, only he can see it.
President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice
Yeah,
Roberts,
I don't see him.
Chief Justice Roberts is a
Bonzo
flag.
Sam. Let me try with the
Justices
underscore,
of
see
the
if that's here.
United States
A flag.
Supreme
No.
Court,
Flag.
All right, is he on
President
Twitch?
Clinton, President Bush,
Almost President,
Obama,
Mrs. Clinton.
President Biden,
Almost President.
Yeah, there he is.
Harris.
Okay, yeah, so that's the other platform that he's on. He's on Twitch
and my
and Kick.
fellow citizens.
Got 3 viewers on
The golden
Twitch,
age of
none on
America
Kick.
begins right now.
I'm a bit nervous because he's
All right,
saying
yes, 1 on Kick.
it's going to be a golden age of America and everything's going to be so great, but why'd they let him into office? They did everything they could to keep this man from coming into office. They said he was Hitler. They rigged an election. They unleashed a virus. And now they're just letting him walk right in? I feel like their play, and quote me on this, or remind me in 6 months to a year, is they're going to try to destroy the economy or like just have the stock market crash really bad, and so then they can blame all this on Trump. That's what I think they're going to do. They're going to try to crash the economy or the market, or when the deportations start, they're going to just, they're going to have the video about people being
This is
separated
fucking
or
wild, dude.
deported, and people are going to be crying and all that, and they're going to make it look really bad. Really bad. Let me see the kick comment. Got them both. They released a virus-rigged election. Yeah, they absolutely did. 100%. If you think 2020 wasn't rigged, go have fun watching CNN or MSNBC. Like, for the first time in history, the voting got stopped in like 4 swing states at 1 in the morning. And then when we woke up, all of a sudden, like 1.3 million votes came out of nowhere for Joe Biden. There was one ballot drop in Michigan that was like 347,000 to Joe Biden, and then like 1 or 2 votes to Trump. That's like flipping a coin that many times and getting heads every time. So we're willing to defend that. I'll jump on it right now. I bet you can't at all. What are you talking about? Defend what? Do you not remember voting being stopped in 5 states? What about the 1,000 affidavits? What about that Ruby Freeman chick who they had the video of her screen, and then underneath it, she pulled out ballots when nothing had been put under there? In the entire election day, no ballots had been, or when election day came and the ballots came, they didn't put anything in there. It was there with the setup. So those ballots had been sitting there for weeks
insane,
before
dude.
they actually counted it. That's fraudulent.
This is insane.
And Joe Biden gave her a Medal of Freedom. None of that is evidence. LOL. Okay, wait. Damn, you actually are retarded. They stopped the voting. They stopped the counting in 4 swing states in 2020. Do you not remember that? You have to be trolling. They literally paused the votes in 2020. Like, what? Oh my god. Yeah, no, you're retarded. It's okay.
All right. Well,
I'm gonna go back here.
Great.
You're acting like it's 100%. I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
From this day forward, our country will
Have fun living in next 4 years, Trump's America. Here we go, baby. Have
flourish
fun.
and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of
But
every
claiming much
nation,
BS not
and
true.
we will
All right,
not
dude.
allow
Yeah.
ourselves to
Have
be
fun.
taken advantage of any longer.
Have fun.
During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first.
No more money to Israel. No more money to Ukraine. Fuck them. Money to America first. And clean up our elections. You've got illegals voting. I saw a video of these liberals in California that took their kid to vote. And they're like, my kid, all 3 of us voted, and yeah, don't say anything, but she's in America, so she get to vote too. It's like, what? Now you're proud of being swindled. Being swindled out of what? I haven't bought Trump coin yet.
Yeah, I would hope so. That's the idea.
Our sovereignty will be reclaimed.
Callers, this one, let me guess. You think Donald Trump actually colluded with Russia too, or he said the fine people on both sides?
Our safety will be restored.
Right,
The scales of justice will be rebalanced.
Can't back anything up.
The vicious,
Wait,
violent,
do you
and
actually
unfair
think
weaponization
the
of
fine
the
people on both
Justice
sides is
Department
real?
and our government will
He
end.
said fine people on both sides except for the neo-Nazis
That's a
and
bingo.
fascists or whatever. There's a reason why CNN and NBC and mainstream media's approval ratings are so fucking low. It's because they've been reporting bullshit the whole time. You'll see people on Reddit that are like,
Oh my goodness, dude.
wait, Trump's if he's really a fascist and a dictator, then why are you just letting him in? Like, why aren't Democrats fighting back? Why aren't Democrats storming the Capitol on January 6th? If they truly believe Trump is that bad, shouldn't they be putting up a fight? Or maybe it was just all political theater. By the way, I am going to have to leave in 6 minutes, so I won't be able to debate with you, child. But it's okay.
Oh?
And our top priority will
Dude,
be to create
what are
a
you
nation
saying?
that is
Who
proud,
programmed you?
prosperous, and free.
I get all my news from Reddit and CNN, pal. Get to see the other side.
America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before.
Fuck yeah.
I don't know. I think they're gonna fucking unleash another virus.
I said, who
Or they're gonna
programmed
do
you?
something to crash
I
the
said,
economy.
call the
They're gonna
text.
do
Somebody
something
missed
to,
a couple bugs in this one.
to derail this so they could stain his name for sure.
Yeah,
right.
gotta go very soon.
I feel bad for you, Tom Foolery.
And
I feel bad
that
for
we
you.
are at the start of a thrilling new era of national
It's funny because liberals always project. They're like, "You're brainwashed. You're brainwashed." Oh, Trump, his family, they're all criminals. Well, it's like Joe Biden was literally found. He's the big guy getting 10% that was found in Hunter's laptop, but people just don't. They don't want to believe it. They live in this vacuum of what's their cognitive dissonance, where they don't want to believe that the person they vote for is bad, or that the elections truly aren't fair, they're rigged, or yeah, the government cares more about bringing in illegal immigrants than the actual citizens, because guess what? Illegals vote 2-1 for Democrats. I will say, yeah, Trump's meme coin is sketchy, like 100%. It's a meme coin though. So if he comes out and says it's a long-term value of investment, then yeah, that's pretty shitty. That's scammy. But at least he's doing it in public and not sending your money to Ukraine where they're washing it,
So
sending
true,
it back to the
dude.
politicians.
At least he lies to
I'm
our
getting
faces,
fucked. I want
dude.
to be rather do it in public than you government people doing it in the back rooms, selling out the American people.
A tide of change is sweeping the country. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world.
Oh my God. Yeah,
And
you can back up your
America
claims because I had a friend who voted for Trump this year, but he didn't in 2016 or 20.
So okay, whatever, dude. I don't care. I said, well, hit me up when you're ready to engage in reality. You know where to find me if you ever get coded to have a backbone. I can actually back up my claims.
Hunter got indicted over shit on that laptop. It was shown as not fake. The FBI admitted to contacting the social medias, or Mark Zuckerberg said that Facebook or FBI contacted him to shut down stories on that, which later got found out to be true. That's intentionally rigging. They did a study, and Google, Gmail, was sending RNC, like money donation emails, to spam, while the DNC ones, they were letting it stay up in the inbox.
That's a
Rigging.
great new talking point. You care
Mail-in
about
votes.
indictments?
Typically,
Did
mail-in
you read
votes
Trump's
have,
indictments?
Like 90% chance of like being approved because the signatures don't match or something's done incorrectly on it. Barack Obama was first elected from mail-in vote recount and auditing, essentially. He had lost in the Senate in Illinois, but then he like demanded a recount, or he got close enough that they could, and then they did an audit and they found that the other guy, some of the signatures didn't match on the votes. They took those votes out, gave it to Obama as the win. And then you see in 2020, Trump got up to like, or no, it was like 99% of mail-in votes were counted. So it went from like 90% to that high. And hey, Biden was the most popular president of all time, 80 million votes. Where'd those extra 10 million votes go that didn't happen this year for Kamala? Great, new talking point. Care about indictments? Trump's indictments, oh my God, you're a lost cause. I'm not even going to respond to you anymore. Oh, you're not going to respond to me because you don't know how to argue. Bro, all those indictments are fucking made up. Literally all made up.
Chance to seize
We're
this
missing 10 mil, LOL 2 mil, homie. What are you talking about? You never read them. They have proof. Proof of what? Proof of what? What point are we talking about now? All your BS points? Or are you going to say, oh, you're BS. You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, dude. Have fun. Have fun while your wife gets fucked by her boyfriend. You can sit around being a loser, being a liberal. Have fun.
Like
I'll pray for you.
Before. But first we
No, going to PolitiFact and having them say this is true or not, that's not true. The fact checkers are fucking liars.
Be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing
I
in
hope
the
so.
United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has
Okay. What do we have here? All right. Wait, what is this? Oh, his head. Yeah. Yeah, he's he was on some shit today, dude. He was on some fucking shit today. All right, the only official Trump meme. Let's go. So look how fucking look at what a Chad he looks like, dude. So fucking cool. Looks nothing like Trump, but this guy. Oh man. So yeah, it says there are 200 million Trump available on day one and will grow to a total of 1 billion Trumps over 3 years. So yes, no, it does sound like they are trying to make this sound like a long-term thing. It is. This guy's like, oh, at least they're not even trying to make it sound long-term. No, they're trying to make it sound long-term, motherfucker. They definitely are. Each group's allocation are released on their own schedule over 3 years. So yeah, they are definitely trying to make it sound like a long-term thing. Fucking retards who are all just going to try to find some way to make an excuse for this guy. It doesn't matter what happens. They like it's funny because yeah, when we're talking about like whether or not somebody can justify any of the shit that they're saying about Trump, it's always the case that they have no idea like what is actually happening. Like when I say like, oh, you didn't even read the indictments, they just respond like, what indictments? Those are fake. Those are a joke. You don't actually know. He wouldn't debate. Nah, he said that he had to leave soon or some shit. I told him at the end, I said, just, you know where to find me. He said that have fun like with my wife having sex with somebody else. I was like, my wife's in my chat laughing at you right now. So, along with my wife's girlfriends, they're all over here laughing at you. But the yeah, the indictments just like literally prove everything pretty clearly and make it pretty simple. President Trump just confirmed he's leaving Capital One Arena to sign January 6 pardons. Did he really? Motherfucker. All right. What do we have? Sometime in November, extremely sensitive and personal material of mine was leaked. All right. So this is from Destiny. This is legal arc beginning in mysterious ways. Such wow. Okay. So the statement. Sometime in November, extremely sensitive and personal material of mine was leaked. This affected not only me, but many people in my life. I want to be clear. The leak happened without my knowledge, consent, or authorization. I never had an intention for any of these messages to be public or published. I haven't spoken out publicly regarding this situation for a few reasons. One, I am actively pursuing criminal and civil litigation on these matters against multiple parties. 2, speaking publicly about these materials brings more attention to them, which harms all of the victims involved. 3, I have been trying to move on from covering drama content, as it has had an increasingly negative impact on those in my life. 4, one person involved has expressed suicidal thoughts in relation to the matter, and I did not want to exacerbate the situation by talking about it publicly. Because there are now multiple parties involved in litigation, it is unlikely I'll be able to answer any questions until pending litigation has been resolved. That said, though I am limited in what I can say, it is important that people know about my recent communications with and regarding Pxie, someone who I was friends with and collaborated with on many occasions. Since the leaks were first circulated, Pxie had stressed to me that keeping things out of the public eye was important to her. November 30th, let's see. November 30th, let's see. Pxie, one last question. You and Keemstar are friends, right? Pxie, did you know this was pinned to drama alert? I can't tell what drama alert thing says, but it says rumor Destiny porn just leaked online. Pray for the... Yeah, it looks like it says pray for the timeline, I guess. So Destiny said, absolutely not friends, LMAO. I don't think he likes me at all. Pxie said, RIP, I was hoping there would be a way to get the post removed, though. Their own violation. Oh, through their own... Yeah, I think it says through their own violation, but I guess not, since anything other than that will just put more spotlight. Destiny said, you're obviously free to say/do what you want, but I'm not going to talk about anything specifically, and I will never confirm/deny any of the people in any of the videos/messages. I can't really see this. Or sorry, videos/images, or say any names or anything like that, of course. All right. So that's the first message. Second message, December 2nd. Pxie said, let me know when you figured the stuff out with the lawyer. Destiny said, also, if you have any discrete requests or specific things you want/need from me, let me know. You got severely fucked over in this through absolutely no fault of your own, okay? And yeah, working today to file stuff. Ninu reached out to law firms, and we're waiting for responses back for filing police reports to grab court orders and stuff. If you want, I can put you in direct contact with Ninu, or you can message her directly as well to check in on this/verify this stuff. Just got off the phone with her an hour ago. Pxie, 8 minutes later, said, I don't want to have to testify or be named or anything. As far as people ask me, I'm saying it's a lookalike and I have markable differences in my breasts to prove it. Destiny said, yeah, okay. I haven't confirmed/denied anything at all publicly and will never do so. And I'll double check with you before anything ever gets mentioned in a police report or court order or anything. I don't foresee this being a thing, but just in case. Pxie said, please don't tell anyone privately either if they ask if it's actually me or not. Okay, so this is 11 hours later. So after Destiny said that, 11 hours later, she said, please don't tell anyone privately either if they ask if it's actually me or not. Destiny said, 100%, no one has messaged me to confirm or deny anything like that except when Aaron/Straighteraid messaged me. Okay. Then December 3rd. Yeah, that last message was from December 3rd. And then 7:11 p.m., she said, sounds good. Do you think you'll try to go criminally after the person or not, I assume you can subpoena Kiwi Farms for his account information and maybe even IP address and go from there if you desire, or do you feel like that would be too much attention drawn to it? Destiny said, I have absolutely no idea. Waiting for this law firm to confirm a call with me. I think also, like I said, I won't do anything in terms of filing civil stuff or making criminal complaints without checking with you first. Okay. I've always said I would do my best not to confirm or publicize anything, and I kept my word. On December 11th, I received a message from a mutual acquaintance named Lauren Hayden, known online as Lauren De Laguna, who has a legal background. This Lauren De Laguna said, what you did was evil. I have never hated anyone so much. Lauren has had a negative sentiment towards me after I rejected her romantic advances earlier in the year. I understand that she has organized the fundraiser to support Pxie's lawsuit against me and assume that she has been counseling Pxie on how to proceed. That same day, I received a message from Pxie where she suggested she would create a post about me that would go live after she committed suicide. So this is from Pxie on Discord. Pxie says, Hi, Stephen. As my life on this earth comes to a close, I want to ask you to please be more careful with the people who place their trust in you in the future. Life is unfair, but you should do your best in preventing that, not contributing to it. Destiny said, hold up there, what's up? She said, I'm just tired of living anymore. It's a matter of time until my family discovers what happened, and I feel like there's no way to obtain justice. I don't want to bring a case against you, but I think you'll continue to send nudes of people even without their consent. Bringing a case against you would mean going public, which is the equivalent of a death sentence for me either way. So I feel like the best thing to do is for me to kill myself and schedule a post just detailing my feelings on what happened to try to ensure a situation like this doesn't happen again. I'm not going to kill myself at this second. I'm trying to get some things in order before I end everything, but I don't see a future where I survive for much longer. It's better to end things sooner than later and stop the pain than to let it continue. Shit. Whew. Fuck. So Destiny responds 6 minutes later. He says, I feel like it's hard for me to give you advice since I'm obviously implicated in everything, but I would still say some of the following things. 1, things die out surprisingly fast. There might always be a couple of random losers online, but people move on to the next thing. And outside of some losers on Kiwi Farms and some irrelevant content people who will fade away, in a year or two, inevitably stuff fades away. There are people who were big online a few years ago that people can barely even find traces of anymore. Stefan Molyneux is a good example. 2, you still have every legal option available to you. You can always pursue stuff, and there are special civil and criminal protections that even shield your name from being released. You can always do free consultation with litigation firms to check with stuff like that. For obvious reasons, you should take things I'm saying with a grain of salt and pursue and check out all of those things on your own. 3, you have accomplished and done a ton of things in the past couple of years. When I met you a few years ago, you were yo-yoing like crazy between ultra-suicidal ideation thoughts and being hung up on a weird guy and feeling aimless after getting your college degree. But you've done a ton of work this year with Progressive Victory, moved to and survived in Miami all on your own, branched out into new content areas, and made new friends across new communities. It would be super shitty to not follow through for a couple more years at least and see where you could continue to push things. Okay. Yeah, that is hard to respond to, and I wouldn't say that he responded to it poorly or anything. Those are not easy messages to reply to, so. So yeah, on December 11th, I received a message from a mutual acquaintance. That same day, I received a message from Pxie where she suggested she would create a post about me that would go live after she committed suicide. This concerned me greatly. I genuinely believed that she was still in mental anguish following the leaks earlier. I responded in earnest, doing what I could to reassure her and letting her know that she had every right to pursue a legal course of action. At no stage did I try to convince her otherwise. This was a highly emotional, volatile time, and my main concern was her well-being. A few hours later, I messaged a mutual friend, Straighterade, who I knew to be particularly close with Pxie. We tried to figure out the best way forward in terms of making things right, or as right as they could be for Pxie. In that conversation, we spoke about things I could do to alleviate the toll on Pxie's mental health. So here's the conversation. There's a screenshot of the last conversation, and then Destiny. So he sent that to Straighterade. He sent the screenshot that he just showed us in the last one. He sent that screenshot to Straighterade. She replied and said, "I'm surprised she told you, to be honest. She didn't respond to this? Or did she delete it?" He said no. If she responded and deleted, I didn't see. But I'm pretty sure she just didn't respond. She's not doing well. Straighterade said she's not doing well, and she had made all the wrong moves in response to this. I told her to do nothing and not reply to people. Destiny said, I don't think she's done anything too bad or anything, like just privating her stuff for a bit was fine. Straighterade said, people have sent me stuff that she said to them in DMs. She's denying it in private and DMing people to stop talking about it because it's not her. Destiny said, oh, well, I mean, if it's helping her process stuff or whatever, it's okay, unless she's just blowing it up more or making it worse or something. Straighterade said she went into some spicy chat and said their comments make her want to kill herself a few days ago. She had told me she would do it if her parents found out, because I suggested reaching out to family members that could be trusted to give her emotional support. But she's not really talking to people. Loner messaged me asking if I'd heard something from her because she hadn't been messaging. Destiny said, this is bad, yeah. So he's replying to the thing about her going into spicy chat. And said, yeah, this is bad. Straighterade said, then I messaged her tonight, and that's when she said she thinks that's what she needs to do. Destiny said, well, fuck. I feel stupid going over there or asking her to just hang out for obvious reasons, but I don't really know what else to do, or if I'm even a person who can offer support. Straighterade said, I don't know how she views you. When she told me, I wondered if I should tell you and ask for help. But she sees you as an abuser, Sorry, but if she sees you as an abuser, then it seems like the ultimate betrayal to do that. See, I'm sorry. My screen is like totally blacked out in certain parts of the screen, so I gotta try to move this around to make it more visible. Yeah, this isn't helping. Same with telling her family. She's explicitly and said she can't rely on them for support. Like, I'd rather have her pissed off at me for life, but alive. But also, I don't know how to intervene. She doesn't seem manic, but I have no training to really make that judgment. But a wellness check seems like it'll do fuck all because she'll just act normal to get them to go away, and they wouldn't commit her just on my word alone. I told her similar things that you told her, and that she really needs to speak to her therapist about this. She said she hadn't done that. Okay. Strader had said, I don't know how much framing all of this in terms of relative harm helps. We're all egocentric, so even if that's true, I wonder if it's getting through to her. Destiny said, yeah, maybe not. I don't know what else to do. Strader had said, money. Fucking offer to cover her therapy or some shit. I don't know her employment situation, but I don't think it's good. Destiny said, you really think so? LOL, I have zero problem with that. I thought about it, but it feels super ultra scummy, or like I'm just trying to buy off her feelings, buy off her feeling bad or something. But obviously, 1,000,000%, I would absolutely do this. Okay, so that does change things. Like earlier when we saw that he was offering her money to help her pay with bills and things like that, that obviously, yeah, that changes the way that I viewed it at the time, because yes, it did just, when she presented it, yes, it very much came across like he was trying to pay her off, and so obviously that's the way she took it. But yeah, it doesn't look like that's actually the way that it was meant to be taken, or that was meant, obviously not the way that it was meant to be taken, but that doesn't seem as though that's what she meant, what he was actually trying to do, so. Strider had said, yes, I really think so. LOL, she mentioned pursuing a case against you in the first screenshot that you sent me, and this isn't a crime that is punishable with jail as far as I know. So unless she thought it did, or some other punitive measure she felt would deter you, I'm going to assume she was considering doing it for financial damages. Destiny said, what do you think would be the appropriate way of even approaching her about that? So he's asking, like, yeah, if I was going to offer her money, like, what would even be like a way of doing this to where I don't look like a piece of shit? Strader had said, which is probably extremely difficult to prove in her case. She's not a high-profile micro-celebrity, and you didn't leak it maliciously. You didn't even leak it at all. You distributed it non-consensually. Destiny said, yeah, I know. I looked into it for obvious reasons, just to be sure, but I don't really care much about the legal side of it or whatever. Obviously, I have severely, at the very least, psychologically damaged her. Covering therapy or whatever is a minimum, and I have no problem helping out or sending her money for anything as a form of repatriation. I just didn't want it to come off as like, hey, bitch, LOL, I know I violated your trust in the worst way ever, but here's some money, have fun. Yeah, I think that, like, that's the way that she took it. She said something about the fact that, like, they're trying, you know, he's just trying to pay for my gas. Like, oh, thanks. Now I'm not traumatized anymore. Like, she had said something like that. And so, yes, that she didn't take it as, like, money for therapy or anything like that. She took it as, like, you know, just trying to pay people off. So. Strader had said, being honest and front-loading it with genuinely not being able to rectify it neutrally because of the obvious conflict of interest, but you'd like to try, and that is something you'd like to do if it would help her. Therapy costs for sure. If you're really feeling generous, something to do with her law school pursuits, like year 1 or something. I don't know how far you're willing to help, but I see it as offering her something to look forward to in her immediate future. That is a goal she was working towards in the midst of all of this, and would be a reminder that her life isn't over because of this, not even close. Destiny said, what law school was she looking to go to? Is money the only thing stopping her from going or something? Strader had said, I'm not sure, but she owes me $147 and is having to pay it back to me in installments because she can't afford the payment all at once. So I'm pretty sure there are hefty financial constraints for her right now. I know she was studying for the LSAT, but if she has a school in mind, she didn't mention it to me. I assume it's something online or in-state. Destiny said $147? Strader had said, yeah, because when I moved, we split the podcast equipment, and it was divided in such a way that she took more equipment than I did, so she's paying me the differences. Destiny said, gotcha. Strader had said, even if I kept the couch we bought, even though the movers broke it, so I have to toss it now. But I didn't want to ask her for $250 on top of that $147, since her job situation is weird right now. Destiny said, this feels super lame. He said, this feels super lame, and I don't at all want to imply that somehow just giving you money helps anything go away or fixes everything for you. But if you have any bills or owe money on anything, or have any financial stuff I can help with, I can at the very least chip in and help with any of that. So it's at least one less thing you have to worry about or stress over while worrying and getting through this. Do you think this is okay? Strader had said yes. I think it would only be skeevy to do this if you were like, can I give you this money so you don't take legal action against me? Please, thank you. All right. Okay, so that's all of that. All right, give me just 1 second. I will... yeah, just give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. All right. So that's it for those screenshots. So yeah, he said, in that conversation, we spoke about things I could do to alleviate the toll on Pxie's mental health. I took Straighterade's suggestion and presented them to Pxie. I explicitly offered to help her financially, having it communicated to me that she would also that she was also under financial pressure while dealing with this matter. Pxie responded, stating that whatever price she would ask for would be too high and would only result in making her feel worse. This is an older screenshot from our conversation. It appears she has since deleted only that message. So Destiny said, you know, we read this earlier, but I'll just read it again. This feels super lame, and I don't at all want to imply that somehow just giving you money helps anything go away or fixes everything for you. But if you have any bills or owe money on anything or have any financial stuff I can help with, I can at the very least chip in and help with any of that. So it's at least one less thing you have to worry about or stress over while you're worrying and getting through this. Pxie said, it's more complicated than that. I feel like there's no justice for what's been done. I feel like people for the rest of my life are going to try to send it to my family or workplace or wherever I go. I feel extremely violated with how so many people saw me non-consensually in a vulnerable position. I feel like people are always going to use that as proof that I slept my way into whatever achievements I garner. I feel like it's evidence that everything would be better with me gone. Then she said, I feel like whatever I ask you to cover will be too high a price too. And then I'm going to feel even worse over it. While I understand that, it's also, if you're saying that you're wanting to sue him for a number that will be so high that he will never consider doing this ever again to anyone else, it doesn't sound as, I don't know, that those two things feel conflicting, but yeah, if I was Destiny, I would have put up a number then, and I would have just gone ahead and like put up like a really big number, like, well, how about this? I will just give you 10,000. You didn't ask for it. I'm giving you 10,000, and if you need anything else, just let me know. Like, generally, that's the best way to do it. But yeah, that's $10K. Well, yeah, the reason I say $10K is because, one, when they're talking about the fact that she doesn't have money for school, two, the fact that they're talking about the fact that that she might even sue him anyways, and he's saying that it makes sense if you want to sue me. Three, the fact that that she is having like all these financial issues that she's gonna have problems covering, and probably even if she wanted to go to work or wanted to go to school or anything, she's likely having too many like you know, intrusive thoughts at this time to even work. And so yeah, no way he only gives her 10K. Hold on, you guys understand, you're talking about this as though this is meant to be like, if you did 100K, then it's like, then it really is like paying her off not to sue him or some shit, right? So no, when he's saying he wants to give her money to help her cover bills and that she can still like sue him outside of this, I'm saying starting with 10K as an offer is insulting to me. That, hold on, it's not an offer for like litigation. You guys are treating this like it's supposed to be a replacement for her like suing him when it's not. He's saying that like, yes, like still sue me, like do whatever you got to do. This is me just giving you to help with costs and things like that in the replacement in the meantime. So yeah, you're when you say like 10K, that's insulting. Like no, it's not insulting. This is just an offer of money, totally separate from any sort of litigation or anything that you're just handing over. Then just say whatever you need. Right, hold on. I don't know if you guys are like missing half this. She's saying, I can't ask you for money because whatever I ask for, it's going to be too much, and whatever you give me, I will feel bad for asking for it, and I'll just feel worse at that point. So now I'm saying he needs to make an offer, and an offer that is much higher than would be expected for paying bills, right? Something that is way more than would be expected for just paying bills. That way, it is way more. Because yes, the reason I say 10K is that it's like way above and beyond what anybody would actually expect in this case. Maybe like $1,000, $2,000. And so yes, when you say like 10K, now it is just like way above and beyond what your bills probably cost in this time. And so yeah, it's like saying you don't have to ask, don't give me a number. I will give you 10K right now. And then I'll check in on you later and see how you're doing. I don't think 10K is insulting. I just feel like from what we're reading, you wouldn't start at that even if it was supplemental. You mean even if it wasn't supplemental? Not even if it was, because I'm sorry, 10K where they live is like $75. No, it's not. She's too sweet to ask for herself. Right, that's why I'm saying you just offer 10K. That's why I'm saying you just offer 10K. Because they're talking about like a couple $100 and shit like this right now. So yes, 10K is like, this is well above and beyond. No, even if it was supplemental, like I feel like everything you're saying shows that he's literally trying to make things right in a way that actually solves problems for her. Right, that's what I'm saying. Yes, that's why 10K would be. Yeah, like when we're talking about like paying off school bills, being able to take LSATs, being able to like, you know, pay for semesters and shit like that. Yes, 10K is going to like fix any issues she could possibly have right now. So that's the point, is that it would have to be enough that would easily fix any financial problems she has, plus some. And that, yeah, 10K is like that's an easy number that just says, yeah, this is enough to help you get by in the meantime, and maybe even help you pay for a lawyer or something if that's what you need to do. Like, yeah, these are yeah, his response here doesn't feel like the typical Destiny drama response. It feels like he actually cares about this. Right, exactly. This is why I'm saying 10K. Yes, it feels like he's not trying to pay her off. He's not trying to give some sort of like replacement for the lawsuit. But just be careful, okay? Like, he cares. He definitely cares. It shows he cares. Like, he's a piece of shit in the patriarchy that did some fucked up shit. All right, so so yeah, she said, I feel like whatever I ask you to cover will be too high a price, and then I'm going to feel even worse for it. Destiny said, I think the number of people who know or even keep up with it enough to go after you on this is probably almost zero. I think people hate others involved. Me, Lauren, Nick, LOL. Way, way, way more. And it overshadows everything a lot more. As for any achievement or anything like that, the majority of the work and stuff you've done has been completely independent from me anyways. So the only people who would say anything like that are people who would have said shit like that anyways and aren't worth the time. Yeah, we talked about this earlier. The whole, like, yeah, they're not worth the time thing is like, it's, you know, it's a nice sentiment and all, but it's just a meaningless statement because I'm pretty sure she knows that all of them aren't really worth the time, and that it's, yeah, just the fact that these things exist already sucks anyways. So yeah, he said she sent this older message from their messages, but it appears she since deleted that message. So this is the current version where where she says, where the message where she says that she would that anything she asks for would seem like too much and just make her feel worse, that message is now gone. Later in a conversation with Straighterade, she told me that Pxie seemed to want to cover her entire tuition for law school. Others told me that Pxie thought it would be appropriate for me to pay her anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million. At no point did Pxie make a specific or explicit request for financial compensation. Oh shit. So this is Destiny talking to Straighterade. Let me go ahead and move this over. All right, Destiny said, I want to send Pxie this thread and tell her that there are tons of people talking homophobically and a few that mention Lauren, but none mentioning her. But I don't know if this comes off as me minimizing her complaints or not. Strader had said, if you could minimize it, that would be good, actually. Then she wouldn't think about it as much. But I don't think you can debate someone out of this. So she sent a screenshot from Pxie to her where Straighterade said, how are you feeling this morning? Pxie said, I feel better. I feel somber, but not suicidal right now. Straighterade said, that's good. Well, not good. I'm sorry you're still somber, of course, but kind of an improvement. Did you reply to Steven? She said, yeah, we just got into an argument back and forth on why I shouldn't kill myself. I haven't replied to his last message or asked him to cover my tuition. I don't think he would do that if I asked him. Destiny said, oh, well, okay. I need to think on that. Like, entire tuition for law school is like $200K. I told her to make the request and y'all can Straighterade said, I told her to make the request and y'all can negotiate from there. I don't know what law school she wants to go to. If it's like Harvard, then yeah, the whole thing being covered is probably not happening. If it's a state school in Florida, that's another story. First, she needs to actually apply and get in. That will give you some time to think about the amount as well. And Destiny said, okay, I will keep that in mind. All right. Later in my conversation with Straighterade, she told me that Pxie seemed to want to cover the entire tuition. Yeah, $500,000 to $1 million. At no point did Pxie make a specific or explicit request for financial compensation. I think sometime on December 13th, Pxie unfriended me on Discord. It became clear that no amount that I agreed to would be satisfactory by nature of the fact that I agreed to it. It became clear that no amount that I agreed to would be satisfactory by nature of the fact that I agreed to it. Third parties communicated that the point of any financial compensation would be to punish me. Yeah, so he's saying that if she said, okay, I want 100,000, and he was like, okay, yeah, sure, 100,000, done, I got you, I'll send you 100,000 right now. Then she'd be like, well, fuck. Okay, well then no, $1 million. You know what? That sounds fair. You know what? You're right. I fucked up here. You know what? $1 million. I'll talk to my my brokers and I'll get them to wire you $1 million by the end of the week. Then she'd be like, fuck. No, that's still $10 million. $10 million. You have to pay me $10 million. He's like, That's fucking rough, dude. That is rough. That is going to be really, really hard. That is going to be really, really hard. But okay, if you think that's fair, then okay, fine. Yeah, fine. 10 million. Shit. Yeah. All right, 10 million. Then, like, yeah, she still would just be like, well, no, that's not fair. You can't agree to it. That if you say yes, then that just seems like it's not enough. Like, and so, yes, if at $1 million, he was like, whoa, that's too much, okay? 1 million, come on, like 500,000 at most, like, come on, 500,000, like, then she would be like, okay, yeah, 1 million, that's the number. I'm not saying she would actually do this. I'm saying this is what he is saying her mindset is at the time. Yeah, honestly, I think whatever he pays should be something that they agreed to settle everything out. Damned if you do, damned if you don't, and let her... Oh, shut the fuck up, Cannon. What the fuck? So yeah, where he says, it became clear that no amount that I agreed to would be satisfactory by nature of the fact that I agreed to it. Third parties communicated that the point of any financial compensation would be to punish me. So yeah, so even in the DMs that we were reading earlier, Pxie made it pretty clear that she did that she didn't want the money and that she didn't care about the money, that she wanted to at least do something that would leave a mark to where he would never think about doing something like this again. That's the thing that she said she wanted to do. She didn't want the money. She didn't care about the money. She wanted to make sure that whatever happens, he always second guesses, or he never does something like this ever again, because this amount of money will make him regret it so much to where he would never even consider doing something like this again. That's what she said earlier her motive was. So where President Sunday supposedly leaked this stuff and said that she doesn't care about anything except for money, and that he tried to make it sound like she was, just going for a money grab or some shit like that, that we know from the messages that is definitely not the case, that she doesn't care about the money, and that she does only care about him feeling the pain. That is what she cares about. That financially is the only way that she can really make sure that he feels the pain, and that he learns a lesson. So that was, that's what we got from the stuff earlier. So that language was incredibly frustrating to hear secondhand. I had already shown a willingness to make things right as best as I could. I had spent time talking to mutual friends of ours with the intent to help address concerns with her mental health and suicidal thoughts, the sincerity of which I genuinely believed. I was objectively harmed by this situation and was actively seeking to find resolution that worked well for everyone. I am not sure where Pxie got this idea that she needed to financially punish me. This is taking a turn downhill. The last two sentences feel like we really just took a hard turn downhill pretty quick. Fuck. I don't know where we're going from here, but shit, these last two sentences feel like we just went boo, pretty quick. Because one, I think that he can already understand her mental state. We would at least hope that he can actually understand her mental state, and that he can understand why she would feel this way. And that regardless of whether or not he is showing some willingness to work with her or showing some willingness to try to make things right, that she probably doesn't give a fuck. That she does not give a fuck. And there's, especially with other people around, like Lauren De Laguna and who else knows who else is in her ear, that she could be literally just getting gassed up all the time about what a piece of shit he is, that she needs to make him pay, that she can't let this go, all of the other women let this go, or he always finds some way out of it, that she's the first one who actually has him. She's actually got him by the balls, and she can make sure that he never treats women like this again. She can be the one who ends this for everybody. Like, there's stuff like that that can be coming from the outside. But even without that, it totally makes sense that she is going to have some sort of like rage against him and truly want to make him pay to where she doesn't think anything like this will ever happen again. I think that is like, I think that is what she's afraid of, is thinking, well, I am still alive, but I may be mentally stronger than a lot of other people. Most other people would not have even stayed online as long as I have. With the amount of horrible comments that I've gotten, with the amount of horrible messages that I've gotten, being a content creator can be just the worst fucking shit. Like, if you want to sign up to just get a bunch of people to try to pick apart your looks, pick apart your personality, pick apart all of your content, pick apart every little piece of you and your entire being for, for forever and ever, like, go become a content creator, because that is exactly what's going to happen. And so the fact that she was able to stick it out and be a content creator for as long as she was, she's probably a lot stronger than most other women. And with that in mind, being stronger than most other women, the fact that she is still this torn up over this issue means that most other women, if this happened to them, it would be way, way worse. And that because of his poor decision making, it puts her in a situation where, or it would put another woman in a situation to where they would be much worse off. And so she's saying that, yeah, like she would want to make sure that he doesn't do this to other people who would not be as mentally strong. I think that's, I think that like these sorts of thought processes are the types that I would assume Destiny could understand and know that it is about punishing him in some way, and that she could have like real, genuine, rational reasons for this. And for him to say like he was genuinely hurt, I was being sincere, I really wanted to help, like that's why I'm saying that this kind of takes a deep dip off the edge, because it's not as like empathetic as you would expect in this sort of scenario. So yeah, I'm not sure where Pxie got this idea that she needed to financially punish me. In this text message, Pxie reiterates that she doesn't want criminal penalties for me, just big financial ones. So this is another screenshot of a message. It says, yeah, the only problem is number 3, because even with removal of the video and getting the guy charged, Steven has to face consequences proportional to his actions. I want this to be the most expensive mistake of his life. So we read this earlier. This is the message that she sent to Kyla. And then it seems as though she probably sent the screenshot of the messages to Straighteraid, and that Straighteraid may have given them to Sunday or Beckett or somebody like that, and that's why they ended up getting leaked. That's at least what I heard, or the scenario that I heard, but nobody's really sure exactly how this message from Pxie got leaked. She said, I want this to be the most expensive mistake of his life, and I'm essentially asking him to self-punish himself in a way I don't think he will like or agree to without the law involved. I don't have a dollar amount from the top of my head. It just has to be enough for that. It has to be enough that for the rest of his life, if he thinks of the word nude, he associates it with the amount of money he lost. Obviously, I don't want to make him destitute, but it should be large enough that he does feel upset about it and is not easily recoverable. Yeah, I'm not even sure about the specifics regarding money and or punishment. I believe in rehabilitation, but part of rehabilitation is penance. The person understood what they did is wrong, takes corrective course of action and actions to help pay penance to the victims and do right by them. I just want to know if Stephen agrees with this and is willing to figure out what this means to both of us, / in a manner that makes sense to both of us. I don't want to cause unnecessary harm or suffering to Stephen. I want to know he will never do this again, and I think this would be the most effective method of doing so, or jail, but I don't want Stephen to go to through criminal court because 1, our justice system is horrible at getting people to change their behavior, and 2, I feel like it would be overkill on my part. Damn. This is a hard situation because, yeah, when you're in a situation like this where you want the other person to be able to have to pay some sort of you want them to have some sort of repercussions for what they did, but you like that person, you respect that person, you feel like they're they're a good person, but they're also somebody who you feel like needs to deal with some consequences. It's hard to figure out what those consequences would be, and 2, what consequences you could impose on them without feeling guilty about it and feeling like you're a piece of shit for it. She's playing God. It's bullshit. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, the point is that yes, if she takes it through court, she's not playing God at all. She's just going to fucking court, and she's not holding it over his head. She's not saying, if you do this, that, and this, then I won't take you to. She's not doing that. These are not messages to him. These are messages to other people with her trying to figure out what her best course of action is. That's not her playing God. That's her just talking to other people about what it is that will be beneficial in her situation and what it is that she should do. But obviously, as I said, she has combating narratives here. One of them is like, yes, she wants him to pay. She wants him to feel some sort of repercussions. She wants him to feel some sort of consequences for what he did because she doesn't want him to do it again. But then the other one is she doesn't want to feel like a bitch afterwards. And so it's got to be, it's got to be like a hard situation to try to find some middle ground where you feel like it's enough to make them feel bad, but it's not so much that you feel bad, right? You don't want to be punished. Like, you don't want to be the one who feels like shit. You want them to be the one who feels like shit. So it's not playing God at all. It is a situation where you would expect somebody to talk to others about the scenario and figure out what's best. It's like when you have a relative who's on drugs and you feel like they're not going to get off drugs and they won't stop doing them, but they're also like taking things too far. They're stealing from people. They're doing things that are harmful to others. And at some point you kind of just have to call the cops on them and make them go to jail, but you don't want to, because if you call the cops on your own relative, you're going to feel like shit. Others around you and others that are part of the family might think that you're a piece of shit, but you're also like, you don't know where else to go. You don't know what else to do. And so now you just feel like that's the only thing you can do. I don't know. There's a lot of mixed signals here. I don't think there are. I don't think there's mixed signals. I think that that's kind of the idea that Destiny's kind of giving, but I don't think that there's mixed signals here at all. So yeah, in this message, Pxie reiterates that she doesn't want criminal penalties for me, just big financial ones. Some of my most personal messages have gone out to the world because of what happened, including multiple incredibly explicit videos of mine, many of which have been forwarded to family members and colleagues. Information has come out which has irrevocably damaged my personal relationships This saga has been a nightmare for all parties involved. Her accusation that I likely used a proxy to widely distribute this material while claiming deniability is extremely hurtful. Ah, shit. That's what I was asking about earlier. That's what I was asking about earlier. So that shit. That's what I was wondering if I was wondering earlier if that was her claim. Fuck, I said earlier, I was like, this is one of the narratives, and it almost sounds like she's playing into this narrative right now. It almost sounds like this is the idea that she's pushing right now. And so, yeah, him saying that that's what she's pushing here is a bit wild. I flat out cannot. So let me read that first. Wait, I don't think she didn't say that he did that. Let me read. What did he say again? Likely used a proxy to widely distribute this material while claiming deniability. I don't think that she said it that clearly. So she did say here, I do not understand why Destiny would knowingly and willingly put me in a position where I would receive nonstop sexual abuse and harassment. If we believe him, he was trying to impress a barely legal teenager using my body and my privacy. So yeah, I guess I'm not sure. Yeah, here it says, of course, this is what he says happened. I think it is just as likely that he used her as a proxy to widely distribute this material while claiming deniability. Yeah, so she's saying proxy. What the fuck? Okay. Is claiming that he showed someone with the knowledge they would spread it, but it wasn't. It was hacked and spread. That's the understanding, is that somebody hacked that person. But she's saying, she didn't say he did do this, but she is saying she thinks it's just as likely that he did this. That he just used that girl as a proxy to spread all of this stuff. And then, yeah, that's where she says, I do not understand why Destiny would knowingly and willingly put me in a position where I would receive nonstop sexual abuse and harassment. If we believe him, he was trying to impress a barely legal teenager using my body and my privacy. So yeah, I did that. We stopped and talked about this when we read it, because yes, that was an odd implication without seemingly any reason or evidence for this. And as I said, like the reason that I was talking about the fact that she could have others in her ear just kind of like gassing her up and shit talking the entire time was because of some of this stuff. That, yeah, it seems like there's possibly other people who could be kind of pushing a narrative right now. But yeah. So he said, this is extremely hurtful. I flat out cannot believe that anyone would think I intentionally leaked this material to the public. I increasingly felt uncomfortable about the language being used regarding financial punishment and wanting to teach me a lesson, along with constant references to the precariousness of someone's mental health. It no longer felt productive to engage in these conversations. As is well documented, at the start of this, I was completely willing to make things right with Pxie. Okay, so this is another message from Pxie where she says, I think I'm going to decide my next course of action of what to do with myself and him based on how that conversation goes, unless if you decide you don't want to talk to him, that's okay too. Basically, I have my plan / course of action paused and will choose something depending on if he agrees he has to make up / repent for the action and wants to work with me to find a way to do that, or if he doesn't feel that way. I don't want to talk to him myself because I feel like I tried explaining what I was feeling and he didn't really understand. I also have a little anxious voice in my brain telling me to prepare for the worst because he probably won't care or doesn't care enough to willingly try to make up for his mistake. And that means I'll have to start thinking of more extreme / nuclear options to deal with. But I'm trying to avoid spiraling down that line of thought because I'm trying to hold out for hope. And just not to scare you, I'm 100% not going to do anything myself, no matter what he says during holiday season, because I don't want to traumatize my friends during a time that's supposed to be happy. And even if he responds negatively, it doesn't mean I'll auto-kill myself. So this is, again, another message to Kyla right here. I'm trying to contemplate all different courses of actions, including going public, and then if I can't take the amount of humiliation, then killing myself versus my plan before scheduling a note for after I die. I'm also still looking into lawyers, but I just want to see what he says before deciding to do any nuclear option. So yeah, so even here, it starts to sound like, so now with all of this other context, now it starts to sound like if she kills herself, that isn't because she can't deal anymore, but because she wants that to be a punishment for him if he's not willing to just pay up. And yeah, that's at least what I'm reading from this. But I also, I do personally think that he might not be, like, I don't know. I feel like this isn't all that ridiculous of a response from her. As far as the money goes. Now, yeah, threatening suicide is a different story, but yeah, I don't know, the financial, like, her wanting him to feel the pain financially, I think that it's kind of short-sighted to not understand why she would feel that way. I think that, yeah, it's pretty clear why that would be the case. And especially when he's saying something like, especially when he's saying stuff like, you can still sue. You can still sue me and I'll understand. Like, lots of times that is like part of suing, is that like suing is not just like a, oh, you have a monetary like issue here that we're compensating you for. But lots of times it is like, yeah, also we think that this person needs to be punished and you have other things that aren't monetary issues, so we're going to have them pay you extra as extra compensation to kind of help with those other problems, just to punish them. Like, that is like, that's like when we talk about like, emotional distress or shit like that, that it's like, those are things that make stuff makes it a little more concrete, I guess. So yeah, I'm not seeing anything here that would be like, I don't know. I'm not seeing anything here that makes sense to me as far as Destiny's like reaction. And I did say before that, yeah, I'm hoping there's not going to be something that makes him like turn and say like, and this is when she went too far and I was done. Like, yeah, I was afraid of this being the response. So at this point, I just tell people close to me that if Pxie wants to pursue legal action against me, she's always free to do so, but I don't feel comfortable talking to her about her until, at the very least, my current legal actions have run their course. It has been brought to my attention that Pxie has now tried to re-add me as a friend, but I have ignored these requests. I don't know what that means. It has been brought to my attention that Pxie has tried to re-add me as a friend, but I have ignored these requests. What do you mean it's been brought to your attention that you ignored her friend requests? Like, why not just say, she tried sending me friend requests and I ignored them? Why are you saying it's been brought to my attention as though somebody else told you what you did? What does that even mean? I've never told anyone they can or cannot speak about, and I've always left that option open to them. Despite what some people have said, I've never threatened Pxie with litigation, nor NDA'd anyone. My goal was to respect wishes of the people who have been affected by the leak. Pxie has now stated her intention to sue me and is fundraising for that. I do not believe I have violated any laws, and since Pxie has made clear what she wants to do, I will have to let the evidence and legal findings speak for themselves. It is unfortunate that it has come to this, but it means that all communications with her or Lauren, who may or may not be representing her, will have to be through counsel. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, we were talking about this earlier, where I don't know that he's actually going to be able to be sued. Considering the fact that the person who leaked everything is another party, and not the person that he sent it to. And that, yes, so neither him nor the person he sent it to, neither one of them actually engaged in any actions that publicized this information. So yeah, isn't it kind of weird for Kyla to send these messages to her boss? I don't think that Kyla did leak these messages. Not initially. Other people, as I said, we read these messages from other people earlier today. And so, yeah, it may be that Kyla gave the full version of it to him, because we read them in like very out of context versions, like where they were all like snipped up into like 3 different messages, and that, yeah, reading it in the full version definitely changed things. So yeah, as I said earlier, I from what I'm told, it looks like from people who would know, they told me that it looks like Pxie took screenshots of the messages in the snippets and sent them to Straighteraid, and that Straighteraid may have been the one who sent them to either like President Sunday or Beckett or something like that. Probably President Sunday, and then they leak them. That's at least what I've been told from people who would know. And so, but that, yeah, I don't think even they don't know for sure what happened there. It must be odd since Pxie's been living with Destiny for like a while now. She hasn't been living with Destiny. What are you talking about? She hasn't lived with Destiny. What are you talking about? On the full version, Kyla explicitly asked Pxie if could share with him. Yes, correct. Correct, yeah. My only question is, has Destiny ever sent pictures of another girl to Pxie that would immediately change my mind on this? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. They're both victims. Why is Destiny wrong again? Because he mentioned a sex tape? No, because he sent videos or pictures of him and another girl to another girl without the initial girl's consent, right? So let's say me and my girlfriend, we take videos together having sex and shit. Then we break up, and after we break up, I'm talking to a new girl, and I send this new girl videos of me and my ex. Well, that would violate my ex's consent. And so that's why. So yeah. She's there every day in every stream for more than a month. LOL. Yeah, she wasn't living with him. She moved to Miami and lives in Miami, not too far from him, but she didn't live with him. And there is another girl that is living with him that is not Pxie. So maybe you're seeing the other girl thinking she's Pxie, but that other girl is not Pxie. Yeah, Mantis got the fucking... You guys know how randomly the YouTube will just kind of block people out of nowhere? It looks like It looks like, yeah, Mantis got banned for some reason. But it doesn't actually ban them. So, like, these people are never on the ban list. Every time I go and check when this happens, they're never on the ban list. They're just... You just can't see them.
Hey Tom, have you heard the news? America just got sentenced to 4 years in prison. Didn't even get to pass go or collect $200.
Yeah, I heard, yeah, we didn't even get a trial, and he did. We didn't even get convicted, and he did. We didn't even do anything wrong. And he did. What the fuck? Okay, so yeah, I gotta check this real quick to see. Just to double check and make sure that, because yeah, I looked in chat and there doesn't seem to be any. There doesn't seem to be any like moderation on Mantis that would have banned her, but let me see if there's. Yeah, no, she's not on there. All right. Let me see. Yeah, give me just a second. I'm going to turn off chat for just a second, just to see if that fixes it. So I'll turn off chat for a moment and then turn it back on. And,
No, Tom. You're wrong. America made their choice. That's what we did wrong.
True. You're right. You're right. Okay. Let's see. I don't remember how to turn off chat. Okay, here we go. All right, I'm about to save it. Give me just a second. It's going to turn you guys off for just a second, and then I'll turn you back on. Okay, can anybody chat right now? Is it turned off? Okay, yes, chat is disabled. Okay, now I'm going to re-enable chat. Okay. All right. Let's see. What's up, Carrie? Nope. Yeah, no, it still didn't work. Yep. She's She's not able to chat on any of them, so. All right.
Sorry, back to That's My Gold. Okay, there you go. That's your 1 bit of personal drama for the entire year. Okay, good luck.
For the entire year, they said we made it 17 days before we got more personal drama. You guys wanted non-political drama? Well, you got it. I just wanted friendship. Anyone remember him talking to Pxie's dad? He told Destiny what a great friend he had been to his daughter. Fuck me, this sucks. I want one answer and one answer only. Did you send Pxie's nudes non-consensually to someone you were chatting with on Discord? Your post does not answer this. Yeah, I think that, yeah, the fact that she did allude to the fact that he would post this stuff on purpose, probably the time to kind of give an explanation as to what happened. Yeah, kick chat still will not pop up on stream. Weird. Yeah, that's weird. All right. This happens once in a while where somebody gets banned, or they just kind of get hidden out of nowhere, and there's nothing you can do about it. Like they're just gone, and then you try to like find a way to unban them, and it just, yeah, it doesn't happen.
Just why can't anybody fucking be normal on this website? Jesus Christ, why can't any of you people be normal? Why is it like this? All the time here on Twitch and Twitter, it's always just some goddamn communist, and then somebody comes in and says, well, actually, slavery wasn't that bad. God, just be normal. Please, be normal. Be one of these normal people you're going to deal with in everyday life who isn't out here just trying to refight the Eastern Front. My God. Just why can't anybody fucking be normal on this website?
Does anybody know? I know who this is. Do you guys know who this is? Does anybody? I feel like most of you guys are so new to the space that you guys probably don't even know. Yeah, Bastiat, yeah. Yep, it's Bastiat. Yeah, I told Mantis to hop on. I don't know where she is, though. She's stopped responding to my DMs, so I don't know if she's doing something else or what. Oh, wait, is that... Okay.
Hello?
Hello? Is it me you're looking for? Hello?
Hello, it's me. Hi,
Yes.
I'm banned.
Well, congratulations.
Thanks. I don't know what I said or did. I'm also banned, but maybe that's more purposeful. I'm banned on Jolas. But again, I don't know why I barely ever chatted in Jolas. Maybe he means to, or maybe it's just the same thing happening.
Yeah, but it makes sense that they would ban you because they're a bit more rational versus me. Like, I'm just a simp, so.
Yeah, truly. Well, that was interesting.
Yeah. So, I do think that took a turn. I don't think that that's the direction to go. I even think that instead of doing all those other things, I would have just said something like, this is what's happened. I've tried to reach out to her. I've tried to offer her money, but I understand that she's in a lot of pain and she wants me to like be punished or whatever. So I think it's best if we just handle this through the courts and she is able to get whatever it is that she can, that way. I think that would have been like a much better direction than just, making it
I think he kind of. Yeah, I agree for the most part. I just think I understand why after reading that message in her Substack, which kind of alluded to what she actually believes, which is that he like purposely did this and like whatever. And maybe, maybe he's being a bit rash about reading those financial messages because I don't really think that Pxie is trying to say, I want to, financially ruin the guy. I think she just wants her fair compensation. But, if you were hoping that it could be sorted out and you offered to sort it out and you gave the openings, then for you to read that later, and especially I think to read the Substack. I'm just trying to be fair here, guys. I can't read chat. I don't know what they're saying. I'm not trying to sweep or anything, but I'm just trying to say, like, I can understand him being like, well, if that's kind of what you think, I did it on purpose, and you do want like a lot of money and stuff, then, and we can't figure it out one-on-one, and we haven't been able to figure it out one-on-one, then yeah, let's just take it to court and let's just do it that way. I think especially, I'm trying to be fair, but if Lauren De Laguna is around, or if these people are around, and Pxie does have people in her ear making her think this stuff, I'm just trying to put my head in like Destiny's mind, where he's probably paranoid about that. And I think that him addressing a few of the things in this subreddit is probably an attempt to stop the narratives that are already begun, because they have. Like, Sunday and all of these people have already started talking about like that that he purposely did it, or that it's like financially, like all the financial shit. They've already started this crap, so
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it was okay. I was kind of hoping for like a public apology, but the leaked DMs and stuff do show that he obviously is sorry, and he did apologize to her, and he did try to make it right, and he did offer to help, and he has made offers, and I don't think he's coming across like some sociopath who's callous and like doesn't give a fuck about her. But yeah, I think it's probably best that they just handle it with mediators and in the courts, especially because there's another person involved.
Yeah.
And other people involved.
Yep. Yeah, I think that, because I think, to me, like the whole, I don't get why she would do that. I think that we all get why she would do this. I think that, like, most people get it. And I think that, just instead of saying that part, just ending it with the, like,
I also don't. I also like if I'm putting myself in Pxie's shoes, like it's one thing to just ask for some money and get given that money and to walk off like you said and feel like okay, well, but I don't think that's what she really wants. She could ask for $1 million or she could ask for 500K and off she goes. But I don't really think that's why she's brought this up publicly. I do think that she's trying to make somebody take more accountability than just, here's some money, thanks. I think she'd probably just be more grateful if he would come out and say, I fucked up and I did something wrong and I've learned my lesson and you can't really know.
No, because that's why in the first like groups of DMs that he showed, the whole point was that like they were very clear that he was not going to say anything about this because she didn't want him saying anything about it, and that yes, it was all just going to be left alone so that nobody's talking about it, nobody's making a bigger deal about it or anything. And so yeah, it was if that's what she wanted, like then the conversations that
I
they
agree.
had were like the opposite of what they should have had.
Yeah, but then obviously, as time goes on, and again, like it's not far-fetched to think people have been in her ear, and she's had more to deal with over time, and she's like sat and thought about it more, and she's like, that's not really. Yeah, there's like a million. This is all total speculation. So there's a ton of things she could have sat on and realized, you know what, like, that's why she sought legal advice. That's why she went and looked at different options. And then she's like, you know what? Yeah, for what I want to achieve, for the goal I want, like this is probably the best way to do it. And yeah, that one line in her Substack where she says, if you believe him, it's this, but in my opinion, basically she's saying it's this. That implied a lot more malice than I would have assumed.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and there's no evidence for that, so it's like it's possible that she has more information. But the statement that she made was, it's just as likely that he used this girl as a proxy, wild. And that is not true. It is not just as likely. That is not we would have to have some sort of like intent for that. We would have to have some sort of reasoning for that. We would have some we would have to have something to make us think that that's even like a possibility, but we don't have.
Yeah, there's just no evidence, which it does make me think. That's why I did say, and I don't know if it's true, so I'm not actually saying it's happening, okay? But it does make me think that, yeah, like if she does have friends like Lauren De Laguna, who's made it very clear, like she fucking hates Destiny now, and that he's XYZ. I mean, that's just what happens. People talk and like a lot of, I don't know. Or she has evidence, or or it's just like I just think her end goal is pretty, like, it's fair enough. Like, how do you get someone to really learn who never seems to have to really learn? Yeah. It's not easy.
Yeah.
And who has, like, quite a lot of money, where, if it was me, I'd be like, yo, pay my fucking student loan debt. Thanks. I'm out of here. Fuck you. And I probably would just lower my expectations of getting any real justice. I'd be like, just get rid of my debt, dude. Thank you. But like, I understand it's like a bigger. She's made a big deal about a bigger point here of being like someone who keeps doing this or has done this to more people, and she doesn't want it happening to anyone else, and blah blah blah. So yeah.
All right, Joy Wolf wanted to hop in.
Hey.
Yo.
Yay.
What's up?
Yeah. No, I just wanted to be in a lovely conversation. No, I really do hope she doesn't off herself, because I think she seems like a sweet person. But also, like, before, when I was talking about the like the money, like, I know you're saying, oh, this will just to cover like anything that might bring up stress, but like, even so, I feel like he should offer more than 10K. I don't know, maybe it's
Well, again, I'm saying because she's not willing to ask for anything, it's good to
Oh,
just
he has
make
to
an
insist
offer.
that she like, yeah.
Yes, and so yeah, I'm saying
Yeah.
that when she's like making it clear that she's too uncomfortable asking for something, that him offering something is kind of like the best scenario there, where you just kind of say like, okay, you don't have to ask for it. I'm offering this much, I'm offering X amount of dollars. And then if you need anything else, let me know. Like, because again, like I feel like
I personally think that's a dodgy, just a little bit of a dodgy.
But that's why I think that it would be wrong to offer more, is because it is dodgy. So I think that like when you're saying like, hey, I know that you're already stressed out and I want to make sure that you at least don't have like financial stress on top of that, that I think that yes, if you're offering like large sums of money at that point, now you do look like you're trying to pay somebody
Comes
off,
across
and that
bribey.
yes, that looks
Right,
very different
yeah.
now. And so yes, I think that like 10K says, yes, I'm trying to offer you something that will be helpful in this amount, in this time, and that could help with literally anything that you'd actually be going through. But also, like, don't want to look like I'm trying to pay you off and trying to stop you from taking any sort of legal action. And so I am not going to pay so much that it looks like that. It doesn't, that it looks like a bribe.
Yeah. So I don't know if it's a good idea for him to do like a public apology. I mean, I don't know. To me, those always seem insincere, no matter what.
I think that for the most part, public apologies are pointless and they tend to just make everything worse. I mean, people don't really care. I'm not sure if Pxie would care. I think
Right.
Pxie's more interested in like teaching him a lesson so he just doesn't do it again. I don't know if she gives a fuck about a public apology. I'm not a big fan of public apologies. Yeah, I don't really think people don't really care about them either. So.
To me, there's also like just the fact that Destiny this I feel like is like a huge like more than like we're underestimating how huge of like a mark on his record it is, because this is like some like high school shit, like in a way like you should be more mature and know that like you don't just send like nudes or videos of other people without the consent like after. You should like really know this by high school, like after high school. When you're in your 30s, it's like almost unfathomably dumb and irresponsible.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is really dumb. Like he really fucked up. It's pretty stupid. So,
but to be
like, I
don't know if this like because I've like been on Discord for a while and I've seen guys like do this who obviously in other contexts I would consider them like responsible people. I'd consider them people who are like trustworthy. And yeah, it's always like kind of shocking when they share this, like even if they're just sharing it with like the bros, like you literally never know if your bro is gonna see that and just like send it to whoever, or if like if it's a girl, same thing. Like you don't know what they're gonna do with that. And it's not yours to share, so it's always baffling to me when people behave like that.
Well, as an avid nude sender myself, I don't think I can weigh in on this without being extremely biased towards how dope sending nudes is. And how I
nudes. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying if somebody shares a nude with you and doesn't explicitly say that you could send it to somebody else, there's no reason why you should think it's acceptable to send it to somebody else. Like there's no excuse.
I agree. Like this happened to me when my nudes got accidentally leaked last year. Oh, sorry, was it? Yeah, last year, at the start of last year, in this community. And Like, what was gross wasn't that they got accidentally leaked. It was like, oh fuck, a fuck up. Like, I wasn't even that bothered by that. Like, I put myself in a risky situation, whatever, so it happened. What was fucked up was like what happens afterwards, where it's very clear the person doesn't want to like own up and wants to keep it private, doesn't want it spread around, doesn't want to be named or identified, and that kind of behavior of like running around, finding out, playing detective, and like spreading their name around, and it's like that's the thing that's like fucked up. But and like
yeah,
when I was
to
in that
identify
situation,
people, trying to like make content out of identifying the people, trying to like make a big deal about like people lying.
It's just
to
harassment at
avoid
that point.
identifying people.
Yeah.
Yes, it's just like it's a bunch of fucked up ways to make content about that thing, and just like finding ways around talk, like, you know, blatantly talking about it, and so you try to find like and like
I feel like
an
this
avenue to talk about it by saying like, oh, look, they lied, whoa, like as though that's like some horrible crime when it comes to like trying to keep your shit private like that.
Yeah, and I think the like tough spot that when this happens that you're in is where you feel like a dick because you get a lot of comments of, oh well, you put yourself in that situation by even sending them in the first place, you stupid bitch. So you get a lot of that, but I just don't buy that. Like, I feel like if you're with one other person and you're sending them something private, there is like a understanding that it is meant to be private. Like, I don't think anybody does this stuff with their boyfriends, husbands, like anybody. Like, I don't think anybody does this thinking that they're the person that they're sending it to is going to be that fucking cruel to share it around.
You know, I'm sympathetic to that. There are cases where like people share things with people who
they should know better.
are like kind of red flags, and you should sort of at a certain age as a woman develop a sense of when to not trust people, but that's not to excuse any behavior. And at the same time, this doesn't seem like that kind of case. It seems like Destiny was somebody she trusted and somebody who gave her reason to trust her. Like, I mean, I don't know, from the DMs it seems like they were pretty close. And like there was no like red flag there of like, oh, I really shouldn't trust you with this kind of thing. Even though he did, I'm not saying like that it doesn't. Anyways, I'm just saying like it seems like it would be normal for somebody to trust somebody in a circumstance like that, and the betrayal of the trust is crazy. Especially given that like they were close, they were friends, they had reason to care about one another's well-being, and he just sort of stabbed her in the back in a sense.
He done fucked up. Yeah.
I agree with all that sentiment, but like I do feel as if like I kind of doubt that her only motive was to like cause damage to Destiny, and that's like the primary reason she's done this. I feel as if that was her like driving goal, a far more effective way to sort of make sure this would never happen again would to get like Destiny to make a very public apology about what happened, an admission of guilt, and then on top of that, you know, a promise to sort of like act better, you know, with women in the future.
No.
Hold on. Everything you said is might be true in a
You don't think
situation
so?
where her privacy wasn't at risk of being exposed even more than it already is.
Well, I
maybe
think, hold on.
in that kind of
He's saying,
case it would be okay.
That doesn't really apply, because once she's come out with this to say that it's her and her privacy is now out there anyways, he's saying at that point, well, you're already telling everybody that it's you now. So now, like, we're already past like the privacy point.
You kind of broke up for me. I didn't catch what you said.
Neither.
What I said?
Yes.
Yeah, you
Hello?
broke up.
Oh, I was saying that
Yeah.
we're already past the point of like privacy because she's already come out and said that it was her by leaking, like by coming out and saying all of this in the first place. So yeah, we're well past the point of like her privacy being a concern here. But that the reason I don't think that would do anything is because I don't think that actually like causes any real harm to him, and that would just be pretty easy for him.
Anyone can do that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyone
I
can
think
get
that-
up and say a bunch of words and be like, humiliated for 10 seconds on a stream where you say sorry. But like the real damage is, I think that her motives are very clear. Like, yeah, I do want him to actually really learn about this. Like going to federal court over this is like a stain. Especially if she wins. But even if she doesn't, the fact that she's even come out publicly saying she's going to sue him, like it's that big of a deal. This is all like a part of making someone really be held accountable.
Yeah, and I think that if he comes out, well, hold on. I'm trying to finish what I was saying. I don't think that. I think that also if he comes out and kind of like gives his side of things and then makes like this big public apology, that like in the process he comes out looking like the good guy, and even less so would face like any sort of like consequences of this, because he is again also a victim in this scenario. And so it is it would come off as though he's like just a super nice guy and like really gets it and everything, and so there wouldn't be like real public humiliation there wouldn't be any sort of like real consequences for him in the public sphere. And so I don't think that like the apology or anything like that is something that would make sense as a consequence of any of this stuff.
I was more as like when I say apology, I'm more like an admission of sort of like guilt that he participated in like sending a post. What I was thinking is more like he puts out a post where saying like I fucked up by sending these nudes to Yeah, right. But I don't think he would. I think that like if Destiny were to break him, if he were to like admit that, sort of put in a plan to never do it again, and then break that, I think that would do more damage to like the relationship with his audience than him coming out and saying that, well, she's actually just out for the money. As you can see here, he's kind of.
Well, part of the issue is that I will say part of the issue is that she did make it sound like continuing to follow Destiny is.
The mic is.
I think the mic's a bit fucked. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that a part of this that we have to remember is that in her Substack, she also made it sound as though any sort of support of Destiny going forward is support of these types of actions, that they are endorsing this sort of behavior from Destiny. And so I think that sort of argument not only says I want him to suffer some sort of monetary consequences, but also I want him to suffer like overall. I want his career to suffer. I want him to pay literal money for this. I want him to pay for it in fucking blood. Like the money in and of itself is not good enough that like it sounds like she wants his like career to heavily suffer from this. And so
I think so. I think didn't she even mention, I can't remember if this was her mentioning it in her Substack, but
yeah, that's what I was
the whole
saying.
like him being Hasan of the left, this is like a big thing at the moment of like he is trying to move into politics, and I do think she wants to damage his reputation and stop him from doing that, to be honest.
Yeah.
Which I feel bad because I don't think there was any intention here. Like, it's a real big fuck up and he should know better than that. But that's all of this, like, feels like really extreme. Because he's also, I know I'm gonna cop shit for this, but like, he is also a victim too. This did happen to him. His shit got leaked as well. That was totally surprising. And it's obviously fucked with him. I don't know. Just
to
not
me,
that much, I guess.
To me, the fact that he sent this to someone else is almost bordering on like, he wants to damage himself. This almost seems like
Joe
some
Rogan
kind
of the left, guys, not Hasan of the left. Sorry.
I'm sorry, Joe Rogan. Sorry. Yeah.
The
My bad.
idea that he would, it almost seems like self-harming that he would send this to anyone, to be honest with you. It's wild that like someone who's been in this space for that long would sort of like expose themselves to this level of like, to random girls online who he's trying to get with,
Again, it doesn't seem
Sometimes
as though
these
this is
things
a
are
random girl. It sounds like they had known each other for a while, and that because I believe, I could be wrong, this is just now kind of hitting me, but it does sound like, I do believe he also sent her the DMs from Lauren Southern, and I believe this same leaker also leaked the Lauren Southern stuff. So yeah, this wasn't just like a sexual thing, but it sounded like they had more of like an intimate relationship, where he was talking to her about issues that he had, and it sounded like he was talking to her about the issues with Lauren Southern when he was with Lauren Southern. So
I mean, even so, it's still there's no amount of like there's no online relationship which should be permissive where someone should be sending this kind of material to someone else. This is like shotgun to your leg type thing and pulling the trigger.
Sure, I'm just saying that when you're saying that like
many...
they would do this with a random person they just met on Discord, like I'm saying that like that's like a bit of a stretch, because yeah, and also just to be clear, like he wasn't wrong about even trusting this girl, because a lot of times when we look at this, we'll think like, wow, you trusted the wrong person, buddy. This is why it's so irresponsible, is you have a bad judge of character when you think that it's okay to send it to them when they ended up leaking it, but they didn't end up leaking it. It wasn't them. And so the person that he trusted still sounds as though they were trustworthy. It just was their ex-boyfriend who was not trustworthy, and there was no reason to believe that they would get their hands on it. And so it is it's just a kind of overall fucked scenario where he seemed to have trusted the right person, and they still got fucked.
I mean, but like I would still say that like the only person who like should have this kind of material on you is like your wife or something like that. Even like I understand that it wasn't this wasn't the person who leaked it, that they that it was their ex-boyfriend, but it still is like a lot of there's so much incompetence. Like, there's so much risk you're setting yourself up to for putting this out there in the first place. Just personal risk to everyone else.
Yes, again, this is why I'm saying that, is because when you're like, people are like, it's not about the risk or trusting people. It's about not violating consent. Like, sure, if that's like what we're talking about, but the problem is that when you're talking about it, you're talking about the risk. You're talking about like who it is that they sent it to and whether or not they would be like trustworthy of this, because
but can I be honest?
How possible it is that this would get out. And so I'm saying that yes, if you're going to make it about that, well, it's not like that wasn't the issue, because the person that he trusted still seems to have been trustworthy. It wasn't a trust issue here. It's just about the fact that like, yeah, people are going to find it wrong to send nudes without consent no matter what. So it's just not but But yeah, as soon as you make it about like, yeah, trusting people or the risk or something like that, it sounds like he didn't make a poor decision in that case. So it wasn't.
No, he absolutely made a poor decision about that. Like I can agree with you on that, but it just strikes me as like it's the most horrible decision making for this to ever happen in the first place. Even if you put aside like the obvious issues of consent there, Destiny should have known better than to do this, right?
Okay, no, I mean, again, that's the part that I'm disagreeing with, is like that part, because I'm saying that part is going to be based on like who you're sending it to, right? So let's say Destiny's in an open relationship, right? But he's married to Melina still at the time, and he is getting like nudes and like sex from other girls, and he sends some of those sex to Melina, but he doesn't ask the girls if he can send it to them, to Melina, but he sends it to Melina. I don't think we would think of this the same way, because we would look at that and say, well, of course he's going to trust his own wife. Like, and so that's kind of the difference, is that when we say like, oh, well, of course he's going to trust his own wife, I'm saying, well, you're making it about trust at that point and risk. And so when you make it about trust and risk, it is about the fact that like that it's important to remember that, yes, the person that he trusted didn't leak it. So his trust was not misplaced, and it wasn't risky for him to send it to them because they still didn't leak anything.
I mean, but do we know that for certain it wasn't her?
We don't know anything for certain. Like, we don't know that like Pxie wasn't just AI generated into those photos, like, or into those videos. Like, we don't know anything for certain, but this is the understanding that we currently have. So with the, yes, we don't have any evidence to say otherwise.
I feel as if it was... Oh, go on,
Sorry, I just want to add on to that. Like, yeah, I don't know about this whole like, oh, don't trust anyone, or you should know better, or you should know who you should trust thing. Like, no, that doesn't really work. Like, obviously, whenever you're sending anybody stuff like this, you do, like, nobody sends it to someone who is shown who's shown that they are distrustful. Like, just nobody ever would do that. So most people in that, they're either being a bit reckless because they don't know a person, then you can probably say that. But other than that, yeah, most people, when you share stuff like this, you assume that there is trust there, and you usually have built some kind of level of trust, and you have that nobody's like running around trying to get themselves in trouble. But I just think that if the real issue is that like you just should never send nudes of other people. Like, send them of yourself, and if they get leaked, then fuck it. Or send it of someone who you got consent from. But yeah, just don't send it of people that you took, you didn't get their consent. Like,
I obviously
pretty much it.
I obviously agree with that. I guess why we're having trouble.
Yeah, I think everybody agrees on that part.
To me, it feels like he's like self-reporting to such a level it's like almost criminal. That's what I'm thinking. But
why self-reporting? What is he self-reporting?
He's giving out information that like
is he telling this girl that he's not trustworthy while sending her nudes? Like, is that what you mean, or what?
Well, I mean, like he's giving her voice recordings of like my understanding is that this girl received voice recordings of him recording his sexual encounters on Grindr in his pocket, which is strange at the very least, but also like it's didn't what
I don't know. I don't know what's being about this stuff. I don't know the details. Again, all I saw, I explained earlier that all I saw was like the person who was trying to like ID these people. I saw what they said in the very first message, and then as soon as I realized like what they were doing, I just stopped reading everything at that point. So.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. I don't know. I find the whole thing silly. I guess if like for me personally, I don't think you should trust your wife with sort of like doing that sort of stuff, or like someone like that level of closeness to you. I don't think you can put yourself out there for that many people and still have it not burn you like it does now. And I think it strikes me as irresponsible. But
Well,
I
again, that's
understand,
what I'm
you know,
saying, though, is
I'm
that
not-
we don't know how many people
It
that
is.
many people is. You're saying that many people, and I'm saying that, yes, like, we don't know what that many people is because this person did not turn out to be untrustworthy. So if this person turned out to be untrustworthy, then we would look at this and say, wow, he's just sending this stuff out all willy-nilly. He doesn't even have to have some big level of trust with this person. But this person didn't fuck him, so there's no reason to make this about like whether or not they were trustworthy, and there's no reason to think that he's sending it out all willy-nilly because this person did not fuck him. So as far as we know, like, this isn't about trust at all, because yes, this person was still seemingly a trustworthy person. So yeah, it's just not that's what I keep trying to get into.
Even if he could trust this person like 100%, it's still like a matter of consent. Like, she did not say,
again, we
you could
like
do
we've
this.
covered that. We're just saying that like he's trying to say that like Destiny's showing just like kind of how much of a coomer he is, because he's willing to send it to just about anybody. And that I'm saying that like we don't know that he's willing to send it to just about anybody, because this person wasn't just about anybody. This person was still someone who was trustworthy in the end. So it's not, there's no reason to think that he is willing to send it to just about anybody. We don't have any reason to believe that.
I mean, like,
I'll give you this, leader, that if he is just sending it out willy-nilly, then yes, that would be irresponsible.
And to be fair, right? To be fair to my argument, like even if like her ex-boyfriend violated her trust by like breaking, say hypothetically her ex-boyfriend did it, and we knew this for a fact, she still allowed him to sort of like, I say allowed, his boyfriend got onto her computer, took that stuff, and then published it, which is still a failing on her part and still a breaking of Destiny's trust, right?
Well, so the word that was used is hacked, that she was hacked. And so once we say hacked, the reason that I think that this like differs so much is because, again, hacked could apply to what you're saying, where he got onto her computer and was able to sign in and then take all of her stuff. Or hacked could mean he knew her passwords and knew how to get in from his computer and take all of it. Hacked could mean that he used some sort of password generator that was able to figure out the passwords and then he took it all. Like, it could mean a ton of different things. But if it means the latter, that means that like him sending it to her was just as like possible for it to get hacked there as it was on his own computer. Like, if the latter is the case, that this person's using like a password generator and actually like figuring out how to get all this stuff, that yes, this was just as I'm losing the word, but where it's like a unsafe, like women use this word a lot to say that like, yes, they feel like they just feel like very unsafe in moments. What is the
vulnerable?
Vulnerable, yes. It's just as vulnerable on his computer as it is on hers at that point. And so that's kind of like, yes, if it's hacked like that, like, yes, it's not any more like in danger on her computer as it is on his. So yeah.
I mean, for me, if like she gave out her passwords and then some guy got on and took it, it still would fall into, this is like an area of like her responsibility.
That's why I said the latter. That's why I said the latter.
Yeah.
Like, the latter is like, yes, he's like literally using like password generators to like hack into this shit. Like, that's what we think of when we think of a hack, right? We don't really think of like she gave him the password and he used it to sign into her accounts, or we don't think of it as like he got onto her computer and stole stuff while sitting inside of her house, or like, you know, that's not real. Like, those things qualify on some like semantics, but that's not really what we think of. So when somebody says hacked, we think, yes, they were using some sort of like password generator to get into their account.
I don't know how responsible I would feel if I had a treasure trove of dick pics in my phone and it was in like a security folder in my phone, let's say, hypothetically, just definitely it's not true, but yeah. And yeah, if someone fucking got my phone and got into my fucking security folder and got all of my nudes and dick pics and shit, and then made that, like, I'm sorry, I didn't do
And then
shit.
a guy
I made
afterwards
sure
is like,
I put that in a
wow, look
place.
how
If you're gonna, like,
irresponsible I was sending them to
if you're gonna-
her. Like,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, like, if you're gonna get mad at me for having them on my phone, that's just like
Yeah,
not
you
fair.
shouldn't have.
I'm allowed
Yeah.
to keep my dick pics.
Well,
Yeah.
especially if they share it with you, or if you consented to like them filming you or something like that, then you have to expect that they'll have it somewhere.
Right, you are consenting to them being on their phone when you send it to them. Like, you are consenting to it being on their devices when you send it to them. So yes, like that is already like just a part. Yes, that's already part of the equation. So yeah, that's why I'm saying that, like, yeah, leader, I just don't think that like your explanation of like this becoming even more
culpability.
Well, no, it's not about culpability. He's just his argument is that like that's like, Destiny he's putting these people more at risk by sending it to somebody. And I'm saying, well, that's only more at risk if this person actually was the one who did something here that made this more likely. But as I said, like if we said, oh, he sent it to his wife and his wife got hacked afterwards, we wouldn't say, wow, I can't believe he was willing to put them more at risk like this. We wouldn't say that. The reason we wouldn't say that is because we would think, oh, well, it makes sense that he trusted her. It's just a really unfortunate circumstance that she ended up getting hacked and it ended up getting taken from her. So yeah, it's not about like the fact that there's like a numbers game where the more people who have it, the more likely it is to get hacked or anything. It is about the trust factor and whether or not that person is actually trustworthy.
I mean, for me personally, like as a personal thing, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think that. As I said, I don't think your wife. I think is a little bit different because like when you're married to someone, if you send one to one, you can on something to one of them. You can on some level sometimes expect that it will be shared to the other party. I don't feel as if like sending it to like for example, Tom, if I sent you like
hold on, you're going back to consent though. Wait, that's you're going back to consent though, where we all agree on the consent aspect.
Oh my god, we're looping here.
Yes, we all agree on the consent aspect of this, so we don't need to talk about the consent again. We all agree on the consent aspect. So we don't have to go back in that direction. We agree on the consent. It's the the risk factor that you're bringing into this that we disagree on, and that's why I'm saying that you wouldn't make the risk argument if he gave it to his wife, because in that case you would say that it makes sense that he would trust his wife, and so you only make the risk factor argument if you think the person is untrustworthy for some reason, that the untrustworthiness is what makes it riskier. And that in this case, this person didn't prove to be untrustworthy. Therefore, it doesn't make sense to make the risk argument.
I think leaders' take is pretty common, which is like pretty much just you can't really trust someone at an appropriate level unless you're married to them. Like I think leaders' take is like even if you've been like knew someone for a while and it's never going to be maybe a high enough level. But yeah, that's the thing. We just don't know. We don't know how close they were, how long they spoke for before exchanging anything, how much other shit happened. Like people just don't know. Like it's very easy to just say some 18-year-old Discord kitten. Yeah, but like we don't know. Like you never know the kind of relationship somebody has with somebody. I think the only thing I would say in leaders, like to support leader, is just as a public figure, like a famous public figure, you just got to probably be even more.
True.
You got to have like the trust that you would hope to gain from someone should be a lot higher than just like a normal person, I would say.
Yep. Agreed.
So yeah, in his case, maybe wife only is kind of, as a public figure, maybe wife only is it. But
For me, that's where I would personally draw the line. But I'm not some moral arbiter on like these types of things, and I can't police what Destiny does in his relationship. It looks silly to me to sort of like see all of this happen. It looks very silly, but whatever. I don't
It's
care.
avoidable. It was avoidable if you it was avoidable, and really like that is at the end of the day like shit, I hate saying that, and I just said it again. But yeah, it looks the way I'd be thinking about it if I was Pxie is like it's avoidable, and they should never have taken a video. I think that's fucking dumb, so I'm gonna scrap that. They should never, and then he should never have
Just
shared
to be
it.
clear,
So,
you're saying
like,
because it's Destiny, you already think that he's already proven to be like so negligent with this sort of stuff that it was bad to even engage in this sort of action with him in the first place. That's what you're saying when you say the first part, right?
well, I'm saying even if it wasn't Destiny, these are just like the common things that people would think of is how could we have like had this not happen? And the first thing people are going to think of is like not just with Destiny, just in general is well, don't take videos, don't put yourself on a video at all. Like
Yeah,
why don't
but
you just
you're
not
saying,
take a picture?
yeah, but
Why
you're
don't-
not saying that. Like, obviously, there's more risk with that, and I don't think any of us are gonna say that. But it sounded like, okay, okay, I guess if that's what you're saying, then okay, go ahead.
I don't know about like I understand that like but I've got a hot take for everybody who's like acting like Destiny's such a piece of shit. In my head, I'm thinking this dude has ran through, and not in a gross way, but has like a bajillion girls, and has probably done a bajillion things with a bajillion girls in the time that he's been a streamer for 10 to 15 years. Like I'm not saying he's like a running around covering everything up super well, but maybe he actually is a really nice, and he does find like trustworthy people, and he is trustworthy, because if this is like one of the only things that has happened in that entire time, like I don't know how we can just run around saying he's like,
It's
yeah,
not
because I'm not.
But it's not that. It's just for me. Like I totally agree with what you're saying. Obviously, like people have done a lot worse, and especially if he's had a lot of, I guess, more responsible interactions that obviously sort of balances
Well, we
things
just
out.
wouldn't hear about them, would we?
Yeah, you wouldn't hear about them. But at the same time, it almost makes it worse because it's like this is something that, considering his age, considering the amount of time he spent on the internet, the amount of people we've all seen get into these scandals, he should know better. And he should know not to just share things without consent. Like, to me, that's it would be a completely different story if he was like, hey, Pxie, do you mind if I share this with so-and-so? And Pixie's like, actually, I'm fine with that. And then it got leaked. That would be a completely different story. But
Yeah,
that's not what happened.
Yeah.
But I think, well, so Mantis is saying that like he is always treated as like somebody who is like kind of loosey goosey, over the top, like just not really willing to take
Not responsible.
Yeah,
like,
not take precautions.
Yeah.
But we do know that from the way that he talks about consent, he does understand it. Obviously, everybody probably has like moments where consent isn't like the only thing on their mind, and but I think he has shown that like he understands consent, and obviously is just not acting according with what it is that he preaches here, and it's it's kind of
Right, he's not like a retard who he's never like interacted with these sort of topics before. He's obviously considered them a lot. He's talked about this stuff a lot, like on these like bro podcasts and shit. Like we all know that he's like taking stances on these things, and this is just sort of not consistent with anything he's ever said about this topic. As far as I
R.I.P.
can
Joe
tell.
Rogan, guys.
Well, I feel for Pxie. I've been there, and I probably got like half the amount of harassment that she, well, not even half, like a quarter of the amount of harassment she's getting. And it is really fucking shit. And if you have no one around you and you don't even want, I'm a little less like, I just don't really care that much. But yeah, she obviously cares and it really affects her. And I just,
I mean,
I support her in whatever she needs to do to like to reach the goal that will help her move on, really.
The thing is, one of the things that is in the DMs that he said, Destiny said, that I really do agree with is like people move on from the shit so fast. And
yeah, but in the moment,
so
it doesn't feel that way. It never does.
It's true,
and it feels like a lifetime.
But also nowadays, like it's unfortunate, but it also is extremely common that people, celebrities, normies, anybody, they get nudes leaked. It happens.
We all gooners.
And I don't say everybody has this, and I really hope that's not the case. I think people should be able to, obviously enjoy their sex life in private to the extent that they desire it to be private.
Yeah.
But
I don't know. Everybody was saying
lot,
that if
and
TikTok got banned,
so much-
all the girls were going to post their buttholes on TikTok on the last day. And I have been praying that TikTok gets banned for that reason, just so that we can see a whole lot of buttholes. And in this case, they are all purposefully sharing it publicly. And this is going to be, it's like the greatest day of all time. And if Trump bans TikTok, I will vote for him in his 5th election, for sure. I will be all for him holding presidency forever. Just ban TikTok, Trump. Just ban TikTok. Let's go. I'm full on MAGA now.
Yeah, it is true. He was right about like how to deal with stuff and how to like gain perspective. But when you're in it, holy fuck, it's so hard, especially if you are getting harassed. Like everywhere I went for like fucking, I don't know, like 6 months, maybe even 8 months. There's always a comment. There's always someone. There's always something, and it just like makes you fucking go back into like the dark place again. But I'm someone who like doesn't really care. Like I'm pretty sex positive. I was slightly embarrassed, but other than that, I don't really care that much. But yeah, if you're not like that, that's fucked. So I just hope she doesn't go through with plan A or B, and she sticks to 3.
Also, like, I mean, I guess this kind of goes without saying, but like PSA, if you're just like a person, like a normal person, you don't have to, just because like there exists a clip of her out there somewhere, doesn't mean you have to go seek it. It's like a bad thing, in my opinion, for you to go seek it when you know this is not something she wanted to share. So, but I think that goes without saying, but some people are fucking retards and will do it anyways.
Dude, in this space when this happened and they were being sent around, I didn't get them, right? But I had people like, oh, did you see it? And where is it? Let me go find it. I understand there's curiosity, but I, in no way, not one part of me was like, ooh, I can't wait to see this clearly like leak shit that they don't want anyone seeing. I felt disgusting even thinking about watching something that they didn't want.
Same. I was about to say, I would feel so gross. Like it would feel like insanely invasive to look at something like that. Like it's just
right.
Even for like analytical reasons, it would just feel horrible.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah. So Pxie, if you're out there, stay strong, girl.
Yeah, stay strong. Own it. You'll be fine.
You'll be okay.
Easy to say.
I know. To be honest with you, I don't think given enough time for Pxie, but certainly for Destiny, I don't think this would. I don't think this will impact Destiny's career. I struggle to see if Pxie was an online creator. I mean, would she be? How badly would this affect her? I don't think it'll affect Destiny at all. People already.
She is an online creator to some extent.
That is
why she's around. That's why we know who she is.
Yeah, she is doing stuff. And I have to disagree. I do think Destiny is going to have some fallback from this if it goes to actual civil, like the courts, and it depends what happens. But I just think even the fact that it's happened, and even the fact that there might be a lawsuit and he's moving into the political sphere, that is damaging. Like, he is gonna maybe people won't want to work with him from the DNC.
Yeah, she was already
You don't
talking about the
know.
fact that she
I
didn't
feel
want
like-
people like Marianne Williamson and like all of these big names
Yeah,
like doing
Martin
interviews with him and
O'Malley.
shit. Like, yeah, so these things
That might happen.
Yeah, these things can definitely.
I don't think it'll matter.
And when she was expressing her concerns, one of them, which I think is very legitimate, is that she's concerned that people will see her as somebody who only got to where she got because she slept her way to the top, blah 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 blah. And
yeah,
we've
cringe.
seen women treated like that in public, like even Kamala Harris, who engaged in an affair with somebody who wasn't even married at the time. Like, it's just, there's so many women who get judged for this sort of thing.
That's literally
is
what
like,
I said.
you
I
know-
said Kamala Harris too. I was like, when Destiny's over here saying like, oh, nobody will even like remember this, like blah blah blah. I was like, dude, Kamala Harris, that shit happened like when she was
Years
like,
later coming
way
up,
yeah, when she was like 25, and that wasn't even like it was just a perfectly like fine and normal relationship, and they still turn around and say that she slept her way to the top, that she like that she slept with every boss she's ever had, that like, you know, there's it's just completely different for women, to where it's you can't like imagine the amount that's going to change their credibility going forward with all sorts of weird fucks everywhere. Like, they just don't get the
Yeah.
credit that they'll ever deserve because of one thing, one time when they were really young, to where now everything is going to be like based on that same thought process that they were sleeping with everybody to get where they are.
Yeah, and I mean, this is like when people talk about, you know, is sex work an okay thing to do? Da 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 da. Da. Like, in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with having sex, and I don't even think it's really wrong to like exchange sex for money just by itself. There's obviously other conditions that make it problematic in our society, but one of the things that people always, if you're a woman who's considering making like OnlyFans or something, you always have to consider, this is going to be on the internet for the rest of my life, and people will judge me, and it might affect my career in the future. Especially if it's by choice, if it's like against your consent, I think people are going to be a little bit more forgiving about that. But it is something that does affect women way more than it affects when it comes to that, like, reputation.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think long term this won't hurt Destiny. I think short term it might, but we'll see. I mean, if Pete Hegseth can do what he did, can cheat on his wifey who's pregnant, and he gets in, if Trump can rape a bitch, if like all these politicians do like some wild shit in their lives and they still stick around.
Wild. But
it just depends how
crazy time.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I can't. Pinch me. Tell me I'm dreaming, please.
Yeah, that the inauguration in and of itself, like the clips coming out of the inauguration are just, it's so cringe. I just feel so sorry for you guys.
When I saw the Elon Musk Sieg Heil thing, like, it's like, what the fuck?
What? Like, Tom, you were saying, oh yeah, you said a few things. I'm like, that is a straight up, I don't care how autistic he is. He cannot possibly be autistic enough to not understand how that looks. You don't have to hate your you don't have to do anything. All you need to do is raise your arm in that way. That's very clearly
Well, no,
Hitler,
sure, for how
enough.
it looks, I'm saying that I don't know that he did it on purpose, but that, like, yeah, to know that it, like, it's gonna look like that, sure. Like, I'm just saying that I don't know that he's actually doing a Sieg Heil on purpose. That's all.
Oh, no one can know that. Really?
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
I don't know. He did it twice in a row. And
I'll say it. He did it on purpose. He's the meme lord. He thinks Nazis are cool.
I think that
he's
because
memeing
he
on
grabbed
Nazis, and
his
I guarantee
chest.
with 100% certainty he did it on purpose.
I think because he grabbed
say
his
it.
chest, instead of like having a straight hand, on across his chest like a normal Nazi salute would be. Instead, him grabbing his chest like he's like, grabbing his heart and then like throwing his heart out to people or whatever.
Yeah,
like,
and then he's
I
like,
think
"Oh,
that
my heart goes out to you."
yes, exactly. That
Oh,
makes it look
cringe.
totally
He knows,
different,
he knows.
and it just like really changes it for me. But it's still dumb. It's still a really dumb
No
thing to
way.
do. So
There's
I'm
so
not
many
saying it's
ways you
not
can
dumb.
say hi to the audience. That was just the dumbest thing. And I'm gonna post that on Twitter, and I'm gonna post that everywhere he posts
Mask
anything.
off
That's what I'm
moment.
gonna do. Yeah,
But
dude.
it's like crazy because my dad is like a really some people are like obsessed with Elon Musk. My dad is like one of those people.
No.
But like he's also like his mom is a Holocaust survivor. His dad was a Holocaust survivor, and it's like I really wonder how he'll react to this. Like I really wonder. He might just not see it, and I don't really want to be the one to bring it up to him. But like, man. That's like fuck.
You should just place it in front of him. Don't say anything. Be like, "What do you reckon?"
It's gonna be like a whole thing. I don't want to.
Yeah,
so
well, no,
funny.
because then it becomes like, oh, everyone's Hitler, everyone's a Nazi.
Yeah,
like, yeah, it's just it quickly becomes like it really and that's why I'm saying like even like this sort of like talk about this sort of stuff, just like it's while it's funny memes, it just backfires so quickly because they all cry wolf so fast where they're like, oh yeah, you guys all called Trump Hitler for 20 years and said that he was the reincarnation of Mao and that he genocided 1 billion Jews, and now you're saying this too. Like, it's always
he
it's
only
always
said
just adding to
they're
the fucking
poisoning the
narrative.
blood of our nation. It's not like he said it in German, guys.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
Like, like you guys said he was a Nazi. Like, do you not realize that it's not even 1930 anymore? That party is gone with. He doesn't even live in Germany. Like, what do you think he went back in time in a time machine to become a Nazi? Like, that doesn't even make sense. You guys are so illogical. You need to just be able, just use some common sense once in a while, guys.
He didn't
Yeah, but look, instead of saying the labels, this is where like Dems need to get fucking better at this shit. That is a meme. What he did is a fucking meme for the Dems. That needs to be circulated as a meme for the Dems. So instead of saying Nazi and saying Hitler, and you just drop that. You just drop it in front of someone and say nothing, and then they can project all their shit onto it, and like they can spurg out. You haven't even said anything. You just here's a little picture of Elon. Here's a little video. Just that's it. That's how you do it. You don't actually say anything.
I mean, what you could do is you could like superimpose Hitler's face on Elon Musk. I think that would be a pretty funny
Oh
meme.
my god. Exactly. Yeah, that would be fun.
And then when you're like, oh, everyone's Hitler, you can be like, no, I was just making a funny meme, dude. What are you talking about?
It's just a Hitler meme. Jeez.
Bro, what are you saying?
I don't know. I'm gonna go edit the Nazi uniform, the SS uniform onto him as soon as I get off stream, and then have him doing that.
Yeah,
salute.
good idea.
And
there were probably some gems watching that whole inauguration. I've heard it was pretty unhinged, but I guess the good ones just come out immediately on Twitter, so there's no point in watching the whole thing, maybe. And who can listen to Trump ramble like a schizo about nothing for fucking however long he goes for?
well, he tried
The
his
whole
best to
thing with,
read
like,
a
the Panama
teleprompter this
Canal.
time, so I'm proud of him for trying to read. Maybe Hooked on Phonics has worked for him.
The whole thing
Yeah,
with the Panama
true.
Canal, and now he's like talking about, it's because China, da 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 da. But it's like bullshit. Like they got him for like tax fraud or something like that, right?
Yeah, I don't.
And he's just like trying to do the same thing with as he did with the election. Like use political power to stop him getting any pushback for him, like just not paying for shit he should pay for. Like I don't get it. Like he's a millionaire. Can he just fucking pay taxes? Like why is it so hard?
I don't know, dude. Also, the whole like, as a foreigner, and you guys know America has a reputation overseas Like the whole naming the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America thing is like the ultimate in like
It's the
eye
most
rolling
important
American
issue.
that you can possibly do.
It's
Yeah,
a- it's
like
a
we're
very-
all just like, wow.
It's so critical to our nation's security. Don't you know
Yeah.
that we name it the Gulf of America?
How can you guys talk
Jesus
about
Christ.
renaming the Gulf of Mexico when there are people starving in China right now? That's what we all need to say. This is what they do with the
Yeah,
fucking like.
true.
Why are we sending money to Ukraine when there's veterans who are on the streets right
There's
now?
veterans.
Okay, how can we rename the Gulf of Mexico when there's Chinese people starving? Chinese children who are
Yeah.
starving right now.
Or let me make this niche cultural issue of like trans, there being male or female or whatever. Like that's going to be my official position now. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, finally.
So dumb.
Finally, the government's only going to have 2 genders. Oh man. Finally. It's been so long since we had 2 genders.
2 genders.
Yes. Man, it's been,
like-
I don't even remember a time when we had 2 genders. It's finally going back to the good old days when there
Yeah.
were 2 genders.
I am looking forward to what comes out of the 4 years in terms of content and memes, because it's going to be hilarious. We're already on day 1, Elon Musk is jumping around like a fucking 12-year-old autistic kid in class. This is just funny. This is like, it's sad. All of it is sad and terrifying and whatever, but it is going to be like, Dems have so much ammo potentially coming. Like he's going to do so much fucked up shit, or he's going to drop the ball in an area. There's going to be so much hypocrisy to just grab. I don't know if it's going to be effective, but it's going to be good content.
I would have thought this would have made you more attracted to Elon Musk.
What?
Him
I don't like
dancing
that
around
kind
like
of
an
autistic,
autistic kid
okay?
in class. Like, she
I
said
like
I'm missing
I like
some
the
context here.
she likes
JW.
autism.
I like autistic people. I think they're really funny, but like Elon is like a malicious autistic person, so I don't like him. But autistic people, I really like them. Not to laugh at. I just think they're really cool. Okay.
She thinks they're cute.
Shut
Like
up.
she
I'm
thinks
fair.
like
And I dated-
the like getting stuff wrong is like really cute, and so she finds like and then I think there's
You're
probably
making it
also
sound
like an
condescending.
aspect. No, it's like I think there's when you say cute, like girls find tons of things like cute, but then also on top of that, I think that there's probably like an aspect of like it seems like masculine to have like less expressive to be less expressive, and I think that yeah, she likes the lack of expression from guys.
Maybe
when they're-
maybe maybe yeah. But like one of my ex-boyfriends had Asperger's. Like he was high functioning as fuck, but I just thought he was hilarious. And in social situations, he was like the life of the party. But he was socially really awkward, but kind of goofy. And I just thought it was
Right.
fucking hilarious, dude. I thought he was so funny.
That's
But
relatable.
sometimes I did laugh at him because it was just so bizarre, the stuff he would do. And that was really mean, but also
Yeah.
they're
No, I think
awesome.
Elon Musk is like different. He's just so clearly malicious with like everything.
He's just malicious. Yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah.
He's super narcissistic.
Hear me out, right? All right. So Trump has the worst 4 years ever. Him and Elon Musk, they fucking screw the American economy for billions of dollars, right? But at the end of those 4 years, we're gonna get like FDR back when like some Democrat runs on like busting the fucking the billionaires. All right.
Actually, in
people-
a sense, it worries me more about, they people talk about the pendulum swinging. If the pendulum swings like way, way far left populism, that's gonna be scary too. Like,
Well, so the last time that
No,
we
bring-
had like a big swing was during the Bush administration. People like were really unhappy with Bush, and then so Obama had like a massive W after that, right? But then during Obama's administration, during his 8 years, is when the left movement like really started to happen. And it was during his presidency, not during the Bush administration. It was during the Obama administration. And the main reason was because there was this like leftward swing that was becoming normalized to where even like far left felt comfortable. Like everybody got like a little too comfortable with the extremes, like anything that was like left leaning. It was all of a sudden very comfortable. And so the pendulum swings are a thing, but it seems as though they're more common when the other person's in charge. And so it's I think it's more likely that like during Trump's presidency, we started to see more and more of the far right coming out, and they were getting comfortable being out and about doing things like Charlottesville and shit like that. And I like, that's the thing that I would be more afraid of when in some sort of pendulum swing. And then I think that would like moderate Dems again and push them back to like a more moderate position. Instead of them becoming like farther left or more populist or something.
I hope so, but I am watching like in the lead up for the next electoral run, like 2026 to 8. Yeah, I am. There is right now a tug of war on the left of like, do we at least, everyone's saying message populist, but they're like, oh no, maybe we just need to be populist. So it is like, maybe it won't swing that way in terms of like winning an election, but it might swing that way if they got in, and then it's like, crap, now we just have to have another fucking 4 years of some weird populist crap.
Well, the reason that this becomes less likely is because Donald Trump isn't going to be able to run as an incumbent. And so that makes it to where this becomes way less likely because he can't serve a full 8 years. And so if he's not able to serve a full 8 years, then it's like it's way more possible for a Democrat to win in the very next election and kind of swing the pendulum right back.
Yeah.
No, I think they're going to try and get Trump in for a third. They're going to try this. I know they will. All right. I would put money on this. They're going to be like, oh, they're going to pass it through Congress that presidents can run for a third term. They can't do this?
No, it's an amendment.
No.
It's in the first 10.
I think he's saying that Congress can change it.
But I think he's saying it doesn't.
Yeah,
I'm saying that it doesn't necessarily matter.
No,
but they
Congress
don't have
can't
enough
relieve
to
that
change. They don't have enough people to change that amendment.
Yeah.
Like,
they don't have enough.
But I think they'll try though.
Yeah, they
don't have enough
voting
people,
majority ever. Yeah.
Yeah,
but you know,
51.
they're going to try to. I think they're going to try to find. I've seen the other justifications for it floating around. Oh, it means consecutive. Blah blah blah. I don't know. Like, people are gonna try shit. I don't know if it'll be successful, but I do think they will try shit.
Well, there is another way that it can happen. So he can't be he is not allowed to run as a VP. So he's not allowed to run on somebody else's ticket and then that person just back out. But what they can do is somebody else can run as the president with a different VP on their ticket, and then they get Donald Trump elected to Congress, and then he becomes the Speaker of the House. And if he becomes the Speaker of the House, then they're able to then whoever wins president is able to back out and resign, and then the vice president backs out and resigns. And then once that happens, then the Speaker of the House automatically becomes the president, and that is where he would be allowed to get a third term.
Wild.
Yeah, it'd be very, very rare. I mean, that's what Adams did or attempted to do, and it didn't function. They didn't let him get through. Obviously, the times were very different, but.
Oh, I don't think this would be that hard, though. Like, if they could, I think that they could literally just be open about the fact that they were doing it. They could straight up say, like, these people are running for president. You guys vote for them. Donald Trump's going to get into Congress. Once he gets into Congress, the Republicans are all going to vote him as the Speaker of the House. Now, they would have to have a majority in order for that to be the case. And so that would be the hard part, is making sure that they have a majority. But if they get a majority, All they have to do is just say, hey guys, vote for Vivek. Vivek says that he's, as soon as he takes the presidency, he's going to back out and then Trump will be president again. So you're actually voting for Trump, not Vivek. So vote for Vivek and then Trump will be president again. Like that's, that wouldn't be that hard to do.
Like, we're already in a situation now where Trump is president and he, according to the Constitution, I'm pretty sure, isn't actually allowed to be. Like, he did an insurrection, and it's not like the Supreme Court even contested that he did an insurrection. All they said was, well, that doesn't mean you could keep him off the ballot. But it's like so fucking short-sighted.
Correct, but they have to actually like rule that he did an insurrection. That's what they didn't do. They did not rule that he did an insurrection. They ruled
the issue actually comes in the 14th Amendment, actually, currently, where Congress has yet to relieve the burden of the 14th Amendment, which they can by a 2/3 majority. So the fact that they never did that means that they could hold that over his head. So as soon as the Democrats get control, say in 2 years, which is very possible, they could pull up the 14th Amendment out of nowhere and say, oh, this guy's a actual convicted fraud, and then kick him out. So that's actually a thing before he even gets to the end. So if he keeps fucking up or something like that, it would be an easy move by Congress.
There's been like a sick hope inside of me, right? That Trump actually tries to go through with one of these dumbass plans of his to fucking invade Mexico, Canada, Panama, Greenland, where he tries one of these and Congress is just like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
And then charges him, impeaches him. Like a Republican Congress does this, or Senate. I'm not sure which one, but that's my hope, that, you know, he does something so outlandish that he gets impeached.
Yeah,
by a Republican.
I have a secret hope that, like, actually there are like a bunch of Republicans, rhinos or whatever you want to call them, who are just being like, oh yeah, Trump, yeah, okay, just to like be in the vicinity, but they're actually waiting to just fucking roast the guy. Like, won't let him get stuff through, won't agree with them. Like,
no, I think that's what's going to happen.
It would be so fun.
No,
They're
I think that's
already
what's gonna
going
happen.
to let.
Okay, I do have to get off though. I'm almost at 12 hours, so I do have to get off now. But appreciate you guys coming on and hanging out.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Later, Gators.
Light work day. Later.
Yeah, ZZZ is like, you guys don't actually abide by that thought process though. Like, if I asked you how many illegal immigrants do you think are in the country right now, and you told me, if I replied by saying how many, none of them have been charged with illegal immigration though, so you're wrong. You can't call them illegal immigrants. They haven't been charged with illegal immigration. You would think that's insanely bad faith. But when you guys do it, for some reason you think it's okay. And I don't understand. Why do you think that that's okay to like make this stupid like line where you say nobody was charged with insurrection, therefore it's not an insurrection? Why is it always like it's okay when we do it? Like, that is such a dumb line to draw, where out of nowhere you just draw this line that nobody ever holds for anything. Insurrection when no guns and left within 4 hours. That, yeah, we all agree. You guys suck. Again, I've said a million times, if they told me, hey, Tom, look, there's going to be some people who commit an insurrection on the government in the country that you love, and you don't want them to succeed. Who do you want to commit this insurrection? I would have picked MAGA. I would have picked MAGA for sure. Easily. Easy. I would have picked MAGA. I would have said, yes, those are the dumbest motherfuckers that'll commit the worst and dumbest insurrection of all time. And they will be nowhere close to successful. And so, yeah, I would have picked you guys as well. So when you guys like continuously say that it's like a horrible attempt at an insurrection, we all agree. All of us agree. It is MAGA. So of course it was. It's kind of obvious. Yeah, it is blatantly obvious that you guys suck at insurrection. You don't have to convince us. You guys suck. You guys committed one of the dumbest insurrections of all time. But Antifa was more violent and literally took over government buildings in the city square. Was it an insurrection? If you're talking about like Chaz and like the Chaz chop, yeah, of course that's an insurrection. Yeah, no duh. Let Tom cry. Oh, this is great. Well, yeah, you guys, how about you guys go get a definition that requires guns, since that's what you guys are saying in chat. Oh, they didn't even have guns. Okay, well, go show me a single definition anywhere, any legal definition or anything that requires an insurrection to have guns. Go find one, because I guarantee you won't find it. It does not exist. You'd be the 100th person that I've asked to go get this definition. You'll be the 100th person that can't get it, yet you'll still do this dumb, it wasn't an insurrection because they didn't have guns. Like, yeah, that doesn't make a difference. One, two, they did have guns. What are you talking about? They did have guns. You don't know anything about this. It's obvious they weren't trying to take over the government. It's obvious that some of them were trying to take over the government. I don't think you guys have actually looked into this, but there are numerous court cases where they have text messages, emails, posts and encrypted group messages with tons of people where they are literally stating that they are going to take over the government. So it is, yes, they got charged with seditious conspiracy. Like they literally did plan on taking over the government. So it is, why leave peacefully then? Well, some of them didn't leave peacefully. Some of them got charged with resisting arrest. Like, again, when you say they, there are some people, lots of them, who very clearly were doing the things that you guys keep denying they were doing. There were some people who very much did have guns there. And there's, I think 25% of the arrests had some sort of weapon. So it's not like as clear cut as you guys are trying to make it out to be. This just fits the legal definition of insurrection, which is why every court that has ruled on this, 100% of them have ruled that it was an insurrection. Every single court that has brought up the question, was January 6th an insurrection? 100% have ruled that it was an insurrection. So, yeah, it's pretty simple. But all right. Yes, I will be back on tomorrow, most likely. Yeah, if you guys didn't come to movie night the other night, movie night was a whole lot of fun. We watched Dune 1, then we watched Dune 2, then we watched Dune from the 1980s after that. So yes, it was a lot of fun. Those movies are so fucking good. It was a really fun movie night. So if you want to join the next movie night, make sure you join the Discord. We do a movie night every single time we get to another 100. Which one was the best? Oh, pretty easy. It's the second Dune. The second Dune is obviously the best, but you can't understand the second Dune without watching the first one. And honestly, I had so much more. I loved the two Dune movies. Like, the first one is okay, kind of boring until you watch the second one. And then once you watch the second one, the first one is no longer boring. The first one becomes fucking amazing. I passed out during Dune 1. Well, yeah, there were other people who were complaining about Dune 1 being boring as well. And then once we got to Dune 2, they were like, oh my goodness, this is so fucking epic. Let's watch another one. Like, it was a lot of fun. But after I watched the two Dune movies and I loved them, then I went and looked up like lore videos explaining the Dune movies, and so much more like became like obvious to me on what was happening, and it was just like, yeah, it's so cool. Like, throughout the entire movie, I was like posting like paragraphs, like explaining like all of the lore of everything that was going on. And yeah, it was, I was like, there were a bunch of people who were saying like, hey, I'm a little lost. Like, what's going on here? And so I'm like, whoo, here we go. Like, just kind of explaining all of it. I passed out during Dune 2. and had audio issues during the first one, so I will need to rewatch those in my spare time. Well, if anybody wants to rewatch those with Zeking, y'all let him know. Also, one of the reasons that we do these movie nights is to let people know that you guys can use the VCs. So over here, we got Mantis and Leaders still in the live VC hanging out. But we have community VCs for people to hang out in while I'm off stream. So y'all go hang out in the community VCs. Everybody go chill in there for a bit. So why is Pxie suing Destiny? You'll have to watch it. We just went through a lot of this. So yeah, you're gonna have to go check it out yourself at this point. But yeah, so yeah, everybody use the community VC. Go click on the community VC, start piling in there. Everybody go hang out. I am getting off very early tonight, which means that you guys should be able to to chill. So yeah. But all right, I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools. Once I end stream, y'all make sure you leave a comment on the VOD.
Bye-bye.
Helps me get a lot more views afterwards. So yeah, make sure you comment as soon as stream is over. Dreams Peak is great at leaving some schizo comments. He is one of the best.
Spartacus says, so tomorrow is Dictator Day 1. Buckle up, the clown show starts. May the ketchup drip from the White House walls once again. Aram Sound says, why have so many people seen Stephen Bonnell's Sandworm? Not acceptable. Jared B says, bye fools. Don't search for my nudes. Thetrib1 says, don't leak anything in the comments section though. There's askers around.
Alright. Everybody leave a comment on whatever VOD you're on. Appreciate y'all coming to hang out. Appreciate all the donos. And I'll see you guys on the next stream. Later, fools.
Jared B says, seriously, don't search for my nudes.